Well, it's another beautiful day on the shores of the Adriatic here at the Maestral Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Eliminations, Griffin Benger bringing you continuing coverage of this Montenegro festival, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Last stop of the season, plenty of Player of the Year implications. Power back on and running. As I understand it, there was a little bit of a snafu yesterday. Apologies to those of us who were on board here at the desk and, of course, out there streaming as well. Seems to be resolved for the time being. No surges to speak of just yet, but the day is young. Who knows? So, of course, yesterday we did see the culmination of event number 2 here in Montenegro. That was another $25,000 buy-in. GG Millions before it, a $25K as well, a total of 135 entries. And then we saw some real fireworks, simultaneous eliminations. Saw Paulie V out in 10th, Ben Heath out in 9th, and that would not be the only simultaneous elimination on the day. As let's take a flashback to the way it shook out. Andy Nee with a couple of aces, and you get the sense a bad beat would be inbound. Ace-queen suited for Alex Kulev, the Bulgarian, who looks so sharp. 3-bet. Rest of his stack would work its way into the middle. The 10 of spades looked like it could provide some promise, but the turn would vanquish Kulev in 8th. $98,000 richer for his efforts. And then the chirpy Nacho Barbero had his beak pinched, running into aces as well.
What a cooler.
Ace king, cooler as he explained, and ace is full on the flop. Left him with running jacks for a chop is his only escape. Turn again provided us no sweat, and Nacho would collect $133,000 for his efforts, courtesy of the 7th place finish. 6 would remain, and Danny Tang, Ivan Liao, Player of the Year award leader, would jam with a couple of queens over the top of Andy Nee, who would open with the 5s. Nicholas Schweedy of Lebanon behind him woke up with ace-king. Classic race, and it looked like Danny was going to be able to hold. You could see a tension on his face, rocking back and forth, looking up, saying, please, please hold. Keep me in there. And instead, the deck had other ideas, as the king of spades would vanquish the mighty Danny Tang out in 6th for $180,000. 5 would remain, and the always animated Vyacheslav Buldigin of Russia would raise almost all of his biscuits with a king 8, deciding it was now or never with the blinds at 125 and 250. Brewer with an ace 3 was the customer. Buldigin, top pair on the flop. It seemed like he was going to take his seat and double, and all of a sudden it was a runner-runner, 3 ace, 2 pair for Brewer. As the bad beats were rolling, $233,000 went home with Buldigin. 4 would then remain, and Armenia's Aram Sargisian woke up to a couple of 10s, jammed it over the top of the Schweedy. Min-raise open, but off of a mighty stack, he decided he would hang in and would outflop the 10s on the queen 9-8 board. Gutter, though, for Sarkisian. Didn't come in on the turn. A jack or a 10 would have kept him in his seat, and instead the 6 would knock him right out of it. Here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, $290,000 went his way. 3 would remain, and you would think that we wouldn't crown a champion just yet. But suddenly, a very interesting development whereby Chris Brewer would raise $5 million of his 5.5. Andy Nee would jam with ace-jack. And then Nicholas Schweedy, second in chips, with a big pay jump associated with this decision. He would slam in the call and then look to get his hand face up. Brewer would then pump the brakes on everybody and say, time out.
Oh, wow. 6 spot for me now.
Well, yeah, cool.
Thank you so much. Maybe I have the best hand, it's fine.
Hey. I really wish I made this for the 0.5.
I haven't
Brewer, of course,
Fuck. I should have folded. I mean, actually, my 8's live, though.
didn't love his ace-8 even before the call. Hated it once he saw everybody on their backs. The side pot was between Schweedy and Nee.
all of us.
Queen, queen 7 made it seem like maybe we'll carve it up and re-rack.
Just for the sweat.
Turn would provide additional pass to that, a 7 or a 6, and instead it was a 4. And Andy Nee with a fist pump knocking out both Brewer and Schwede at the same time, grabbing his first ever Triton title. 354 would go to Brewer, 531K to Schwede as he had more chips going into that hand, and it was Nee who would bag the $785,000, and of course, it was the topic of conversation both here in the booth and I would imagine overnight amongst many players at lunch and at breakfast. Griff, I give you a chance to unpack it for us.
Well, it's extremely interesting. You know, Chris Brewer doing what we often see when these players go effectively all in, put almost all of their chips in. This is really designed for the very unique scenario where you see a bunch of players then go all in, and it's an ICM situation where maybe you can just fold and keep your 1, 2, 3 big blinds and see if you can get a pay jump. Now, the fact that Chris did elect to do this and then get that exact scenario, you know, maybe it speaks a lot to, you know, as much as you can study something like this, when it's actually happening in the moment, it just feels, I think, probably quite surreal. Wait a minute, maybe I should have put 4.6 million out there instead of 5. Maybe if I had a little more, but I have like, you know, 95% of my stack out there, what am I supposed to do? So because the spots come up so infrequently, maybe they're not as sort of studied and bladed as some of the others.
Well, here's the interesting thing. You say that the spots come up infrequently, but it is Brewer specifically who actually demonstrated this specific sort of restraint and then rode a little nub to an ultimate victory for $5 million. That happened at the World Series. You know the hand.
Yeah, pretty remarkable hand, actually. You know, playing around 14, 15 big blinds, 3-bet off that stack with pocket jacks, and then, you know, seeing those 2 all-ins in front of him on the final table did manage to get away. Not something that you would expect with a hand like jacks for 15 big blinds. Chris managed to find that fold and then rode it all the way to a $5 million victory. So, yeah, like you said, it's an interesting sort of almost callback to him doing it so successfully before. But, you know, a bit of a different scenario, you know, clearly putting way more chips in this case. You know, there's a lot of things to consider too. You know, Schwede just sort of quickly putting it in there, what that does to his head as far as the ranges go. Maybe he thinks, you know, Schwede is going to have the best hand there so often that he's not going to bust here, and maybe I can just get lucky with my ace against, you know, queens and jacks or whatever it is, and wants to try to win the tournament, you know.
Well, as much as Brewer had an opportunity to be the hero, it was ultimately Andy Nee who donned the cape, and this is because he's a guy that I don't think any of us anticipated to approach that final table in the way that he did, which seemed very sound fundamentally, given that his name was crossing lips courtesy of a double check raise with deuce 3 that he pulled off. These are things that get etched in minds, especially if you don't know an opponent. You're looking to get a data point or two, some intel, navigate accordingly. I thought, if you told me this is the guy who pulled off a double check raise with deuce 3, I'd be like, no, it's not. You got him mixed up with somebody else. He was very solid at the FT.
Yeah, you know, actually the best poker advice I ever got was be looser in spots people don't expect and be tighter in spots people don't expect. And I think that's a great example of what we've seen from Andy Nee, and, you know, is that double check raise. You said it now. I just have shivers thinking about it.
Yeah. Now, we only ever saw him once before. That was in Madrid, so several festivals removed from that appearance. Here, he emerges and claims a title. Obviously, we'll be keeping an eye on him as the festival rolls on. Not to be overlooked as one of the final 3, Lebanon's Nicholas Schwede, of course, only played his hometown as well. Cyprus, 2 occasions, and then comes out of the woodwork. Montenegro, not too far away, hops the plane, and obviously he was rewarded for his efforts. I would think you would agree with me as well. He played very solid, very aggressive, but, you know, it paid dividends.
Yeah, and that's a player that always plays, you know, pretty aggressively. And we even saw in event number 1, you know, things didn't really go his way, but he felt really in control, had a couple of really nice hands, nice call downs. So to see him get rewarded here with this second place finish, you know, very, very well deserved. But again, you know, so seeing that all in against Danny Tang, 1 card away, that would have, you know, really left him on fumes. So it does make you think sometimes about the moments when you see little VT like that of just how quickly
sliding doors.
Change. Yeah,
sliding doors, no
exactly.
doubt about it. All right, so from hometown heroes to rookies. RM Sargsyan, another one of those, flying under that Armenian banner. Tremendously patriotic delegation, by the way, as we've seen. RM Zobian as well, flying under that banner. But an impressive showing out of him. You know, he kind of was more on the snug side. I would say maybe if Schwede is left of center, then, you know, he was more right of center.
Yeah.
Didn't take spots that I think a few of us thought maybe one could, and managed to book himself a 4th place finish and a nice $290K payday.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're playing against the best players in the world. Sometimes, maybe staying more out of the way and finding a way to ladder and, on a very tough final table is the way to go. And I think, navigating very, very effectively to get a very nice score here in event number 2.
Yeah, the scores weren't the scores weren't only dollar-related. Points, of course. Danny Tang, in spite of the fact that it was a disappointing finish for him, maybe given that king on the river that you alluded to, he did manage to extend his lead in the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award race, ever so slightly. Chris Brewer jumping up into 4th. So with the 225Ks in the books, we are going to turn our attention to the 30K as buy-ins escalate, moving on and on. This is event number 3, 154 total entrants. 25 are coming back as we did burst the money bubble yesterday. 100 uniques, I guess it was. This is the first 7-figure payout that we're going to have just north of $1 million. Obviously, we can look at the Triton Poker Plus app for a first glimpse at some of the stacks in the room and our feature table here. I'm not sure this is ultimately the one that we're going with. There it is. That's the one that we're going to have. Although I should say, don't get too invested in this because we are just one bust out away from a redraw. But the story for me, Kiat Lee, 5.7 million. This is a guy who has gotten so close but has yet to win the trophy.
Yeah, just a matter of time situation when it comes to Kiat Lee and the confidence that he was playing with at that bubble, the pressure, raising near 100%. Jonathan Jaffe, Randy Lou and I were just almost giggling at how much he was enjoying being at the bubble and putting that pressure on. You can see the chip lead that he has so significant. We're not talking about, 50% more chips than second. We are talking about well more than double second place Ding Biao, who, by the way, we should probably give our flowers to as well, having an incredible series and really making an impression. That amazing hand yesterday with King Queen of Spades against Mario's Ace 9 of Clubs. So yeah, just some really dangerous players for this final day.
The entire field is guaranteed a $46,000 payout. You can see that Andrew Chen and Chuck Chu, 27th and 26th respectively, did haul in that same amount. The band's going to be flat until we reach 23, and then modest ladders from there, so we don't expect too much ICM pressure. Up top there is that $1,023,000 that will await the ultimate champion. Now, I did touch on the fact that we're going to have that redraw after one bust out. So even though we can take a peek at this particular table, it isn't going to be one that we expect to be assembled for very long. But as you look at the chip counts down toward the bottom, you see the short stack of Punat Punsri, Dimitar Danchev. These guys at 10 big blinds and below, now that the money bubble has burst, we typically expect a lot of them to be looking for excuses to get it in, spin it up. So the bust outs could come quite quickly.
Yeah, now that we're in the money and a lot of these players sort of, got wilted down to that sub big blind, 10 big blind stack, they're going to have to start getting it in and seeing if they can find some doubles. Also, not good to mention Chris Moneymaker cashing again, going to be 2 for 2 now here at Triton. That incredible win in event number 1 for over 900,000. Adrian Mateos floating in there as one of the short stacks. So, a lot of interesting figures here in this event.
Not to be overlooked, Seth Davies also down there in the short stack. So clearly guys that could, warrant us keeping an eye on down there looking for a spin here early. Stanley Choi in the building as well. Orpin Kisachikoglu, these guys at about 11 big blinds. There's Bads, Patrick Antonius. So plenty of talent still lurking in this field. Look at David Jan, Saliba, Fedor's in the building. Leon Sturm, the young guy from Germany, he definitely has warranted some attention as he's joined the Triton Tour. Dylan Weissman and Chidwick up there toward the top. Also, I mean, a lot of names. Hossein Insan. I mean, it's a grab bag.
Well,
Griff?
yeah, I want to say also, I think we're burying the lead a little bit. I mean, of course, the lead's got to be Kiat Lee's incredible performance in chip lead, but Stephen Chidwick was the star of day 1 yesterday, making some incredible calls with 3rd, 4th pairs, 3 flush boards, really showing everyone what makes him so incredible. So he's really, really in the zone. I guess, we're kind of not talking about him buried in there in 6th place, but I'm telling you, he's looking real sharp right now.
Well, just a quick peek back into the app at the Ivan Leal Player of the Year rankings. I did talk about Danny being up top. He has put some distance between himself and Dvoris, who came into this festival 2nd, Kuhn in 3rd. And you scroll down and you see a name like Ding Biao. Maybe he puts together an incredible series. Chidwick down there as well. We saw last stop festivities that upended things. So I'm not putting it into the ether, obviously. Danny hopefully will be able to stay intact for his sake because we know how badly he wants it, but don't count any of the top 10 out. So into the arena we go from here at the Maestral, brought to you by Poker Stake. You see Daniel Razai, Stanley Choi, the aforementioned Stephen Chidwick undoing the zip lock and unleashing 26 big blinds, not to mention a resume that is just about the most robust you could hope for.
Stanley.
10 bigs. Smile on his face. There it is.
Great vibes.
For sure. There's Razai, 25 bigs for him. Plenty of talent under that hoodie. Spy. Makita, Punat, Seth, Fedor, and Sturm. This is a tough little assignment. These guys will be looking forward to the redraws, my guess. Davies, the 9 big blinds. What's Fedor working with? 18 bigs, twice as much. And he's running a spot. Insta stories?
Maybe.
Where's he at?
Just scrolling Twitter.
Oh my goodness, things just got tougher. Patrick's here at this table. Yikes.
Oh my God, he's so strong. He just touched that chair. Do you see that?
Underestimating himself. Not just 8 bigs. Note the Epic X Watch, former Triton main event winner. 14 bigs for Patrick. Work to be done. You know, I talked about so many of those short stacks. Maybe we expect a flurry of bust outs, but as those short stacks are absorbed, obviously greater depth remains amongst the remaining field, so could play out in multiple different ways. Bads, 12 bigs.
It's always nice to get a little tour of the room to see those great digital banners of some of our big winners.
Yeah, in fact, we've got so many multi-time title winners, there's no space for the one-time title winners anymore. You got to go 2+. And 22+ is what Morton Klein brings back here on day 2. There's your man with all the biscuits. Kiat Lee, directly to the left, by the way, of another deep stack in Ding Biao. 95 bigs for Kiat.
Yeah, you know, I've only really been very familiar with these two players over the last few days, and I have been incredibly impressed. The confidence they play with, you know, the creativity. It's just been really, really fun to watch.
Well, you're not going to get through playing ABC at one of these bad boys. That much we can safely say, as Chris Moneymaker takes his seat.
The chosen one.
Team ACR. They always roll deep here, although I haven't seen Phil Nagy, the boss man over there, just yet. Might be waiting for the buy-ins to ramp up. By the way, today will be day 1 of the 40K mystery bounty as well, so we'll be getting that underway. Feature table, though, Mike Watson is the mayor. 3x, the next biggest stack, and in terms of dynamics, this is quite interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, does Watson just get to hammer away?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this is this is exactly what you expect from a pretty long bubble. But to see them, you know, bunched up this much, it's almost comical. Just 3 big blinds separate 6 players. So, you know, inherently the problem with Watson being too wide is that, you know, these players don't have much to lose anymore. They're already in the money, so they'll be able to, you know, sort of take risks with some of their hands and call off light. But he certainly has the power to do with this table what he wants.
Well, you say not much to lose, but obviously with a 7-figure payout up top, there is plenty of opportunity cost to being exceedingly hasty.
Yeah.
So even with those 10 big blind stacks, you'll see attempts to play poker and not just
For
those
sure.
sailing pre-flop. Ace queen for Kistrikoglu, 680.
Yeah, I guess I just mean the rules change a little bit. The no immediacy of money or no money.
Sure.
And that's definitely going to make them prepared to fight.
Well, Orpin's prepared to fight for it all. Jams. Nice start to the Turks' day. Orpin playing from the VIP side, but has some very professional tendencies to him. 0 for 2 thus far. 2-time title winner, 10 cashes, 6.6 plus in career Triton earnings. Well respected, well liked amongst the community for good reason.
Very much, yeah.
Now Dimitar Donchev. 490 under the gun. He certainly would have liked to have had something a little better than that to get his chips forward. You can see a bit of disappointment worn as he'll have to put 2 big blinds out there. Next hand, El Conquistador suited, 1 gapper. Brief pause and muck. Shan Chao Shen. Not interested in his offsuit ace.
Passes with the ace-3, you know, perhaps, well, almost certainly on the button and perhaps at the cutoff, but the hijack, you know.
A little bit too ambitious.
Yeah, it's close, but yeah, you're not doing well against the calling range at all with ace-3. And you just got here, you know. I shoved ace-3 middle position.
You mean to tell me I woke up, showered, and got dressed for nothing? King Salmon swimming downstream on this occasion. Jam and take it from Hisu for our chip leader Watson. Sir Watts, as he's better known to the online community. Illustrious 9.4 million roughly in career Triton earnings, 3-time title winner. This will be his 30th cash after going 0 for 2 to start the festival.
$120.
Ace-9, deemed adequate by Mateos. Min raise open.
Yeah, this is a great example of how the game has changed in recent years, especially in the super high roller circuit. You know, not a lot of min raising off 10 big blinds.
Started with 550.
Maybe even 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. But now these players recognizing the power of a blocker and how, you know, you don't want to shove a hand like this and then get called because you're just always crushed. So let's just throw out 2 of our 10 big blinds, see if we can get it through. Not going to get past Dimitar, who has a very pretty king 10 of clubs.
430 before the hand.
So Donchev, much happier with this hand than the one before it. Maybe not so much with this flop though. Jack 6 deuce rainbow. Defends and checks.
You can see, Ali, that we're working with such small margins here. You know, this is just a min raise and a call, and the pot is 330,000. Dimitar only with 310 back.
$60.
Little 60K sprinkle here as Adrian gently tries to usher Donchev into the muck. Just given that he isn't exactly cooking with gas.
Yeah, but getting a hell of a price to float, but we just don't have many chips to work with here. You know, we're just king 10 off. I don't think Donchev would peel one, but with those clubs to consider as well. It's really tricky too, because let's just say if your opponent is bluffing, well, his quote-unquote bluffs can also be, you know, king-queen, ace-king, ace-10, hands that are dominating yours.
Hence the muck. Donchev not looking for reasons to complicate affairs when every one of his remaining chips is oh so precious, and even that much more so after having lost 3 total big blinds in that last hand. A look at Shan Chao Shen, first ever Triton Super High Roller. Did not cash in event number 2. Here he is in the money in event 3.
Orpin a little more chips to work with after that shove and take, but too early position for the Queen 10.
King 9 suited for the chip leader.
And as you alluded to, the kind of chips that can just shove into these 3 10-ish big blind stacks. And Donchev only 5 behind in the small. Let's let it go.
That's the guy on the playground you're not really looking to pick a fight with for the time being.
Wow. You've been playing with a missing card.
Oh, no wonder I keep getting bad hands.
Wow.
Oh.
What's this?
That's very, very bad design.
No matter.
Yeah.
And while we pause to replace the deck, we remind you that our partners over at GG Poker are offering $50 Global Millions tickets as long as you deposit a minimum of 20 bucks. All you got to do is be a new player and sign up using the promo code Triton_2024. And that'll get you involved. And you want to be in that ecosystem because it's the only one in which you can officially qualify for Triton events. Head on over. Get your feet wet today at GG Poker. Speaking of getting your feet wet, yesterday I walked Ras down the Mochaccino streets courtesy of our baristas here. Griff, I don't know if you're feeling a little bit of morning grog or afternoon grog for that matter, but I could sort you out if you too would like a caffeine and sugar bomb to start your day.
Oh, that sounds great. I would love that.
Looking to get involved, are you?
Oh, I'm very much looking to get involved in some of that.
I'm your Huckleberry. Not sure Orpin's looking to get involved. 10-3 offsuit.
And I wonder, yeah, so this is very, very wise from Orpin, I think, here. Wise wizard of a move here. Just, you know, hoping for an elimination at another table so that you get the redraw and then you don't get hit with the big blind. So it was worth a time bank chip. And Dylan Lind, I think, maybe of the same mind.
Yeah, these pauses are not tethered to some strange aneurysm that's befallen the field with hands that sort of find their own way to the muck.
All in.
Mateos asking questions of Shen. No answers available with 9-6 off, of course.
You might still able to catch up. Let's see. You never know.
Tails
Play one more hand.
at an
Yeah, it
absolutely
happened to me before. I burned like 4
bang
times.
up
Redraw
Jeju.
now, yeah.
All it took was 2 cashes, but a title in this very event for 1.175, and then a 3rd place in the 40K Mystery Bounty, which is the event that's getting underway here today. 381 dimes for that effort. Marks left on the Jeju Festival by El Conquistador, who sits 3rd in chips, 13 bigs. He and Orpin trailing behind Watson here. Early goings. Shout out to all of you who are joining us live and direct, whether it's on the Triton Poker Plus app, on Twitch, where we usher you, suggest you, click the follow button, and then of course if you're watching on YouTube, we demand that you hit the like button and the subscribe button. Otherwise, Griffin, who has anger management issues, does have a list of all your addresses. He will be paying you a visit. This is part of why we brought him on this time around. He's the muscle. So I'd hate to see something bad happen to you, kid.
And we're
Click the button.
specifically talking about you, Paul.
Some random guy is so nervous out there right now. No, but in all seriousness, love to have you with us. And it looks like we've got some seriousness developing perhaps at one of our outer tables here. Chidwick is limped in from the small. David Jan in the big, yet to act. Raise and take. Wasn't that serious. Good to see they can still be friends after that.
Yeah, those two have been playing against each other for better part of a decade, maybe longer.
Producer James advising that we're here not because we thought that the Chidwick Janhan was going to somehow be explosive, but rather that they are catching up in a soft hand-for-hand portion of the program. No softness to Hossein and San.
Always enjoy
Raising.
the flashy ways that Hossein, in his fashion.
Are you referring to the Philip Plein shirt
Is that what that is?
beneath
Yeah,
the
I just, you know.
bedazzled skull?
Yeah.
That's Plein's finest.
Nice.
He's German, though. You know what I mean? That's home turf
Yeah.
threads. Looks like some empty racks are being distributed by Sonny and the gang. That would suggest that perhaps we've lost a player. In the app, it is showing indeed 24 remaining. And who is the unlucky individual? Stanley Choi of Hong Kong. Out of here. Choi, I guess, got it all in the small blind over the top of David Yan before we joined that outer table. Chidwick, a 3-better. Yan got out of the way. Choi had King-Queen up against Ace-King and never found any help. Turn did give him a heart flush draw with the King of Hearts, which was live, but in the end, it is he who bows out.
Stanley responsible for one of the best bluffs we saw at the feature tables yesterday.
Oh, he can do
in
it.
this very event.
Make no mistake.
That three-way river bluff was very, very impressive yesterday with the ace-5 of diamonds.
Got one in progress here. Looks like pre-flop Kiatley was the raiser, to be expected given the big stack. Saliba defended his big blind to the flop of 9-4 deuce with a couple of spades. Saliba would then check raise an 80K c-bet to 230,000. Kiat made the call, and the Queen of Hearts has been produced on the turn. Saliba has slowed down, and Kiat now resumes accelerator pedal. Depression, 150K.
Yeah, into quite a big pot. I mean, this check raise was to 230 on the flop, so just 150 into, you know, quite a significant stack in the middle. And Saliba, you would think maybe that check raise represented a give up some of the time, but instead has check called with that great price.
Jack on the river. Saliba checking once more.
Saliba just 605,000 behind.
All of it is asked for. He's made relatively significant investments to this point, by the way. 120 pre, 230 post, another 150 on the turn. That's $500,000. Almost half of his stack.
And again, I know you can only see a sliver of that board, but the actual flop was 4-9 deuce 2 spades, and the Queen of Hearts, Jack of Diamonds. So spades have missed. You know, wheel draws on that 9-4 deuce have missed. Once again, Saliba check raising this dryish low flop and then getting 2 overcards. Could this be a 9 for Justin Saliba, where he was prepared to play for stacks, his short stack on the flop, decided to slow down on the queen turn, and now another overcard? Perhaps it was a 2x of spades.
Unclear, as Saliba does end up folding. Deep wounds. Rich get richer situation there. But the chip leader coming into the day, Kiat Lee, who both of us seem to recall having Stone Money Bubbled event #1.
Yes, we both had that shared memory. Unless it's a Mandela effect, as they call it.
The Mandela effect.
You don't know about this?
I don't.
Trust me, the chat will know about it. We can get into it.
Okay.
But this is the feature table chip counts.
Yep. We are going to step aside for just about 4 minutes as the redraw is conducted, but don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of the 30K 8-Max. Event #3 from Montenegro comes your way in just a few.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR.EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR.EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
And we're back from the Maestral Hotel, Resort, and Casino with continuing coverage of event number 3 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. Ali Najad, Griffin Benger, and 24 remaining hopefuls, all of whom are in the money and on a modest pay ladder of $4,600. There are your 3 remaining tables. Full glimpse brought to you by BetACR.EU. Biggest stack in the room. Well, you can see it right there. Kiat Lee, a whopping 108 big blinds as we play 30-60. Ding Biao Mayer, along with Stephen Chidwick, the 2 other tables. Chidwick with a bit of a tighter affair with Watson, just a couple of bigs shy of him at the outer.
Shout out to the graphics team. I like this one. This is the 3-table thing. It's nice and clean. The color scheme.
Feature front and center. What are you trying to get on the Christmas list, Griff? What's going on over here? You working angles I don't know about?
No.
What's
Look
happening?
at it. It's just everything's so perfect. Oh, did you see that? See how he pulled away?
Oh my. There's definitely, you need a favor out of someone in the graphics department. I know it.
Saw one of them with a Nintendo Switch. I want to borrow, you know.
You can just buy them on eBay, man. You know. Jack 10. Ding Biao. Activating. We'll presume some higher VPIPs will be coming from the bigger stacks in the room. Fedor. Couple of 7s.
20 big blinds on the dot for Fedor Holtz here. Gonna recognize that this is quite a bit too risky to play as a shove against the early position open of Ding Biao, so going to play this as a call.
1-7, busy elsewhere, and the big blind of Dylan Weissman with an ace tucked behind it.
Yeah, good read with the ace-7 there. Your hand is not doing well against these 2 ranges, both pretty strong.
Jack and a 10 on the board. Fedor with the under pair and the dummy end of a gutter. 390K pot. Plenty of texture that I presume Ding is going to want to protect against.
Yeah, Fedor doesn't even have the diamond as backup here. Just drawing to that 9 or 7. And won't have a lot of reasons to continue against a bet, but Ding electing to check. I would imagine with the intention of check raising here. Let your opponent do the betting.
This is board texture that is supposed to be smashing Fedor's flat calling
Exactly.
pre-flop range.
Yeah.
So the 100K C bet from Fedor, who knows Ding is well aware of that fact. So if indeed, as you suspect, Griff, the check raise does come in, it looks even stronger than the C bet would.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Fedor's trying to clear out some equity, you know, when Ding has something like ace 5 of clubs.
350.
But he's realizing now he's actually up against the portion of Ding Viao's range that would play this as a check raise, which as you alluded to, is very strong. Things like 2-pair sets over pairs, you know, massive combo draws like an ace-queen of diamonds.
Well, it certainly isn't by accident that Ding Biao landed on one of the deeper stacks in the room. Man is a player. Member of the Chinese delegation who rolled so deep in Jeju, obvious geographic advantages in terms of proximity to the mainland, but also freedom of travel into Jeju in particular rather, is another reason why we had some record-breaking fields out there. Over 300 entries at one point in one of our prelim events. Staggering. For Ding, a couple of titles. This is going to be his 18th career Triton cash. Closing in on $7.5 million in career Triton earnings. Did finish 4th in the 25K GG Millions Live for $341,000. Let's not forget that. This festival is off to a great start for him. Apparently lunch is off to a great start as well. He's deep into that dish.
Going to be an easy shove, I think, here for Punat Punsri.
Queen
of
Jack
diamonds.
suited.
Yeah.
Fedor chewing on King 10 of spades, but flicks it. Punsri keeping 65,000 back in case of emergency. Baby suited ace. No considerations for Weissman. So crucial pickups for the lean stacks, these blinds and antes, allowing us to keep our heads above water. Breaking news in the booth. Griffin,
Yeah.
I brought for you
Let's do it.
a Montenegrin mochaccino. And I say that because I believe it is Hershey syrup that's been employed to bring the chocolate portion of the program to the build. Now, I'm no, like, Java savant, right? I don't really do the coffee when we're not here. But my understanding is it's hot chocolate and coffee a mocha make. So I don't know where the Hershey syrup, and maybe, you know, maybe there's an embargo on hot chocolate out here. Not
So
sure.
it's a Hershey's Mocha Negro.
Okay, sure. I can get behind that. Although, you know, it's kind of like with Kleenex. It's just a tissue. But you said Hershey's. You can just say chocolate syrup here.
Right.
But, you know, maybe we got some branding deals in the works. Planting some seeds. Lord knows I've already made it so plenty of people will never sponsor the show just based on, like, EasyJet's drawn dead. Ryanair. We're never getting them.
It's like
Moneymaker.
5.5.
Ace 7 suited. Has himself problems here. Ace, Jack of spades. Dylan Weissman. 1.3 deep. Looking up at the tournament clock to get his bearings. There he can find the time remaining on the level, average stack size, payout.
is, and perhaps feeling like there's no need to put in all 1.3 million. Oh, wow, and gonna get a good reason for not putting it all in. The problem is, Demir, with only 920,000, you've already put in 525 if you're Dylan. Oh, this is just brutal.
And the other thing about it is it could look still, even though it's strong, slightly squeezy. Ace-Jack suited, though, it's kind of not as cuspy once the Jugralin jam comes in.
Yeah, I mean, this ISO is just...
It's a
can't
gross
be,
feeling.
Yeah, it just can't be ace-10, right? Yeah, maybe it can be nines.
40 something.
Yeah, best case scenario,
Yeah.
an underpair, and not by much, one would expect.
Yeah, maybe one notch.
Right. And by the way, if you think, you know, Weissman's having indigestion, consider moneymaker here. Weissman does end up making a call one way or another. He was destined to give Jugralin a spin on the side.
I agree with heart. Not spades.
Can't do hearts for you. Spades.
My favorite color is heart.
Well, Jugralin appears to be rooting for moneymaker more so than Weissman. The reasons are obvious. Queen 9-3, aces with a lock on things.
10?
Although that's not a real fair characterization. 91% is not 100.
Oh, heart
10
is
hearts.
And this is why we don't call it a lock.
I'm pre-rolling.
Ace-Jack draws dead on the side. Jugralin knows it, says he's free rolling. Can money find the backdoor flush? No.
Sorry. GG.
So second straight cash for Chris Moneymaker coming off of that Event 1 victory.
Yeah, and why not just keep running it up? I don't know what Chris Moneymaker's designs were for this Triton series, but 2 for 2, I mean,
It's too much.
Yeah.
why not play the 40K Mystery Bounty? Why not keep on going? And, you know, he's going to have every reason to with the confidence he's been building.
45, I think.
And I believe that Event 2 maybe made it so that he, or Event 1 victory, the day 2 ran long enough, made it so that he wasn't able to register
Very well.
No, as
day
I
1
understand,
of
no,
event
he-
number
yeah,
2.
He brought
so
it up yesterday that he didn't play event 2, so
yeah, that's why he
perfect,
skipped it.
perfect so far.
What a delightful pickup there for Jugralin. It's going to send him up the leaderboard in healthy fashion. 2.5 million in front of him. Different fate for Weissman, who now has just 6 bigs. Demir playing under the Kazakh banner. First paid us a visit in 2022 in Cyprus. Didn't cash in a couple of attempts, then found a cash. Going 1 for 5 at our next Cyprus stop. Played a reasonable slate in Jeju, had a final table in the 20K 8 max. Finished 9th in the 50K turbo bounty. Played event number 1 here, did not cash. Sat out event number 2 and now looking to make a deeper run than he already has here in event number 3.
So, Ali, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I just...
Don't do it then. I'm just kidding, go ahead.
It's just out of curiosity, and you can even just guess. You know, this isn't something that you necessarily
Chances are I'm
should
not
know.
going to know the answer,
And-
so
and
that's
I'm
what
sure
I'll
we
do.
can find out later, but my question is, if you had to guess, or if you know, what is the most amount of cash as a single player has had at a series?
Oh, at a series. That's interesting. I thought you were going to say all time, and I know it's over 30. And given that 30 is the most cashes all time, at a single series, I'm guessing...
Probably be something like 8?
I don't think we have 8.
No.
I would say 6, maybe 7. In fact, I would take the under on 7. Really? You've seen an 8 cash festival?
Not 8, but I feel like I've looked at a bunch of 6s. Like I'll click on Brian Kim's name and see he cashed 6 times in JJ,
Yeah.
whatever it is, you know. So I'm just wondering. Yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
tried to stop
the
you.
information is out there. And
Well,
we'll
club
look
on
if we
club
get it.
violence here.
No, he didn't
As
see. I think.
Griffin will dive deep into the app in search of his answers, since it'll do better than I will in this spot. And Ace-Jack, of course,
30.
doing better than Queen 10.
40, yeah.
This is a good way for me to really get accustomed to the app too, you know, get motivated.
Note, by the way, that Dylan effectively
Oh, wow, yeah.
moved in here for this 500,000. Ding looks like he's just threatening to put the rest in right away. And of course, Dylan is going to be thrilled. And when you hear flush draw, you hate it.
Oh, poor Dylan.
Also
Always affable. Real sweet guy. Known him for many years.
I'll tell you what, if there was some way that I could bottle whatever it is that courses through his veins and allows him to really make the best of any situation whatsoever,
Yeah.
I would go with that transfusion. Name your price.
I think they're going to give him the queen.
Big game, Dylan.
GG.
No, sir. So Sporting,
Now I have a good question.
salutation of good luck offered up by Dylan.
On the final table, yeah.
But unfortunately, his run
New time
will
banks
come
give
to an end.
only at the final table.
Yeah. I'll trade you
Modest pay ladder realized.
for like one stack.
Maybe 16.
A blue.
Again.
I'll trade you 2 for like
As part of the $50,800
stack of blue.
bump.
Only given one.
Yeah.
Moneymaker also collecting that figure. Radzikowski actually out in 24th for 46,200 is what brought us to this current payout band. Roll call in the chat. Where are you watching from, streaming from? What are you doing?
Except Paul, we know where you are.
Paul, the fictitious Paul.
Yeah. So Dylan Weissman not doing great for chips here with 360,000. Unfortunate to run into the aces of this man right here. He's finding a spot to open. Demir now all the way up to third in chips behind just Ding Biao and Kiat Lee. Kind of too bad that you are stuck with Ding on your direct left when you're supposed to be one of the chip leaders, but that is his burden. But gets Ding to fold here, and now it's on Ensign with the kings.
Measuring out a battalion from a limited platoon of 695 to the front lines goes 450.
You play like 800.
Yeah, not quite 800, as Demir asks, is that what you're playing, 800? More like 700. And that makes this a little bit closer than it would be if it was 13, 14 bigs, but 12 is still going to be too much for ace-8, a very tight range there. Hossein should have. You know, it's interesting watching Hossein Ensign play in these super high roller type events, because my exposure to Ensign has been him really freewheeling, you know, at the World Series and other events to incredible success, sort of playing very feel-based and just, you know, beating up on, I guess, lesser players. But here you can see, and of course I'm sure his game has evolved a lot in the last many years, but against these high rollers playing a lot more composed, not getting too out of line, and really finding a way to bob and weave to great success.
I, for one, I'm always particularly impressed when players who have won the World Series of Poker main event, truly the Everest of poker in terms of just sheer absurdity of the accomplishment, continue to seek further opportunities to challenge themselves and prove themselves, right? Because you would think it's a mic drop sort of thing, and yet Espen Jorstad's out here at Triton, Hossein is out here, you saw Moneymaker win event number 1, and, you know, Moneymaker, 20-some-odd years, 21 years removed. This is remarkable, because the game has changed a lot over that period of time.
Yeah, definitely.
He's not up to the same tricks that won him that main, that's for sure.
350.
All in.
Punsri, small blind, got after it. Fedor snap asks for the last 45,000. Ace King for Fedor. Punsri has not yet made the call here, Griff. What? Waiting maybe a possible pay jump in a non-hand for hand portion of the program here?
Yep.
I mean,
It has to be. Only one. Looks like he has finally called it off now.
yeah, I saw some chips in his hand, so but those are time banks, maybe? No, what's going on? No, I don't think.
So this.
Is he on his back? Yeah, okay. He
Oh,
said
oh.
call, but the rest hasn't been put in, I suppose. So Ace King in front on the flop. On the turn, Punat does pick up added outs, courtesy of this gut shot.
Big game. Big game.
But it is Fedor who hits the river. Yeah, the chips in his hand were just being held back in spite of the fact that he had declared call. So that will do it for Punat Punsri.
That's nice. They let him shuffle them.
Yeah.
I feel like that wouldn't fly. You know, but that's a nice little touch here, Triton. It's like, let me shove a couple chips, okay? We all know I'm all in.
Stress reliever.
Yeah.
I'm not sure relief is the feeling after being showered.
Yeah.
In 21st, not long after Dylan Lin, but back in the saddle,
Go next.
Punsri will go.
Yeah.
Mystery bounty on tap for him, I would imagine.
Yeah, and life's pretty good for Punsri right now, winning the 50K in
Yeah.
Jeju for a little over $2 million.
Yes,
so
sir.
been playing well.
So in that spot,
Was victim of that brutal three-way all-in yesterday with the pocket aces against Badziakovsky, where the queen spiked a queen. That would have given him the chip lead in the middle of day one. And sometimes that's, you know, to the fact that he stuck around and still managed to finish top 25 is pretty impressive.
Griff, I do want to give you credit because just when I thought that we had exhausted all available iterations of Mikita's last name, you've come with one that the booth has not yet
What did I say?
expressed. Kofsky.
210.
Did I?
Yeah, like more like Tchaikovsky, but it's Kowski as I've come to learn. I used to say Kuski. I've since thrown in the towel on that. Credit Henry Kilbane for sticking with Kowski.
Just got to go with Nikita for me. I'm going to mess it up.
That, you know, speaking of things getting messed up, ace-10 for Hossein, facing an open from Weissman, which is a bit of a declaration.
365, I believe, is what I started with.
210 of 360 has been sent forward. Now, Hossein does cover. Obviously, did pick up some tokens courtesy of that 3-bet and take it with the kings moments ago. But does he want to get involved here?
I think probably, yeah. You know, the problem is, yeah, even though we can see that he happens to be dominated in this case, Wiseman is just all in here with 5, 6 big blinds. He's going to have any ace. He's going to have, you know, king 10, queen 10, maybe jack 10 suited, these type of hands. So many of your ace, so many hands your ace 10 dominates that you kind of need to just put this in. And you can see how disappointed Ensign is. Like, really? You have ace queen here? Like,
So the Hossein jam spins the wheel for Weissman. He comes up on the better end of things as he was before the flop. 964, 870 in the middle. Oh no, the 10 on the turn, and you see the immediate physical impact on Weissman, who takes things in stride and is not drawing dead. But no queen on the river as he wraps the table.
sometimes lucky, sometimes unlucky.
And San knows
Schluss.
everybody's been on both ends of those ones.
I didn't want to say anything, but I was about 85% at
Showers for Dylan.
Yeah.
Does manage to collect roughly an extra $5,000 given that Punsri busted just before him. We're on the $55,400 payouts. Weissman out in 20th. 19 now remain.
Did you win?
yeah, just the, you know, the way things work here, right?
We were so focused on
Positions were
on the decision
reversed
of the
here, and
outcome.
Ensign had ace queen, and Weissman had ace 10. Weissman would have got lucky.
If you win on the board, it's annoying, and if you lose, it was
Funniest thing
great.
about this game.
Great fun.
So much skill.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Dylan's
like
cracking
being
up
there.
right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
He's just laughing so hard.
Oh, I just thought to do this.
Figure of speech, of course, but yeah, it's gnarly out there sometimes.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. So Saliba, 8 bigs. The shorty here, sub 500K in front of him with the blinds at 30 and 60,000. Ding Biao. Just about a 3-2 lead over Demir Jugralin, who enjoyed a triple and cheese earlier. Chip counts there brought to you by GTO Wizard. Griff, you need me to put a nipple on that mochaccino for you? I mean, You're gonna nurse that thing, or what's going on?
I don't know. I'm just
I was gonna
enjoying
put it in
so
an
much.
IV bag, honestly, because that's generally speaking the faster effect. But you know, I suppose if you
Oh, it's delicious.
want to enjoy it drip
Think,
by
yeah,
drip.
59 big blinds. Demir, he's got 40 here.
Yeah, subject change. Griff can't handle his mochachinos.
Fedor, 23 big blinds, 1.375. Saliba, finding a way to survive. I really would have loved to have found out what he had on that 9-4 use hand against our massive chip leader, Kiat Lee.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
Out, that would be really.
No, by the way, what he's managed to accomplish by virtue of folding a number of different pay ladders. On the right side of the redraw, outer table action in progress here. This one was a Rezai small blind limp. Check back from Mike Watson pre-flop. Jack 9-6-2 diamonds on that flop. Rezai checked, Watson bet 60. Daniel would flat. The turn produced 2 tones, courtesy of the 3 of spades. Rezai checked, Watson bet 240K. Again, Daniel made the call. Here we are at the river. Believe action is on Rezai. It may not be. Watson looking over. Perhaps it's been checked over. Yes, I'm being told action is on Mike Watson. He'll check back. What do we have? Is this an ace-7? An ace-6 being shown by Rezai. That was bottom pair on the flop, unimproved. And for Watson, queen-jack, top pair on the flop, unimproved, but improvements weren't needed. So Mike absorbs some tokens.
3 players on this table with effectively the same stack in 1.6 million or 27 big blinds. Michael Watson, Stephen Chidwick, and Leon Sturm.
This strikes me as an ill-placed pillar, as you see Patrick doing what Patrick does best, and that's really incinerating just protein. Never bet the don't on whether or not he's chewing. Okay, so what do we have here as we go to the flop? This was a raise to 180,000 by Mateos. A Donchev all in. Kiat Lee flatted. Mateos was in there for the rest. He left 5K back. 9-3-5-9 queen the run out. Mateos pocket 8s. Donchev had ace king.
Again, what happened here is there was 2 very, very short players, both in for about 2 and 3 big blinds. So Kiat Lee, you know, just called with that 8-6, and it looks like the pocket 8s are going to win it all. But Danchev, with 1 more big blind than Mateos, was able to sort of double that 1 big blind through Kiat Lee. So, you know, the only thing that really changed is a clean, I guess, almost triple up for Adrian Mateos.
El Conquistador. Always dangerous, and now slightly more armed. Jugrelin, pocket 10s. Min raise here at the 40-80 level. Saliba deliberating with the ace-8 suited from the small blind.
Quite a difficult spot here for Justin Saliba. Making this shove, hoping the pretty chipped up Demir might just be raising something like a king-jack. Maybe even some raise folds for 8-9 big blinds, but this isn't the case. Yeah, actually at 40-80 here, recognized no fold equity, and just ran into part of the top of his range. Bad start for the American.
Yeah, Justin decided now was the time. This board doesn't help. The turn doesn't either. And he hunts one of 2 aces. as the ace of spades would do him no good. 1.13 million in the middle, and the flush in the end for Jugralin.
Mystery 40K is nice tournament.
Yeah.
It's nice one.
Yeah, thank
Have fun
GG,
playing
bro.
the next one.
GG.
Hossein with a conciliatory advisory that the 40K Mystery Bounty is a nice tournament. And obviously, that's the only tournament that Saliba will be playing on the day now that he's out of this one. It almost felt like a needle, but he's so pure of heart, it wasn't.
No, I definitely wasn't a needle, and
Yeah, it
you can
depends
see
how
how the
many
rest of the
people-
table,
I wouldn't
Federal
say we're
Holtz and
trying,
stuff, were
but
agreeing.
I think
It's a really fun tournament, right? The 40K Mystery Bounty. It's like
how much is
these
it?
players are almost lamenting that they're kind of deep in this, and shorts. They're like, oh, because, you know, it's a nice silver lining to play the 40K Mystery Bounty.
One more hand?
One more hand here, and then I can update the clock. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the good news is for everybody who's not able to get their feet wet on day one of that mystery bounty is you can't collect any bounties on day one, so there's no opportunity cost in that respect. Only on day two do we start earning envelopes.
So like 150?
Touche.
I think it's also, then it gets different. Then you have to, you know, go somewhere, like have to like actually. Actually, I think it's different. Than
100.
there will be some struggle with that as well. I think, so. I think that's why. Yeah, maybe not. That's right.
You never know with these things.
Endlich spiele ich mit Mr. Holz selber Tisch.
Ja, später.
Das ist,
Finaltisch.
das ist doch Finaltisch, fast.
Fast, ja.
Ja.
Das stimmt.
Das ist eine große Ehre.
Ja, schön ist es. And with you?
You plan on continuing to live in Vienna?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few reasons that might make it.
16 left is redraw again.
How's the incubator? Is that still a thing or no? The incubator on a boat? That was such a cool idea.
Yeah, that's actually something I pursued for quite a bit, but it was a very political thing.
Sure, yeah.
Because the guy who owned the boat, he really pissed off the local government.
That's not ideal.
Yeah, and so they were suing each other for a few years.
Oh no.
This one?
And so my idea was to like buy him out and then solve it with them. He didn't want
Hossein
to
and Son, King Queen suited.
Oh, so it didn't get off the ground.
16.
Announces 160.
1, 2.
After giving us a glimpse of his multilingual skills. Actually had the opportunity on the terrace here at the hotel to enjoy dinner with him a couple of nights ago. And we spoke Farsi throughout, and a number of people's eyebrows were raised. They're like, wait, Ali, what? I'm like, yeah, guys. There he was speaking German with Fedor. He does live outside of the
you could still do it in
Cologne
a
area.
regular building.
I did plan that. I had the rental contract ready to sign in March of 2020, and then COVID happened.
Yeah.
And then I was
And
also
just
after
his
that,
second
it was
Triton
like
series
a year or like 9
went
months of
1 for 5 in Cyprus.
maybe next month.
Right.
Maybe, then
And
I was,
so far
okay,
is
let's
1 for 2, having cashed the GG Millions in 13th place for a little over 67,000.
Maybe revisit it.
Paddling downstream on the festival thus far. Ding
It was
Biao
also a bit annoying because
books a ticket to the flop with
it
a6.
was quite a large
8-4-3.
investment and I would have done about
Neither player
50% of it.
connecting.
But then for a project like this, it wasn't really like, it was for profit, but not really. Like I was planning for it to not lose much, but it wasn't
King
like
checks
I
over.
wanna scale it this way. So there was always a little bit of a struggle between like, you know, people investing money with like, semi of an intention to like, So my idea is more to do it again at a point when I can just do it myself and don't have to worry about
165K. The bet from Ensan.
renovate it and then not have to let it rest too.
And San really hoping for a fold here. Not going to be able to deal with any post-flop pressure. But yeah, it looks like Ding, even recognizing he might have the best hand here, it's just difficult to play this hand on future streets.
It's like people will pay rent.
Ding agrees as he lays that one down.
Right, the most basic level.
Well, we here at the Triton Super High Roller Series are incredibly excited to announce our arrival on Pluto TV, which means you can stream our content and coverage from all of our festivals throughout our entire catalog of coverage over many years now of the Triton Super High Roller Series, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Download the Pluto app to your streaming device, to your smart TV, to your phone, and get involved. In between festivals,
UTG Open.
catch up on everything you missed.
Stack, half 10 jack, diamond.
Do a little homework, a little scouting, and then come down here and give them hell. Maybe even.
5-6 in diamonds. Check behind. Turn queen in diamonds. Check.
But it's
Bet.
just more the overall
Raise.
thing that it all.
River shop.
Because you probably
Has ace 9 in
say,
diamonds. Shop.
if you
Jack 10 in diamonds. Easy.
I like the idea of some kid out there in his early 20s has been studying all the streams, ready to come one day and battle with the best.
Do we have a minimum age? Can you be 18 and play a Triton? I'm not sure. I suppose the jurisdiction, you know, whatever the laws are on gambling wherever we're playing would kind of govern that. Because there are some places 18 and up.
Correct,
will get you right.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the guys that we're watching as veterans, this man included, certainly began their journeys underage, shall we say. And here's Fedor under-equipped. 8-3 offsuit from the hijack. Is this just a gratuitous pause?
Forge.
Yeah, seems that way. Although Saliba collected the last of the $55,000 400 payouts. 62-3 for the next two busts.
He did have 8-3. He might have forgot what game he was playing.
Oh. Baccarat? No, I'm kidding.
Double down scenario.
You pit player, Griff?
No.
Huh?
No.
Look at me.
No, I can't look at you. You're going to read my soul. No, I'm not.
You never torched a little bit of the roll out there, huh? On the big wheel?
Not a roll to torture.
Little buffalo machine?
No.
I'm not ashamed to tell you, I've burnt through a few chips in the box on occasion.
Couple paychecks. Nice flop here.
Yeah. Couple of suited connectors squaring off. This was a Jugralin button raise to 160,000 and Son. Very reasonable defense.
And Fedor must be feeling good about that 8-3 offsuit fold.
No, there's 24 for the dealer on the board. What are you talking about? They busted. Top pair for Hossein. He checks it over to second pair and the backdoor heart coordination.
Haven't spent really any time there, but
decent amount of hand, by the way, button versus big blind, so one can get behind this Demir follow-through.
That we were looking for, so try it out. See how it goes.
Yeah, this is a scenario where you want to be getting more money in the pot. You're going to have the best top pair as far as kicker is concerned here, pretty much almost always. And Sen, I guess, conceivably could sometimes have king-jack, but never ace-jack. And a lot of hands are going to continue for Ensign. 9x hands, maybe hands like a 7-8 suited, for instance, which is a double gutter. 7-8 offsuit if it decided to continue.
Well, this is a very damp turn after the check call of 125K, and San makes himself top two pair, but Jugralin picks up equity in the form of the open ender.
So My apologies, actually, Ali. I had read these hands backwards. So this is very interesting. Now what Demir is going to be doing with 10-9.
A check back.
Let's take the freebie.
And a blank on the end.
Kind of tough to get value if you're Ensan with this Queen Jack, because you block those top two pairs. Makes it more likely your opponent is stuck on a hand like a 9 when they have a value pair. So really your
395K.
Yeah, the only, I mean, even 10-8 is coming in here. So the only bluffs you're really beating here are going to be hands like 7-8. Not enough combos compared to all the other combos of value. You know, it doesn't need to just be Queen Jack here. This can just be Queen 10. Maybe something like Queen 8 suited, flatting pre-flop, calling the flop, turning a queen. Yeah, good fold.
Respect being given there appropriately.
Yeah. And a nice takedown for Ensan. Really great level, actually, for him.
Really great table presence
on
Hossein. You know what I mean? Just not an easily flapped kind of guy, you know, just out there, operating, doing his thing.
It's the first thing you notice when you see Hossein Ensan on a table. I mean, you know, some of the most incredible big field open victories in poker history. Just a real legend in his own right. And even amongst these, you know, the best in the world, it feels like he belongs.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 hands behind.
The 2-time max before
It was the only hand.
I mean, listen, you're going to have to be doing a few things right to support the Philip Plein habit.
They're not 2 hands ahead.
These aren't cheap shirts, my friend.
5 hands ago.
Okay, because anyone could look it up. Can you just tell me what we're talking about here?
We're talking about that skull shirt.
I know.
What do you think? This is on the clearance rack?
How much? I'm saying. Come on, just tell me how much that shirt is.
I mean, we're talking about like maybe $800 to $1,000.
Wow.
I'm dead serious. They got a few of those boutiques out in Vegas.
I don't even think the suit I bought is that expensive.
You're working Zara? What's going on over here, Griff?
I'm joking.
You in the fast fashion streets?
No, I'm exaggerating.
This is Triton, Griff.
No, I just thought it'd make you look better if we're on together, you know?
Sure. The nobility of it all.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Listen, you've already can tell I'm a suck up, so.
You're all right, bud.
So here we go. Just 5-handed here. Pretty interesting, these short-handed dynamics. Going to be some more jousting.
Fold it around to Ensan's button.
5 seconds.
He folds to Fedor.
Call. Option.
Small blind limp. King Queen for Chidwick.
Raised to 240,000.
Takes us up to 230. That'll do it. How quickly do you make an adjustment, Griffin? If you're in a small blind, you're limping on 1 or 2 occasions, and you get raised on each, and you start to maybe think, okay, I'm going to need to tighten my range if I'm limping, because you perceive that the raises are coming at high frequency. Well, how many data points does it take?
I mean, the thing is that when you're playing against players of this caliber, they're not really coloring outside the lines too much, right? They're really, everyone's kind of playing within a very similar system. So I don't think that Fedor thinks Chidwick's just going to pounce on him every time just because he's been limping and folding. I just think they happens to be getting a range of their hands where that would go down.
All right, looks like we're on another one of these redraw breaks, so we're going to step aside briefly, and when we come back, we'll have two-table action from the Maestral here in Event 3. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
And welcome back to Montenegro for continuing coverage of event number 3, the 30K 8 Max Ali Nejad alongside Griffin Benger, and just 15 remaining as the redraw break has been undertaken. We're not quite done yet. We did lose Seth Davies in 17th place for $62,300. You see it there. That was on the heels of Saliba, and then Donchev right after him, 62.3 collected as well. So a 7K pay jump has been realized by the field, and that field is being led by Kiat Lee, as it was to start the day. $6.5 million in front of him. And just look at the massive gap. It's a 2-to-1 chip lead over Ding Biao.
Yeah, very, very significant. And pretty much what we're used to so far today. It feels like it was exactly like that to start the day. Still is here now that we're really getting down to the nitty-gritty, the final 15 players. We can see there at the bottom, Adrian Mateos and Orpin on fumes. Everyone else, though, pretty healthy considering, you know, everyone over 15 big blinds. So there's going to be a little bit of play, not all just all-ins or folds for more than just a couple of people.
Let's briefly unpack this redraw, by the way, as we see the assembly at our new feature table where Ding Biao does have to tussle with Kiat Lee. They're both at the same table, and that's quite unfortunate for Ding.
Yeah, and frankly, quite unfortunate for the rest of the table. I think these two will really be jockeying for taking down pots, but Lee's going to have a massive advantage and position 2 away. Stuck in between them is the very, very talented New Zealand native David Yan, so he's going to be fun to watch. Fedor, obviously, still a big threat beside Lee, so a pretty exciting feature table here.
Yeah, no question about it. One that we're just about set to send it back down to the arena to lay eyeballs on, as 2 tables do remain in the hunt for our first 7-figure payout thus far here in Montenegro. Our first buy-in above the 25K level, which event number 1 and event number 2 required. 40K mystery bounty underway elsewhere in the room, but there is a look brought to you by GG Poker at the remaining 15 hopefuls. Obviously slightly unbalanced in consideration of that. Mateos at the 8-handed table. You see it there in the foreground. And there is your look at the feature.
And of course, we will be checking in on that secondary table whenever we see some interesting action happening. Not going to let you miss a beat here.
And also for those of you that are looking to keep tabs on that table while we're laying eyes on this feature, need I remind you, the Triton Poker Plus app available to download free of charge on the Google Play Store, on the Apple App Store, is where you can do precisely that, track individual players' chip graphs, hands played, hand histories. You can see the payouts, you can stream us, you can get in the chat. It's all available at your fingertips. On the fingertips of Morten Klein are 2 10s in the face of an open from Fedor Holz's ace-3 offsuit. And he is going to declare all in from this small blind. Jugralin, a quick bin. And Fedor equally as brisk. Nice start on the back of the redraw there for the Norwegian. Klein's resume, $241,000 in career Triton earnings. Some of that picked up courtesy of an 8th place finish in event number 1, $110,500. This will be his 5th career Triton cash. TBD as he continues to scale. Is that a money cat on David Jan's hat? Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
No, please.
In Asian culture, you ever walk into a restaurant and see the cat with the
the paw, yeah,
the paw?
yeah.
You know what I mean? I think this is sort of to summon good fortune
Okay.
and wealth. It may be a misread on my part, but I do feel like it's a money cat hat. Have to chat with Jan about that next time I bump into him. Grolin bows out. Free orbit for Biao.
Big stretch. Get ready for this home stretch.
the way around to Vazai here.
Raised to 160,000.
He folds. Shugralin on the button. Ace 10 off. 160 if you do. Jan 6-9 suited.
Yeah, gonna be happy to peel this. See if you can flop some equity.
Sure.
Yeah, I see.
165.
Queen 7-3. Interaction with the 7 of diamonds. After the extra 80K investment for David, who checks it over to ace high.
Yeah, I think most of the time
120.
David Yen will let Demir just have this, but as you remarked, some consideration with that 7 of diamonds. Maybe you do want to get a little tricky sometimes and mix in some check raises, but perhaps if you're doing it with this hand, maybe you're doing it with a bit too many hands. I don't know. We'll see what the very capable Miss Oracle goes by online.
300.
Comes up with, yep, and does find the check raise. Loving that 7 of diamonds. And you can see, even though, you know, Demir did have a strong hand pre-flop, as we do go to an outer table because Adrian Mateos appears to be all in.
That he does. And this all in from the small blind was called by Mike Watson, and it has placed Mateos on his feet as the king-queen of Sir Watts flopped the Broadway draw and second pair on an ace-queen-jack board, where Mateos was not hunting a 10, but instead a king, unable to find it as the board ran out 7-3. And a walkout of the room for El Conquistador as the path to victory, and this one just got that much easier. So Mateos showered in 15th, 69,300 going to him, 14 remaining. A pay jump of $7,000 if you can make the top 13.
And important to note, I know we just popped away from it mid-hand, the very interesting small check raise from David Yan was successful against that ace-10, and that's part of what makes it so you know, tough to play against, is even when you do have a hand like ace-10 high that is, you know, it's probably going to be the best hand some of the time. You have the backdoor 10 of spades. It still can't really handle that pressure. So it's a cool insight into what David does so well.
Ding Biao, 9-6 offsuit on the button. Does lay it down. David limps the queen 5. Kiat says, let's go. Mercifully, given the fact that he's got north of 6 million in front of him. Ace, king, 9. Jan checks it over. Both parties unimproved. Kiat can obviously afford to sprinkle. Chooses not to, and now turns. A two-way straight draw. Jack would be bad news for obvious reasons, given Jan holds the queen.
Yeah, one of the best cards, or I would say better cards in the deck for Kiat Lee. I guess a 6 would be the one that you'd really want, or a pair. Doesn't want to start attacking though. Is going to understand that David Yan is going to have a fair bit of check calls on this turn from even as weak as Queen 5. So let's just take this free card, try to hit that 6 on the river.
That river is a board pairing king.
Oh wow, Kiat's going to go for it here.
By the way, the value of queen high isn't necessarily something that we would be overstating, given the action and this board.
So the story that Lee is trying to tell with this small bet is I have a 9 or a 10, and I want value from your queen high or jack high hands. Because that's what David Yan is effectively saying he has. Or like an under pair pre-flop, pardon me, something like pocket sixes. And that's why this bet is so effective, that even though it is a minimum bet, it doesn't really feel like an 8 high bluff, right? It just feels like he's trying to get a little value from Yan. 2 nice bluffs in a row. Between, you know, one from Yan, one from Kiat.
Each in turn, flexing here at this feature. Everybody grinding the Triton Poker Plus app, presumably, in between these hands, just trying to keep fingers on the pulse.
$160.
$160K open from Razai. Fedor, big blind 10-8. Flicks it.
And pretty short is Fedor Holtz, so this could be real trouble. The 10 comes on the board.
King 9-3, 10 free board texture as Razai dominated. Fedor, pre-flop, still in the lead post. What seems like it should play out uneventfully. Little C-bet inbound. 120. That'll end matters. Round and round we go. In search of the final table for the time being, as the payouts are growing. $1 million plus awaiting the eventual champion here in the 30K. Ace 6 awaits orders. And David issuing a pink slip. Kiat showing mercy to the blinds. Fedor, ace 8 in the small. Peek up at the clock.
925.
Yeah, gonna be a nice little shove here.
Is it 925?
Yeah.
925.
Shipment from the German. Well, something's piqued Razai's interest.
Maybe a king.
Oh, he
jack.
flicks a call in there. What do we have? Pocket threes, is it? Yes. That's a hand that's had some violent encounters thus far here at this festival. Might we see bloodshed here? Razai, the covering stack. Fedor, 2 overs. 47% equity, in need of some help. 6 immediate outs, and now the set of threes.
Woof.
On the flop. The incline grows quite large, but as always, Calls of it's never easy, perhaps. Queen rolling off, any 9, any king, as you go from drawn dead to an 8-outer.
Good luck.
And instead, it is 3s full for Rezai. Fedor immediately issues good luck on his feet. And over to the payouts desk.
And then might be right into that mystery bounty.
Sure.
The way he was showing enthusiasm for it earlier.
Sure.
我也不知道，33跟不跟？你跟不跟？你跟不跟？他的马俩，他俩马一样，他俩马一样吗？刚才？差多一点。多不了多少。
And Daniel Rezai up to near 3 million now.
How about it, huh?
That's going to be good for third and chips here, with just 13 players remaining.
Well, that'll give us a moment to remind you guys that if you want to beat the best and crush the rest, the one place to put in that effort is with the #1 app for poker players, GTO Wizard, where you can transform your game in just 5 minutes a day, courtesy of one of so many quizzes and exercises that are available. Truly is the most sophisticated poker solver in the industry. Try it now at gtowizard.com and get free access to all features for the first 24 hours.
What do you mean?
You're just crazy. What do you mean?
What do you mean crazy?
I know your English is good, you know what I mean.
Are you holding this track? I'm a shot that player. Shot that usually happens this year.
Michael Watson on the outer table.
Almost, no?
Now up to second place with 3.8. As we go check in on his table, there he is in the white hat. There's Enson. That looks like a lot of units. Or maybe he's just polishing his stack there. I thought he was about to ship him in.
Oh, no, it looks like the all-in has been declared, though, by Orpin Kisachikoglu.
That's going to be 680,000.
Yeah, and Orpin is the short stack of the table with just 7 blinds. So,
yeah, this was an under-the-gun jam to 680,000. Leon Sturm direct left is going to make the call. That screams strength.
Yeah, is going to have some call folds, maybe something like an ace-10.
Promptly out of the way is the remainder of the field. King 10 for Orpin and for Sturm, as suspected. Strength indeed. Pocket aces. Can Orpin get himself a sweat? Queen 6-3 not offering any for the time being, as added chips are pushed forward, and on the turn he draws dead. So that'll do it for the Turk. Kisachikoglu on his feet, dispatched by young Leon Sturm. He'll collect $76,300, courtesy of a 13th place finish, as 2 tables of 6 will rock on.
And we are left with the dirty dozen. There goes Orpin to get his cash out.
Usually, yes, yeah.
Back at the feature, David Jan gets some chips out, plunks them forward, north of the minimum. 200 to skate, ace-10 suited. Rezai takes an interest.
Yeah, one blue. Thank you.
From the small.
Got to make sure you realize a hand like ace-10 of spades here, whether it's in the form of shoving for the 25 effective, feels maybe a bit loose, or just calling. You really don't want to be 3-betting because you don't want to be 3-bet folding. But is going to find a 3-bet. No, oh, my bad. Sorry, I've miscalculated the chips.
In an alternate dimension, perhaps.
Yeah.
In this one, though, it is the flat and pocket kings for Morton Klein.
Yeah, in my head, those were 100Ks.
You know, these flats a lot of times can adulterate perceptions with respect to incoming 3-bets from the big because you're not sure what quotient of this is squeezing opportunism, what quotient of it is just raw hand strength.
I agree, but I also think that, I mean, I can't, you know, speak for what Daniel's thinking once Morton puts in more chips here, but is Morton going to look down at ace 8 suited and think this is a good spot to shove? Probably not. Is he even going to look down at king jack suited or king queen off and shove? I don't know. You have to work within, you know, what you think your opponent is, you know, what their range is. And
Yeah,
I think
I mean,
that this is going to be pretty tight for Morton in particular.
And how does the ace 10 suited perform against said range is one of the other considerations. Razai, not a lot of hesitation. Didn't chew on it long whatsoever. Makes the call, covering stack, and will play for 3.3. This was another 1.3 million required, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by the snap call from Daniel Razai. I think it's certainly a spot worthy of consideration, and perhaps he does need to call close to half the time, but doing it that quickly, and you know, it helps when you have 3 million, I suppose.
Well, what Razai is going to need is an ace on this 8-high flop, board pairing turn. Klein anti-sweating that card and doing so successfully, so he will double up to 3.3 million.
Maybe that's also a good example of how Morton's been so successful so far in this Montenegro stop. Is players just
1.555
prepared to get it in with him when most of the time it seems like he's had it.
Yeah, I mean, Klein is on the VIP side of the bracket during our invitational events. Not a professional poker player, but an enthusiast and one that has 33 bigs in front of him. Outer table action now. It looks like Sturm and Chidwick are squaring off. Leon ace-queen up against Chidwick's kings. Sturm jammed over the top of a raise to 225K pre. Chidwick obviously making the call and holding on as the board runs out 5-9. And Sturm's top pair stays that way. So no sooner did Leon shower Orpin than those chips find transitive experiences passed over.
Yeah, and as we discussed in the Open, Chidwick's really been the star of this tournament, even though he hasn't found himself at the top of the leaderboard for quite some time. So to see him, you know, find his way now, you know, back in the conversation, only felt like a matter of time. Now up to 5th in chips with just 12 remaining.
Ace-Jack suited for Ding Biao, back at the feature.
Like same, like I wouldn't be like, I would just try to play like recreation.
200,000 the Open.
Now you can't do the punting. It's like you know it's like not right.
You want to play like really punting?
Yeah.
No takers around to the big blind of Jugralin. He's going to dig in here with the offsuit connector.
Just can't do it.
It's not about.
It's fun.
It's not that you can't afford it. Yeah, I know, but
yeah.
Is it fun? If you just, you know?
I mean, I do it sometimes, like in
Swing and a miss on the ace 6-3 board. Far from it for Ding, who has it
like
checked
do
over.
Dumb shit, you know. Especially against like friends, you know.
It's good advertising because you play off the same player in Triton anyway. Stupid thing there. And
It's like, okay, Triton is soft, huh? They would think that Triton is really soft.
C-bet and take it for Ding Biao, currently running 3rd in chips after that exchange, I believe. Bear with me. See if the app will update for us. I believe he did just vault Morton Klein. No, take it back. He's actually running in 5th behind Stephen Chidwick, fresh off of his double with Kings versus Ace-Queen at the outer, which we brought you. Morton, of course, doubling as well. Running in 3rd. Watson in 2nd. Kiat Lee still at the top.
Yeah, full every fucking single hand. I play one hand.
Take a walk. Mr. Biao.
I have a Diet Coke. Just a box.
Hey, take a walk. Walk it off.
Not that kind. Although I guess if you said it in a pirate accent, it could also be the other kind of walk. The plank.
Walk the plank.
Yes, sir.
Scallywags.
Things getting a little more tightly wound out there to you versus kind of the onset of coverage here today, just for perhaps obvious reasons?
Yeah, I think, you know, once it gets closer and closer to that final table, things get a bit more tense. You know, when the day starts, it's kind of just like people are feeling things out. It doesn't really seem like it's that, you know, high stakes, but suddenly it's like, wait a minute, there's 12 left now. Like, we're almost at the final table. This is, you know, pay jumps are going to start to significantly happen. There's $1 million up top, which means there's a lot of money all the way down the road between now and then.
Field condensation, larger pay jumps, all factoring in. David Jan, defense as he flips the lenses down for battle, but fails to hit anything on the King 9-8 board. Hasn't stopped him before, as we observed, though. Top pair for Ding. Checked over after limping from the small pre-flop. Now trips, which will leave David Jan drawing dead after his check back on the turn.
We'll probably now start betting to try to get value from some 9 and 8 hands that might check back, but making a fool out of me. Expects maybe David just doesn't have anything. Get him to start betting.
Thank you, sir.
Still no chips into the middle, and still nothing really to lend to David Jan activating. Let's see whether or not Ding Biao will check a third time. Oh, one last dose of rope. Queen High feels like it's got some showdown value here, so the check back from David Jan. And these are the ones you can feel good about even though you're losing the pot. Self-restraint. Saving David Jan. Some chips?
Yeah, I just think in particular, David Jan having a decent queen high there. It's just a bit too high up in his range. Checked all the way through. Can't really get a better hand to fold, so hoping to just somehow be good at showdown, but clearly wasn't.
哥，我知错了，对不起。你要吗？那不是，我以为我也过。
Biao and Lee sharing a laugh. So many friendships, by the way, you know, that are both pre-existing to the Triton Super High Roller Series and forged, by the way, as everybody's kind of part of this small elite community, and invariably at some point bump into someone over lunch or dinner.
Definitely.
Take a seat with them, get to know them. And I, for one, always appreciate the fact that in spite of the fact that these guys are battling for massive sums of money day in and day out in what can be a very grindy affair, they can still break bread, appreciate one another's company, have a laugh,
I mean, I've gotten deep in some pretty big tournaments for large amounts of money, and it can end up being quite an intimate experience with these people you share it with. The reality of this Triton series is like you're doing that every single day over and over again with the same people.
Yep.
And that's very, very unique, and it's going to create some pretty incredible bonds and, you know, rivalries and sort of both. You know, they're laughing, but then when they're in pots together, they're staring at each other like they want to kill one another. So it's just it's an amazing contrast to watch.
$225.
Ace-9 for Klein on the heels of Ding Bia's raise and take from the button a moment ago. King-Jack being mauled by Jugralin. Lets it go. No takers. Well, who do you like out there in the chat? Who you rooting for?
Yes, please tell us.
Who would be your pick if we gave you a free roll voucher at the old Triton Sportsbook? Which doesn't exist for those of you that might go searching for it. Actually, it does exist. Just DM Griffin Benger.
It's true.
He's running a little side outfit. No,
yeah, if you want some GTPs, Griffin Triton points, please just pick your winner. And as long as you did it in advance of it happening, you get some GTPs. Still working on the prizes for that. Not really.
Trouble is, some people might have a 1 hour head start on things because we're streaming on the delay. Pick comes in, maybe they got some intel.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Ooh, I like a little intrigue in the first season of GTP.
Yeah. You might have
already
trouble
a scandal?
keeping that book afloat there, Griff. King 10 offsuit, cutoff raise to 200,000. Morton, sip of the cola. Never before has an 8-ounce bottle looked smaller.
Nice raise and take from David Yan. That's really what you want with the King 10 at the cutoff when you got the chip leader on your left. Just everybody fold. Let me have this one.
Compliance from the field. Razai looks bored. He needs a hand. Deal that man in. Knocked around to Mort. Limps the queen 9. Jugralin says, let's see 3 with the check back. Top pair against the second nut straight. Klein checking it over.
I think it's actually going to be nice if we come in with some bets here as Morton Klein. I know sometimes when you flop this well, you're just thinking, oh, let's trap. But the thing about flopping straights is you unblock all of those value hands that you're going to get value from. You want, you know, when you have queen 9, that means your opponent can have a king 4 or a jack 8 or, you know, so that's why I would have liked to have seen a bet. Is going to play it kind of trappy.
Understandably.
Yeah. I mean, we're
175 from Jugralin. The flat from Klein go on Griff. Klein checking again.
Yeah, I just think, you know, when Demir does have something like a jack, It's going to just check back here, and then you don't get all the streets. Maybe sometimes even works in a king 4 check. Probably not, because Damir's going to want value from Morton's perceived Jack X hands. You know, Morton's Queen X hands that are straight draws. So even betting big here, saying I want the value now, and then I'm probably going to check back unless I hit a 4 king on the river, maybe. And no hesitation in the shove.
None whatsoever.
Yeah, Damir, it's just, what is this?
Instantly lamenting perhaps his choice to barrel again for 440,000, perhaps looking to both get a little bit of value, deny a little bit of equity. Was it a necessary barrel, though? Would you have preferred maybe some pot control and see what's what on the end?
I think Morton's instinct is actually quite nice here, and that is that Damir has a value hand that he might call off. You really don't want to run the risk of just calling here and then Damir checking back a king. Let's just say if the board got a little more complicated, like a club or a pairing jack or a pairing 10, that a king would just check back.
But
what
from Jugralin's perspective, though, Griffin,
Yes,
not to cut you off, I mean, are you more inclined to find the check back?
What I don't like about the shove, though, is the timing of it. It seems very strong to instantly be check shoving this turn, not even considering, you know, and that's what probably shrinks up the king 4 a little bit for Damir, but now he sees the bad news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drawing dead and decides to call off the remaining roughly 1.1 and change inconsequential river card, and this is one that feels as though perhaps it could have gone other ways.
To answer your question, I think that he's supposed to bet the turn there because you're going to get check calls so much from weaker hands. Bet calling and all in is maybe where we fall into, I wouldn't say a mistake, but that's when I think the range changes a bit for Morton Klein. A lot of check calls are going to be happening on that turn. The check shoves increase, you know, what we can perceive his hand range to be.
Well, it's not personal, but there is going to be a celebratory vibe once the remainder of the field elsewhere in the room learns of Damir's demise as he collects the last of the $76,300 payouts for the 12th place performance and brings us to 11-handed action where $88,000 is guaranteed the field for the next 2 busts, and where Morton Klein sits second overall behind Kiat Lee. Suddenly, not so one horse this race. Additional ponies presenting themselves in the starting gate. Or dare I say the finishing gate, given how deep we are. Queen Jack suited for David Jan. I haven't seen the flip down shades since playing right field in Little League, by the way. You know what I mean? Pop up, fly ball, you throw them down, make sure the sun doesn't scorch the retina.
I folded.
You lefty or righty?
Right-handed.
You hit right too?
Yeah, I can actually switch hit, believe it or not.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's okay, I pick off of it.
I almost want to say I was better left-handed because I loved Will Clark, who played for the Giants growing up. I love that swing, so I would always bat lefty.
Nice. Is that your favorite player?
I mean,
so many, right?
I grew up with Canseco and McGuire, and, you know, the
Yeah,
Bash
came
brothers.
over,
I mean,
yeah.
and that, unbeknownst to me, creatine as well. But in any case, I digress.
Yeah.
Bonds, too. I was there for all of that. Anyway, poker. Ace, King, 5. Jan, Broadway Gutty. Ding checks over. Backdoor diamonds. Backdoor wheel.
250.
But 250 if you want to pursue that running equity. Half pot the sizing. Comfy takedown there for Jan. Currently sits 7th of 11 runners. Shortest stack in the room, by the way, belongs to the Finn, Patrick Antonius. Just 3 bigs in front of him. By the way, he's 2 for 2 already here in Montenegro is Patrick. 17th in the 25K GG Millions Live, 12th in the 25K 8 Max here. Already has bettered that 12th place Got 11 locked up at a minimum. On form, no doubt about that.
And for those interested in keeping score when it comes to Antonius' 3 bigs, is going to be in the big blind in 4 hands, so it has just passed him. Going to have some opportunities to shove before being forced in. We'll keep an eye on that for you.
Ding. Attacking. Happen to be dominating with Jack 3 versus 10-3. You know, what began as a little bit more of a light-hearted march to this point, Griff, palpably more serious climate now. I know I touched on it earlier, but it's beginning to take root even more so, it would seem.
Yeah, bit of a buzz in the air. This is our first event here at Triton where the first place is over $1 million, and they're going to just keep on going up. And if you can dodge 10 other people, you're going to get that top prize and a title, which means a hell of a lot.
Well, an ace in the small blind for Jan here. Obviously so inconvenient to be directly to the right of the chip leader.
Very weird spot on exactly 20 big blinds, and plays it the easiest, but perhaps in a lot of ways the most high variance, which is just shoving the ace deuce for 20, gets it through.
It's always a relief.
he said I love the deal.
Being told we got something brewing.
David knows how to speak Chinese.
Over at the outer. What do we have here, Patrick? Those last 3 big blinds appear to have been jammed. It began as a raise to almost all of it for 340,000. Watson then asked for the rest. Pocket 3s for Mike, up against Queen Jack for Patrick on a King 9-6 board. Queen Jack needs to hit a pair. Gut shot draw as well, and does hit the pair, but it's in the form of a diamond. Watson with the flush. So the fin is eliminated. Perhaps to be expected by the room, just given how short he was. Well, Patrick knows where the payouts desk is. He's already had to go there twice in 2 tournaments.
Sure has.
He looked a little lost, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
When you say first
for a second. Probably looking for a food
First
service.
card was Queen of Diamonds. Second one was 6 of Hearts. That was a decent
You're pretty
amount
live though. Like they say.
Yeah, he's like, first card go. I was like, fuck.
What? Give it away?
And the players, I'm sure,
Yeah,
getting
no
word.
Just making sure I understood.
It's just 10 remaining now. 3 players in that, you know, sub 10 big blindish level, and one of them here is Daniel Rizai on this feature table, but a lot of chips on the rest of the table, all the way up to Kiatley with 63 blinds, Ali.
Yeah, Lee, wire-to-wire chip leader thus far on the day. 3.1 million. The average stack right now with these remaining 10 runners. You might have overheard hand-for-hand declarations by the staff. No point in stalling here to try to secure any sort of pay ladders. Antonius collecting $88,000. That is also the payout for 10th. 15K and change, the hop, if you make the final 9, which will be the official final table. Blinds 50 and 100,000, 100K big blind, any means $250,000 in orbit, the price of poker. And that orbit, obviously, is tighter when you're playing 5-handed. All that info brought to you by the good folks over at Poker Stake. Cards back in the air.
I can see them.
You hear that, Kiat? Follow the rules.
What?
The cards through the graphic.
Is that like what was that movie with Bruce Willis and the dead people?
Oh,
Sixth Element? Fifth Element? No, Fifth Element was Lilu.
Sixth Sense.
Sixth Sense.
You won't even believe this, Ali. I watched Sixth Sense for the first time ever 1 week ago. That's going to sound made up.
So the fact that I reached deep into the pop culture bag and came up with like a 15-plus-year-old movie
Yeah,
that you just saw a week ago.
Yeah. It blows my mind. Because I'm a big movie buff.
You just go to a garage sale, buy a box of DVDs? What's going on?
No, I always resented The Sixth Sense for having been spoiled. But then when it first came out, a friend of mine at
someone
school...
did you dirty.
Yeah, and so I never
friend
bothered.
Is a loose way to describe that
exactly, yeah.
individual,
Let's just say we're not friends anymore.
Right.
And yeah, I just always resented the movie for that because I felt like that was what, everyone would say was the big thing. But it was a really interesting experience watching it, knowing, and then, we don't have to spoil it here.
You
for those who
remember
haven't.
the spoiler?
Oh, yeah. It's one of the most famous spoilers in movie history.
Yeah. Oh, apologies, by the way, to anybody who...
Well, you didn't spoil
I just
it.
spoiled it.
No.
I see dead people.
That's not the twist at the end.
Well, relax. Let's not go that far with it.
Okay, let's focus. Here are the chip counts.
Jeez, Griff. Go easy, man. Mine was a teaser. Yours is like a displeaser. Raise and take it there for Kiat. Producer James says outer table. Things are brewing. Efforting to get our cameras back over. To be on hand.
You guys already saw this list.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. I don't even know why we went there.
Oh, baby doll. Ace.
I thought you had just taken note of his lustrous mane for the first time.
No. I notice it all the time.
You can't miss it.
No. I have this fantasy of him winning the main event and then him ripping it off and it's a wig and everyone goes,
I have different fantasies, Griff. I don't know,
I told you about two of my fantasies.
Well, hang
on.
on. This is not a fantasy at all.
Not for Morton Klein.
Pocket jacks. Granted, he is the covering stack. Quite a bit more than David.
It's like 2 million behind.
And for Jan, it will be a delight.
750.
Yes. To hear the 3-bet announced. Note that it's up to 750,000, so Jan's going to have some decisions with respect to how to chart a course for it all getting into the middle. Is there an option? We see the aces slow played in so many different situations. Could this be one of them, or we just ship?
No, I don't think so. I think David Yan is going to be aware of his opponent, that Morton isn't just going to randomly attack this early position, near 4x 3-bet with, look down at King 10 and do this, or King Jack or King Queen. Like, this is going to be a pretty big value hand. Don't want to run the risk of flatting here and him having something like Jacks and it coming King Queen 3, right?
So there it is,
yeah.
the jam. Klein was always ready to get it in, and now disappointed to see that the hooks have run into the needles.
I think you guys have the same hand. Kiatley, I think, suggesting that they both have ace-king here.
Well, hang on. Before we get that one underway, we've got ourselves an all-in and a call at the outer table where Hossein Insan holds ace-king, flop top pair against the ace-jack of Watson, which was a Broadway draw. And he holds on as the board stays queen free. Running deuces will secure a double for Insan.
Yeah, and that was much needed for Insan. Insan was the tournament short stack there with just 6.3 big blinds. Now going to be all the way up to 13, 14.
Watson number 2 in chips overall, heading into that exchange. So to the flop we go, back at the featured table. Queen 3 deuce. Cozy for the aces. No compromise.
Always a jack on the river. Wow, wow.
To the coziness. Look at Klein trying to will in a hook
like
on the
that.
end sympathetically, but instead.
I enjoyed that. The first time I ever heard him speak, that's what he said. That is always a jack on the river.
A man of limited words.
Oh, no, no. It's no, you know, I haven't seen that much of him, but it was nice to hear from him.
Right, a functional larynx, if that's
Yes.
what the concern was. I mean,
That's what I was worried about, yes.
I wish I talked less, but then
Me
I'd
too.
be unemployed. But there's always like a sense of gravitas. The guy in the room that doesn't feel compelled to speak.
Oh,
you know
definitely.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm more of the grocery store margin, you know, high volume, very low margin. But a guy like Morton Klein, low volume, high margin. When he bothers to speak, we listen.
I will say what I have seen from you so far in these few days, though, Ali, is that both quantity and quality.
Griff, I'm telling you, I don't do the Christmas thing. So whatever gift you're angling for, I know you're working the graphics
I just
team
want
hard
that
so
swim,
far on the
okay?
day.
Just hold my hand. Just
You know what I mean?
Just run right in there.
What's going on? What do you mean? You want to ride with me back to the airport? You think I got some kind of upscale transport? Huh? Want to get that upgrade on the flight
nice
home?
To you today,
What
and
are we
you got me
looking
that.
for?
You got me that crazy coffee. I've been riding high on it ever since.
It's true. This is all my fault.
Okay. You have more gifts in there than you think.
What's that liquid
Like
death?
those guy like
That canned water? What?
Oh yeah, I've heard of this. Yes.
How do you name that liquid? I guess it's just a troll. It's just water. Liquid death. I mean, once you get into
Pretty metal.
Montenegro Mochaccino number 3 or 4 on the day,
I also don't play.
we do have a cardiac specialist on hand. You may want to pay a visit. Get that stethoscope going.
Wait. Good, right?
You all right there? Anything myocardial going on? Something I should be aware of? Little cough? Is it a little coffee?
That
You
wasn't me.
crashing?
No,
oh, that
no,
wasn't
not
you?
at all. No, it wasn't me. No, that was someone at the table.
Wow. Maybe this is like senseless. Maybe that coffee's got me thinking I'm hearing things that aren't there.
6 cents, man.
How'd you watch it a week ago? Ding Biao, 7-5 offsuit, limps the small.
Can't believe you remember the title because you watched it a week ago.
Crazy. Perhaps a finger wag incoming from David Jan. With the ace-10.
25.
Nice and easy for one of our new chip leaders, David Yan, all the way up to 47 big blinds. Very, very comfortable.
3 1/4. Take it, sir. Says Ding Biao. There's Razai. He knows the bell tolls a bit.
First things first. Yeah.
9 bigs behind Chidwick, who runs 9th with 11 bigs. Final table bubble here in the 30K. Ace-7 for Razai. Gets away. Each time Ding Biao has folded the button over to Kiat, it's with this sense of pain, but obviously he's not looking to pick a fight with the big stack, especially not with the shorter ones out there. The pay ladder's available, the 7-figure payout. David Yan, happy to do battle at a discount price. Plunks in the extra 50K with Queen 8 offsuit. Shoots a look over at Kiat, who's got King 10.
I don't think this is going to stand. Kiat Lee here. Every reason to raise this pretty strong blind on blind hand.
Well, Jan may not speak fluent Mandarin, but he's got his expletives down. As he does. let go of the small. Looks like Shirzakisu's got an all-in button in front of him over at the outer table. Let's see what's afoot. Leon Sturm involved. Tens for Hisu, ace-6 suited for Sturm, and it's tens full against trip aces. Hisu in front and a 6 on the turn.
What a run out.
A smoldering sack of excrement this turned out to be. Hisu is the covering stack. Sturm was the man at risk. That was just dirty.
And not the first time that we've seen Sturm get it in with 3 outs and then getting there. We saw it yesterday against Feder Holtz. Now with that smile on his face, it's always nice to be lucky in these high stakes tournaments.
So,
yeah,
we are still on this final table bubble as we head to a scheduled break. Doing a little bit of accounting at that outer table where Sturm took a bite out of Shirzakhisu. Ace is full of 6s against 10s full. Razai still the shortest stack in the room. Blinds are going to be northbound to 50 and 125,000. As we bring you back to the desk, Ali and Griff with you. And Benjer, Kiatli's been, I don't know, somewhat benevolent chip leader, dare I say. He hasn't really been looking to maybe do a lot of leaning, finger wagging. It's all been kind of straightforward and reasonable. So who then would stand out to you as the man of that frame, limited as it were?
Well, we saw a really brilliant check raise from David Yan early on with that 9-6 of diamonds to give a good indication of the way that he can sort of move through these fields, find little spots, and that was on the Queen 7-3 2-spade board, finding that 9-6 of diamonds check raise, which was really cool. Then to be rewarded later with that big cooler against Morton Klein, he's definitely someone to watch. Isn't in the greatest seat, of course, with Kiatli on his direct left. We saw an example of that last hand before the break, having to limp fold the Queen 8, but you know, these final 2 tables are eventually going to merge into a final table, and David Yan, also known as Miss Oracle online, is going to be a huge huge threat for sure.
Yeah, currently riding third with 4.6 million and change in front of him is Jan. We're going to send you to a break. When we come back, we're going to continue to play this final table bubble in event number 3 from the Maestral. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Like with Kleenex, it's just a tissue. But you said Hershey's, you can just say chocolate syrup here,
Right.
but you know, maybe we got some branding deals in the works. Planting some seeds. Lord knows I've already made it so plenty of people will never sponsor the show just based on, like EasyJet's drawn dead, Ryanair. We're never getting them.
It's like
Moneymaker. Ace-7 suited, has himself problems here. Ace-Jack of spades. Dylan Weissman. 1.3 deep. Looking up at the tournament clock to get his bearings. There he can find the time remaining on the level, average stack size, payout.
There it is, and perhaps feeling like there's no need to put in all 1.3 million. Oh, wow, and gonna get a good reason for not putting it all in. The problem is, Demir, with only 920,000, you've already put in 525 if you're Dylan. Oh, this is just brutal.
And the other thing about it is it could look still, even though it's strong, slightly squeezy. Ace-Jack suited, though, it's kind of not as cuspy once the Jugralin jam comes in.
Yeah, I mean, this ISO is just...
It's a
can't
gross
Yeah,
feeling.
it just can't be Ace-10, right? Yeah, maybe it can be 9s.
40 something.
Yeah, best case scenario,
Yeah.
an underpair, and not by much, one would expect.
Yeah, maybe one notch.
Right. And by the way, if you think, you know, Weissman's having indigestion, consider Moneymaker here. Weissman does end up making a call one way or another. He was destined to give Jugralin a spin on the side.
Spades are good cards.
I agree with heart.
No.
Not spades.
Can't do hearts for you. Spades.
My favorite color is heart.
Well, Jugralin appears to be rooting for Moneymaker more so than Weissman. The reasons are obvious. Queen 9-3, aces. With a lock on things.
10?
Although, that's not a real fair characterization. 91% is not 100.
Oh,
10 of hearts.
And this is why we don't call it a lock.
I'm pre-rolling.
Ace-Jack draws dead on the side. Jugralin knows it, says he's free rolling. Can Money find the backdoor flush? No.
Sorry. GG.
So second straight cash for Chris Moneymaker coming off of that Event 1 victory.
Yeah, and why not just keep running it up? I don't know what Chris Moneymaker's designs were for this Triton series, but 2 for 2. I mean,
it's too much.
Yeah.
why not play the 40K mystery bounty? Why not keep on going? And you know, he's going to have every reason to with the confidence he's been building.
45, I think.
And I believe that event 2 maybe made it so that he, or event finished 9th in the 50K turbo bounty. Played event number 1 here, did not cash. Sat out event number 2 and now looking to make a deeper run than he already has here in event number 3.
So, Ali, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I just...
Don't do it then. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
It's just out of curiosity, and you can even just guess. You know, this isn't something that you necessarily
Chances are I'm
should
not
know.
going to know the answer,
And-
so
and
that's
I'm
what
sure
I'll
we
do.
can find out later. But my question is, if you had to guess, or if you know, what is the most amount of cash as a single player has had at a series?
Oh, at a series. That's interesting. I thought you were going to say all time, and I know it's over 30. And given that 30 is the most cashes all time, at a single series, I'm guessing...
Probably be something like 8?
I don't think we have 8.
No.
I would say 6, maybe 7. In fact, I would take the under on 7. Really? You've seen an 8 cash festival?
Not 8, but I feel like I've looked at a bunch of 6s. Like I'll click on Brian Kim's name and see cash 6 times in his JJ,
Yeah.
whatever it is, you know. So I'm just wondering. Yeah. Well, the information is out there. And
Well,
we'll
club on
probably
club
get it.
violence here.
Oh, he didn't
as
see.
Griffin will dive deep into the app in search of his answers, since it'll do better than I will in this spot. And Ace Jack, of course, doing better than Queen 10.
40, yeah.
This is a good way for me to really get accustomed to the app too. You know, get motivated.
Note, by the way, that Dylan effectively
Oh wow, yeah.
moved in here for this 500,000. Ding looks like he's just threatening to put the rest in right away. And of course, Dylan is going to be thrilled. And when you hear flush draw, you hate it.
Oh, poor Dylan. Always affable, real sweet guy. Known him for many years.
I'll tell you what, if there was some way that I could bottle whatever it is that courses through his veins and allows him to really make the best of any situation whatsoever,
yeah,
I would go with that transfusion. Name your price.
I think you're going to give him the queen.
Big and Don.
No, sir. So Sporting,
Now I have a good question.
salutation of good luck offered up
New
by
time banks, so
Dylan.
always on the final table, yeah?
But unfortunately, his run
New time
will
banks
come
give
to an end.
only at the final table.
Yeah. I'll trade you.
Modest pay ladder realized.
For like one stack.
Maybe 16.
A blue.
Again.
No, I'll trade you 2 for like
Part of the $50,800
second blue.
bump.
Yeah.
Moneymaker also collecting. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the final table bubble here in Event 3, the 30K 8 Max from the Maestral Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Ali Najad alongside Griffin Benger. Pleased to have you with us. Hopefully you got the Triton Poker Plus app going. Hopefully you're out there mashing follow, like, and subscribe. With that out of the way, we turn our attention back to said app, where you, during these breaks, can be getting yourself apprised as to what is going on, specifically a 10-person field where Kiatley has never relinquished the chip lead, currently sits 53 big blinds deep, does have David Yan and Ding Biao both at his table amongst those who are ahead of this 3.1 million chip average. Daniel Rezai also at that table, 7 big blinds deep. Stephen Chidwick also in that spot. And we look at the payouts as well. Right now, $88,000. That's what's on tap. 103.4 if you can get your way to that FT. We just saw moments ago, of course, Griff. Ace is full of 6s on the 10-6-6 board. Here's Aljisu getting a bite taken out of him by Leon Storm. But this has been a bit cagey, dare I say, a little bit. In spite of the fact that we've had the all-in kind of spots, for the most part, it has felt to me like progressively, and perhaps predictably, I defer to you, something where the tension is winding up. I don't know whether or not that's going to change once we get to this FT, though.
Yeah, and Kiat Lee, you know, coming into the day as the chip leader, has retained that chip lead, but hasn't really been sort of, you know, going after people like crazy. More of a controlled kind of dominance. Nice little, you know, intricate 7-8 bluff there, blind on blind against David Yan. The ISO there. So, you know, he's kind of just this, you know, a lion basking in the sun, you know, not quite going into it, but I think is eventually going to be starting to really attack and make those chips go to work for him.
In spite of the fact that he runs currently second in chips right now, Mike Watson, not a guy we've had a lot of opportunities to observe involved, so obviously we'll be looking to see what gear he's in if we're given the opportunity, which presumably we will be, as it's doubtful that he won't be a part of that eventual FT. $5.8 million in front of him. Our first seven-figure payout is on tap in this one, north of $1 million. I spoke with Rast at the desk yesterday, Griff, and he talked about, well, you know, ICM, which is something that we're so tempted to sort of defer to if we ever see deviations, somebody doing something a little bit more snug, somebody doing something with a big stack a little bit more liberal, isn't supposed to be playing too much of a part until the distance between the rungs on the ladder gets broad enough.
Yeah, you know, these middle stacks, even with not quite on the final table, they need to be careful. The jumps are going to become significant when you do get to that final table. And now maybe that there is more pressure. Maybe we will see more pouncing from the likes of Kiat Lee, from Mike Watson, now David Yan having more chips to work with, near 50 big blinds. So yeah, it's going to be something.
Yeah, 2 tables of 5. That's what we're going to send you back to here as we look to get down to 9 and the final table. In the foreground is that outer table, Leon Sturm. Back in his chair, Hossein Ensan there. Watson with his back to us, along with Chidwick. Chisu at that table as well. There you see the official chip counts, brought to you by betacr.eu. 50, 125, 125, 300K in orbit. And we circle the sun every 5 hands. Feature. Jan inconveniently to the right of the chip leader. Ding Biao one over to the right of that. And Rezai, the man upon whom eyes are focused at that feature. In turn, Chidwick drawing the focus on the outer table. Everybody hoping that they do what they're supposed to in everyone else's mind, and that's work their way out the door.
Yeah, and you can see how significant that blind raise actually alters the amount of blinds these players have. David Yan had 47, now 37. So a bit more shallow play happening. Rezai and Chidwick going to have to make moves if they want to have a chance at making that final table, both with just 7 big blinds. Going to need to find some shoves. You can see Daniel there already starting in the small blind, already having to put money in.
Klein will sit this one out. Ding Biao does the same. Now, Jan on the button, Jack 9 offsuit, but ball stack to his left. A dissuasive presence.
But the only hand of the 5 hands of rotation where he will actually have position on Kiat Lee, so maybe more inclined to get involved.
And maybe perceiving that Kiat hasn't demonstrated sort of the relentlessness that some others might with a big stack. He ducks out. Jack 10 suited for Rezai off of 7 bigs, though. I would imagine he's ready to take a flop.
Yeah, at least. Maybe even, yeah, it is just going to call.
Yeah, you remember he got it in there with the ace-10 suited earlier, so a taste for the battlefield.
Yeah, and the thought process with just calling here as opposed to, you know, putting it all in is if you get a board like that or maybe an ace-deuce-4, you can still save that remaining 450K for that rotation. In fairness, this isn't a good board for David Yan either, and actually hits the big blinds range quite a bit more. So with the pot already 775,000, is David Yan just going to go all in for the effective 450 with those 2 overs? And is
benefit of position and a well covering stack. No diamond on the board.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
future.
That's
and
the problem without a diamond there.
no other path. But the muck for Rezai.
You can watch it on the TV. The greatest production in the world.
So actually, yeah, that was Rezai in the big blind. So
Hey, there
now
you
in
go.
the small.
Got a shout out for from Yan, by the way. Said the greatest production in the world. We see you. Queen Jack against Ace Queen here. It looks like Chidwick involved with Leon Sturm with the best of it. His Ace Queen holds on, always dominating, always in good shape, and obviously this is not the sight that everybody else was hoping for. A double by Stevie. Sturm did open, min raising, getting jammed on, and then spinning the wheel unsuccessfully there.
And that's significant. That's going to get Chidwick to about 15 big blinds, and he's going to be a real threat.
Ace-8 suited, back at the feature. Ding Biao an opener.
Yeah. Oh, weird.
No takers. Little wrist bling on Ding today. Now, you know I love to get into the fashion side of things. Accessories also a bit of a forte. I believe that's the Van Cleef. The little flower motif, and then also diamond encrusted Cartier love bracelet.
Yes,
The
quite. I have
screw
to agree
motif.
with you, actually.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Griff, leave this one to me. Outer table here, just for your own well-being, by the way.
Of course.
What have we here? Looks like a pile deposited by Watson and Son in the big, concedes to the number 2 stack.
Yeah, the classic 10 big blind shove, effective small blind to big blind, and Son with just 1.2 million, so pretty standard.
Note, by the way, that Ensan, second shortest stack in the room, given that Stevie doubled. And as we send it back over to the feature, we want to send you over to betacr.eu. Don't ask why. It's where you can get exclusive action predicting options on Triton events. 15% free play up to $250. Elevate your sports engagement experience, and for that matter, your Triton experience, by heading over to betacr.eu. Kiat involved, 250K. Rezai rates to be as well. Ace Queen, and in dominant fashion. Just 400K back.
Yeah, just a lovely spot to get back up into that 7 big blind area, and actually going to be up against the dominated Ace-7. Pretty ideal.
Holding back a quarter.
All in.
Kiat makes sure it all gets in there, as he will take well the worst of it.
No. Yep. Just ace.
Kiat trolling Rezai, who asked whether or not it was ace-ace. Well, looks like developments at the outer. So let's put a pin in what we saw over there. On their backs, this hand will be played out first. It was a jam from Ensan in the small. Was he targeting with Dusty Kit? It doesn't look great from here.
Yeah, the side call from the ace deuce for 10 big blinds. You hate to do it, but blind on blind, you're technically ahead.
And I believe dominating as well. Is it king deuce for Ensan? Yeah, it looks that way. So his remains will be absorbed by Leon Sturm. Daniel Rezai will love to see it, as that elimination will bring him and the rest of the field to the final table. Although, hopefully I haven't jinxed anything here, because he's still going to play this one out, Ace-Queen against Ace-7, of course.
Crazier things have happened.
Note that because the all-ins are at different tables, we don't go based on who had more chips at the onset of the hand, but rather combine the two payouts in the event that Rezai busts and divide it equally. Ace, queen, deuce, and obviously Ace 7 has got some real ambition on its hands.
Yeah, just ceremonial at this point, really.
Not like that.
A king?
Ace 7 drawing dead.
True.
Oh, hang on. Chop outs.
Oh.
Queen's full.
Greedy guy. Greedy guy.
And now Rezai can breathe easy. He and 8 others
If you know when someone is, what's the table?
are headed to the final table. Ensan on hand to advise it was his demise that aids Rezai to that FT. And he will also be aided by that pickup. 9 big blinds deep will be the short stack when the field combines. As we bring you back to the desk, Ali and Griff with you. Didn't take long in that frame for us to get down to that final 9. Now every single bust out will be a pay jump. Not really too much to unpack. I'm going to leave it at there, Griff. I'm checking out. Randy's going to check in. It's going to be about a 17-minute break. So if you had the panini press warming up, if maybe it was one of those, you know, got to boil the water for the ramen, whatever's going on over there, now's the time to do it if it takes a minute, because we're going to be back just over 15 minutes with the FT in the 30K. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back to Montenegro after this.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
World Series of Poker main event. Truly the Everest of poker in terms of just sheer absurdity of the accomplishment. Continue to seek further opportunities to challenge themselves and prove themselves, right? Because you would think it's a mic drop sort of thing. And yet, Espinyorstad's out here at Triton. Hossein is out here. You saw Moneymaker win event number 1. And, you know, Moneymaker, 20-some-odd years, 21 years removed. This is remarkable because the game has changed a lot over that period of time.
Yeah, definitely.
He's not up to the same tricks that won him that main, that's for sure.
350.
All in.
Punsri, small blind, got after it. Fedor snap asks for the last 45,000. Ace King for Fedor. Punsri has not yet made the call here, Griff. What? Waiting maybe a possible pay jump in a non-hand for hand portion of the program here?
Yep.
I mean,
it has to be. Only one. Looks like he has finally called it off now.
yeah, I saw some chips in his hand, so but those are time banks? Maybe? No, what's going on? No, I don't think. So this, is he on his back? Yeah, okay. He said call, but the rest hasn't been put in, I suppose. So Ace King in front on the flop. On the turn, Punat does pick up added outs, courtesy of this gut shot.
Again.
But it is Fedor who hits the river. Yeah, the chips in his hand were just being held back in spite of the fact that he had declared call. So that will do it for Punat Punsri.
That's nice. They let him shuffle them.
Yeah.
I feel like that wouldn't fly, you know, but that's a nice little touch here, Triton. Let me shove a couple chips, okay? We all know I'm all in.
Stress reliever.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Relief.
25 is pretty impressive.
Griff, I do want to give you credit because just when I thought that we had exhausted all available iterations of Mikita's last name, you've come with one that the booth has not yet expressed. Kofsky.
Did I?
Yeah, more like Tchaikovsky, but it's Kowski as I've come to learn. I used to say Kuski. I've since thrown in the towel on that. Credit Henry Kilbane for sticking with Kowski.
Just got to go with Mikita for me. I'm going to mess it up.
You know, speaking of things getting messed up, ace-10 for Hossein, facing an open from Weissman, which is a bit of a declaration.
365, I believe, is what I started with.
210 of 360 has been sent forward. Now, Hossein does cover. Obviously, did pick up some tokens courtesy of that 3-bet and take it with the kings moments ago. But does he want to get involved here?
I think probably, yeah. You know, the problem is, yeah, even though we can see that he happens to be dominated in this case, Weissman is just all in here with 5, 6 big blinds. He's going to have any ace. He's going to have, you know, king 10, queen 10, maybe jack 10, jack 10 suited, these type of hands. So many hands your ace 10 dominates that you kind of need to just put this in. And you can see how disappointed Ensign is. Like, really? You have ace queen here? Like.
So the Hossein jam spins the wheel for Weissman. He comes up on the better end of things as he was before the flop. 964, 870 in the middle. Oh, no. The 10 on the turn, and you see the immediate physical impact on Weissman, who takes things in stride and is not drawing dead. But no queen on the river as he wraps the table.
Sometimes lucky, sometimes unlucky.
And San knows everybody's been on both ends of those ones.
I didn't want to say anything, but I was about 85% at
showers.
Line through Kiat Lee, so, you know, the only thing that really changed is a clean, I guess, almost triple up for Adrian Mateos.
El Conquistador. Always dangerous, and now slightly more armed. Jugrelin, pocket 10s. Min raise here at the 40-80 level. Saliba deliberating with the ace-8 suited from the small blind.
quite a difficult spot here for Justin Saliba. Making this shove, hoping the pretty chipped up Demir might just be raising something like a king jack. Maybe even some raise folds for 8-9 big blinds, but this isn't the case. Yeah, actually at 40-80 here, recognized no fold equity, and just ran into part of the top of his range. Bad start for the American.
Yeah, Justin decided now was the time. This board doesn't help. The turn doesn't either. And he hunts one of two aces, as the ace of spades would do him no good. 1.13 million in the middle, and the flush in the end for Jugralin.
Mystery 40K is nice tournament.
Yeah.
It's nice one.
Yeah, thanks for
GG,
playing
bro.
the next one.
GG.
Hossein with a conciliatory advisory that the 40K Mystery Bounty is a nice tournament. And obviously, that's the only tournament that Saliba will be playing on the day now. In search of the final table for the time being, as the payouts are growing. $1 million plus awaiting the eventual champion here in the 30K. Ace 6 awaits orders. And David issuing a pink slip. Kiat showing mercy to the blinds. Fedor, ace 8 in the small. Peek up at the clock.
9:25.
Yeah, gonna be a nice little shove here.
Is it 9:25?
Yeah.
925.
Shipment from the German. Something's piqued Razai's interest.
Maybe a king.
Oh, he
jack.
flicks the call in there. What do we have? Pocket threes, is it? Yes. That's a hand that's had some violent encounters thus far here at this festival. Might we see bloodshed here? Razai, the covering stack. Fedor, 2 overs. 47% equity, in need of some help. 6 immediate outs, and now the set of threes on the flop. The incline grows quite large, but as always, calls of it's never easy perhaps. Queen rolling off, any 9, any king, as you go from drawn dead to an 8-outer.
Good luck.
And instead, it is threes full for Razai. Fedor immediately issues good luck on his feet. And over to the payouts desk.
And then might be right into that mystery bounty.
Sure.
The way he was showing enthusiasm for it earlier.
Sure.
我也不知道，33跟不跟？你跟不跟？你跟不跟？他的马俩，他俩马一样，他俩马一样吗？
Knocked around to Mort. Limps the queen 9. Jugralin says, let's see 3 with the check back. Top pair against the second nut straight. Klein checking it over.
I think it's actually going to be nice if we come in with some bets here as Morton Klein. I know sometimes when you flop this well, you're just thinking, no, let's trap. But the thing about flopping straights is you unblock all of those value hands that you're going to get value from. You want, when you have queen 9, that means your opponent can have a king 4 or a jack 8 or, so that's why I would have liked to have seen a bet. Is going to play it kind of trappy.
Understandably.
Yeah. I mean, we're
175 from Jugralin. The flat from Klein go on Griff. Klein checking again.
Yeah, I just think, when Demir does have something like a jack, it's going to just check back here, and then you don't get all the streets. Maybe sometimes even works in a king 4 check. Probably not, because Demir's going to want value from Morton's perceived jack X hands. Morton's queen X hands that are straight draws. So even betting big here, saying I want the value now, and then I'm probably going to check back unless I hit a 4 king on the river, maybe. And no hesitation in the shove.
None whatsoever.
Yeah, Demir is just, what is this?
Instantly lamenting perhaps his choice to barrel again for 440,000, perhaps looking to both get a little bit of value, deny a little bit of equity. Was it a necessary barrel, though? Would you have preferred maybe some pot control and see what's what on the end?
I think Morton's instinct is actually quite nice here, and that is that Demir has a value hand that he might call off. You really don't want to run the risk of just calling here and then Demir checking back a king. Let's just say if the board got a little more complicated, like a club or a pairing jack or a pairing 10, that a king would just check back.
But
what
from Jugralin's perspective, though, Griffin,
yes,
not to cut you off, I mean, are you more inclined to find the check back?
What I don't like about the shove, though, is the timing of it. It seems very strong to instantly be check shoving this turn, not even considering, and that's what probably shrinks up the king 4 a little bit for Demir, but now he sees the bad news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drawing dead and decides to call off the remaining roughly 1.1 and change inconsequential river card, and this is one that feels as though perhaps it could have gone other ways.
To answer your question, I think that he's supposed to bet the turn there because you're going to get check calls so much from weaker hands. Bet calling an all-in is maybe where we fall into, I wouldn't say a mistake, but that's when I think the range changes a bit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro at the Maestral Resort and Casino. We are now down to our final 9 players where we will crown a champion in event number 3, the 30K No Limit. And I suppose my first question is, how did it go to the final table bubble?
Well, yeah, it was quite interesting. Kiat Lee has just been wire to wire on this second day, the chip leader of this event. We saw, Ding Biao just sort of, on the same table with him, staying out of trouble a little bit. We saw the rise, of course, of David Yan, a really nice check raise bluff in the middle stages of that. And then, of course, the big cooler aces to jacks against Morton Klein. The rise of Morton Klein also needs to be noted. That's that hand you just saw before we went live here with the Queen 9 against the King 4 of Demir. A huge hand to vault him into one of the chip leaders going into this final table.
Well, yes, Morton Klein is certainly on the rise. This is his second final table, so good to see him make back-to-back runs. And also another final table for Ding Biao. We'll take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app and see that this is the setup, the layout of this final table. What stands out to you?
Well, I love seeing Chidwick there. He was really the story of day one. You and I were doing a lot of coverage from yesterday. Some incredible call downs. Saw a little bit of Leon Sturm on some feature tables as well. He's been getting quite fortunate in some big all-ins and is just the kind of player that is going to capitalize on a little bit of run good. And then, of course, the players we've already spoken of. Kiat Lee looking for that first big victory. Of course, Bing just looking to continue what he's been doing. Ding, pardon me. So it's just incredible players. Every time on these finals, we see them there, and it's just par for the course, really, here at Triton.
Yeah, I imagine that, of course, the big stacks are going to do their thing. But, the gap between Kiat Lee and Michael Watson is only a few big blinds, so there isn't that clear table captain. We do have several short stacks like Daniel Razai, Shirzat Hisu, and you know they're sitting on 9 to 12 big blinds. We do have the 20 big blinds of Steven Chidwick, Morton Klein, and Leon Sturm. So definitely we are pretty excited as we do have a guaranteed payout of 103,000, and it sounds like the cards are about to be dealt soon.
Triton Montenegro event number 3, the 30K NLH Hold'em 8-ended event has seen 154 entries. We're down to a final table. They're going to compete for more than $1 million, the title, and this cool trophy. Please allow me to introduce you to your final 9. Scene number 1 from Austria, 1.1 million. Please welcome Daniel Rezai.
Rezai, very well respected tournament player coming out here in Montenegro, looking for a deep run.
In scene number 2 with 2.5 million from Norway, please put your hand together for Morten Klein.
Morton Klein, he's coming out for 2 events, already has 1 final table under his belt, 8th place in the 25K GG Millions, looking to outperform that.
Getting used to those bright lights, that intro. 2 FTs.
Scene number 3 from China, 3.8 million. Please welcome Ding Biao.
Also has 2 final tables, Ding Biao of China, a 4th place in the 25K GG Millions, looking to take that trophy.
Scene number 5, 2.1 million. Please put your hand together for Steven Chidwick.
Widely regarded as one of the best no-limit players of all time, made so many heroic calls to get to this final table, has 2 titles under his belt.
Our scene number 6 is from Germany with 2.7 million. Please welcome Leon Sturm.
Leon Sturm, notably one of the best online tournament players. Good to see him make it out to the Triton series. Looking for a big score.
Scene number 7, we have our chip leader with 6.2 million from Malaysia. Please put your hand together for Kiat Lee.
Kiat Lee is the chip leader. He's known to be one of the best from the Malaysian contingent, has 22 cashes and 7 million in Triton earnings.
Our scene number 8 is from Germany, 1.5 million. Please welcome Shirzat Isu.
Shirzat Hisu is a player who always comes to our Triton stops, wants to play the highest binds, has 1.2 million in earnings, 5 cashes. Looking for a good one.
Scene number 9 from Canada with 5.8 million. Please welcome Mike Watson.
Sir Watts, Mad Dog, whatever you want to call him. He's got 3 titles, 29 cashes, and 9.4 million in earnings.
Last but not least, closing this final table in scene number 10 with 5.1 million from New Zealand. Please welcome David Yan.
David Yan traveled across the world all the way from New Zealand. 1 title under his belt, 4.9 million in earnings. Always looking for the top prize.
We still have 26 minutes remaining of 50,000, 125,000, 125,000. The button has been drawn to seat number 1. Best of luck, everyone. Joe, shuffle up and deal, please.
There we go, and those are the chip counts. Kiat Lee is the tournament chip leader. And you know what? I'm going to put you on the spot right now, Griffin. Who's your pick?
Well, you know what's funny is that there, as much as we talk about how table draw is so important in tournament poker, it can also happen to us a little bit in the commentary booth. We haven't seen much of Michael Watson over the course of this event, but we didn't even really talk about him in the intro. There he is, sort of in the cut, second in chips with 46 big blinds, one of the most successful tournament players of all time, and a fellow Canadian. So, you know what? As much as I think it might be Kiat Lee's time, I think that's going to be his final boss in Michael Watson.
There we go. Michael Watson is your choice. We'll see how it goes. Personally, I'm a big fan of Ding Biao. I think he's been just playing amazing. Second final table. Made that boss move the other day with that king-queen against Mario Masbach.
Yeah. If I were to put together a highlight package of maybe the 10 favorite hands I've I've been able to commentate so far a few days into this, that King Queen is definitely going to find its way into that top 10, top 5.
As well as the 3 Steven Chidwick call downs in a row.
Yeah, I think probably all 3 of those might make it in there.
David Yan opening Jack 4 clubs in the cutoff. Little raise and take. David Yan starts this final table in 3rd, not too far behind Watson and Lee.
Not at all, and maybe that the wide nature of that first open is going to be reflective of how much David Yan likes his seat, with the very, very short Daniel Rizai on his left, Morton Klein in the small, and then just having to get past Ding Biao out of position there in that cutoff to big blind position. Jack 4 suited, pretty wide open to get festivities started. You know what isn't a wide open though, Randy Lou?
Pocket Cowboys.
Pocket Cowboys.
UTG.
250.
Raised to 250 pounds.
Starts it off with the minimum.
Fold, fold. Fold.
There's Martin Klein with Queen 6 offsuit. Pitching it as expected. Oh, no action.
And you can see a little crease in Sturm's face there, like, oh, come on.
Would have crumpled those cards. It's quite impressive that Morton Klein's made 2 final tables, given he doesn't play this game professionally.
Yeah. As we get a little update on the chip counts, obviously not much movement. Both Leon and David Yan getting some chips there, those raise and takes.
Big separation from 9th and 1st. 41 big blinds is the difference. Perhaps these middling stacks will feel a little caged.
Yeah, we have 9 players, and they're in 3 tiers of 3, basically. You know, there's the 50 big blinds of Kiat Lee with the 46 and 43 of Watson and Yan in the top tier. We have that 28 big blinds for Ding, 24 for Leon Sturm, 20 for Morton Klein in that second tier, and then the 3 shorties between Chidwick, 15 big blinds, Surzat with 12, and Daniel bringing it the rear with the 9.
Ace-7 suited for Watson. Pumps it up. Chidwick's got ace-10 in the small.
Tricky.
Decision?
Very tricky. You're going to be well aware that Mike Watson, as one of those top-tier players, as far as chips are concerned, are going to be opening pretty liberally. And ace-10, I think, is probably going to represent the, or at least near the top of Stephen Chidwick's fold range. I think ace-jack, maybe he would shove. Ace-10, he's prepared to fold. Of course, ICM is still a consideration when you think about the pay jumps. And doesn't want to bust in 9th there.
Yeah, it seemed like a spot where maybe, you know, plus EV chips, but when you throw into ICM, definitely hitting the muck. Regardless, it does come 5-3-3 Rainbow Sturm with the best of it.
And should expect Sturm to play this pretty defensively. You know, you don't want to be bloating the pot here when your opponent has a stronger range, when again, the ICM considerations with Leon, you know, in that mid-pack, in that 4, 5, 6 in chips. But if you're going to call this hand pre-flop, certainly going to have to continue once you flop top pair. But I don't know what's going through his head. Maybe he's going to decide it can play easier.
Yeah, it does seem like, do I check call, do I check raise?
Yeah, and he does it anyway. And this is to really say to Michael Watson, and look at that. See how effective it is.
Denies the 2 overs. 2 to 5.
That. I love that. Because my instinct tells me it's like, oh, you need to just be careful in this spot. But it also says that...
Very important pot. I gave my black chip away without noticing. That would have been disastrous.
If you think you're going to lose that pot so often when you just call, turns a
almost
queen, big barrel. Turns a 9, big barrel.
The flop didn't come to rescue it.
Let's just play it aggressively here on the flop. And if Watson wants to have an overpair or represent it, we'll get out of the way. But that's a nice little pot to win.
Didn't realize there were superstitions on which chips to use.
My lucky charm, and I just gave it to pay the rest.
I have a weird thing when I'm posting my ante and blinds. They need to just sort of go off in like a nice, pretty line stacking against each other. You know, I don't just throw them in randomly. It's
I'll tell you, I hate the guy that throws out the big chips when they have the small chips with the ante. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Especially when we use the ante from each player.
You know, I have a bit of empathy for it if it's like an OCD thing. Some people are just like they like having their perfect stacks, and I know that they can get a little anxious. So I take that into consideration when assessing that, but in general, it bothers me too.
Good. Okay, that's what I needed to know.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm still
on my page.
I'm still I'm still on your team. You know, I'm just a nice guy.
Couple 5s for Ding Biao. Position, almost 30 big blinds to start this hand. Gonna try and set mine here in position. Kiat in the big blind of ace queen. These are some big stacks that he's up against. How to react?
Yeah, I think this probably just needs to play as a 3-bet fold against Michael Watson. And, I mean, I shouldn't say has to play. You know, we have seen some tighter plays with ace-queen in these spots before, but it's just so much hand, but it's never one you would get in with Watson, so it's okay the times that Watson is prepared to get it in. I mean, look how much you make just by these two individuals folding. Not expecting a ton of traps from Ding, so I like that squeeze there.
Yeah, well, Kiat Lee was on the same page as you, as he did make that squeeze to pick up that nice pot. Kiat's in good form. Over in Jeju had multiple cashes, best being a 439K score for 3rd. Still no title for Kiat Lee, though.
Yeah, that's a big narrative for me coming into this event number 3, 30K buy-in. Kiat Lee, I've said it before and I'll say it again, he is due to win one of these.
Kiat's been playing a very long time at our Triton series back in, I believe, 2018, 2019. So would love to see him take it down. We know he's got the chops. Queen Jack of Hearts for Morton Klein. Early position raise, respecting it with that fold. Shirzat Hisu, Queen 10 suited. It looks defendable.
So I have to say, as this will probably prove to be interesting, but just looking at Kiat Lee's results here, of the 22 caches that he has on the Triton Tour, over 7 million in earnings, 12 of those have been a top 6 finish. Many second place and third place finishes. I'm counting second here, third there, second here, second, fourth, third. So it's just been knocking at the door. It's not like this is some, min cash master or something.
He touches the podium. He just doesn't touch the top spot.
Yeah, and he really deserves it. So we'll see if today is his moment finally.
Doesn't look like it's Shirzat Hisu's moment with Queen 10 suited as he lays down the flop.
And if that's something you're interested in and you want to see someone else's results, please check out the Triton app. I've been incredibly impressed with how intuitive it is and the way you can sort of poke around and find out pretty much everything you want.
Yeah, you can also follow action of the other event running, which is the 40K Mystery Bounty, which will be picking up coverage after the conclusion of this event. It's a fun one, of course. Watch your favorite players at the same time as watching this stream, and you might as well give this a thumbs up, a subscribe on YouTube, Twitch, etc. Ace King, Big Slick. Min raise is the price. Looks like he'll be picking up those blinds and antes. Up to 2.1 million. The pay jump, if they can survive one more, is about $22,000. Of course, they will escalate as more eliminations happen. Ace 5 for Razai. Getting short. Chidwick, pocket jacks.
Oh, yeah.
Had ace king last hand. Imagine he's going to come in with another min raise. Actually, a little bit more, 25K on top. Sure as that Hisu on the button, king, queen. He's immediately all in. We've got a coin flip coming.
Yeah, and Surzat's going to like to see that after the snap call from Stephen Chidwick.
Expected to have some fold equity.
Yeah, the time Steve just has, you know, an ace-9 off, maybe a suited ace.
2.4 million. Safe for Stephen Chidwick. Sure as that Hisu looking for a king or a queen to stay alive. And there is the queen. And Chidwick does pick up straight draw now in the form of a 10. And can't get there. Full double up for sure as that Hisu.
And that is going to send Stevie 444 down to under 10 big blinds.
Yeah, tough one for Stevie, but nothing he can do. Expected to get reshoved on by worse pairs. Sometimes you just gotta hold. These things, they don't really tilt a man like Chidwick. Part of the game. Let's move on. Chidwick, short stack duties, 8 big blinds. Watson's got ace jack on the button.
Yeah, going to be coming into the small blind of David Yan. Likes to see him get out of the way.
See him size up to 300K. Must be to attack the short stack of Azai.
Yeah, just not allowing him to realize too much equity. You're not calling with a 10-8 off and stuff like that. It really tightens the range of the big blind peel there, even if you're technically ahead with ace-jack. You know, one of the better results is just the big blind folds and you gain chips without any contention.
Couple tens now for Watson. Back-to-back raises incoming. Noteworthy. Back to a min raise.
Yeah, we'll be happy for Morton Klein to complete with that bigger stack. But 9-4 off, not going to do it.
Your fellow Canadian grinding his way upwards. On to the next hand. Chidwick first to act. Won't be going clubbing. The King Jack of Kiat Lee should get involved. Watson's got ace-3 suited.
Yeah, but just not the player that you necessarily want to go after. Bunch of players behind to worry about. Really is giving it some consideration. I mean, this could represent a moment to sort of try to take a shot at the king a little bit, you know. Maybe take away that chip lead, and you know what? He is going to reach for chips, and this is a real separator right here. This is what, you know, the best players in the world will do. They'll make a big, look at this big 3-bet, really just saying, you know, you can't mess with this.
Yeah, do you want to play?
Yeah, do you want to make this 2.2 million right here? Do you want to put in a 30-er stack just to remind me who the table captain is? No. And this is what we talked about before we went live here on this final table. This is the dynamic I'm really curious about. You know, Kiat Lee very deserving of his first Triton title, but he's going to have to get through Sir Watson and a bunch of others.
Well, guys, check out PokerStake, the official staking partner of Triton. And I did actually take the time to check out PokerStake, and I did find that Chris Moneymaker is selling action to the Triton events, as is Stoyan Mandagiev and Dylan Lin. So, if you're interested in having a little sweat while they play our bigger buy-ins, check out PokerStake.
Yeah, great little tool to make it even more exciting. All these different ways that we make this more fun for you at home. Of course, the app, and of course, PokerStake. Why not have a piece of one of these guys when they get to the final table? Be cheering for those flips.
Cheering for those flips. Wow. How about if I'm going to stake a guy? Like, I kind of want him to get it in as an 80-20 if possible. Chidwick in the big with Queen 10.
Yeah, gonna be happy to call here. Let's see 3. Let's try to flop some equity. Let's get it in. You know, obviously no full equity pre-flop. No reason to put it all in there, and that's gonna be really bad news for Stephen Chidwick.
2 overs against the trip 9s.
And remarkably, has the exact amount of chips that the pot is right now. So when you flop 2 overs in a gut shot, in this scenario, when you started the hand with 7 bigs, I mean, I kind of think you have to go with it.
Well, let's see if Watson continuation bets.
Well, he might not even get the chance, so he does give him the opportunity.
Does check over to Watson. Trip 9's ace kicker. As good as it gets.
Minimum bet.
So what is the play here for Chidwick? Is it check call? Is it check jam?
I
Merits
honestly
to both?
I mean, I haven't studied these spots enough at this stack depth, but I know that Chidwick is continuing. That's for sure. Does he imagine he ever gets ace high to fold? No. So do we need to shove? Maybe just call here, and then if the turn comes something like an ace, we don't need to, we can hold on to our last 4 big blinds and have a full rotation of. I mean, that's the thing. The way that these masterminds utilize their very short stacks when it becomes that way is one of the coolest skills that I think we see on the tour, right? I'm sure if you're watching this at home when it started, you see this flop just like I did, and I just said, well, he's out of the tournament. He has 4 outs. But now, facing the small bet, maybe he just wants to call and reevaluate, and then
250.
Interesting. He does come in with a raise, but not all in. It's check raise minimum.
How are these guys finding mileage out of these stacks right now? It's amazing. The hand starts, and I just think, oh, probably a front shove. Min bet. Min re-raise.
It is interesting. What if he puts his opponent on like an ace high, his opponent calls, and then like a 7 drops and he jams and he just gets some ace rag to fold? I mean, it's possible. Regardless, a 6 on a turn, now giving Steven Chidwick a double gutter, extra ammo. Chidwick, check raise min to flop. Was it with intentions to jam the turn?
Well, when the turn gives you more equity in the form of another straight draw, and the way that the 6 interacts with that 9-9-8, the times that you were just check raising a 6-7 or a 10-7 or a 10-6.
Well, he is going to push in 400, leave 25K back. Watson asking for the rest, and Chidwick will be at risk. 18% looking for a jack or a 7 to stay in, or he'll be our first elimination.
Here's Johnny.
Here's a 9.
Just quads.
The end of Chidwick. Watson up to 7.1 million chips. GG.
New chip leader, and well-deserved. Almost as a direct response to us freezing him out in the intro, not even mentioning one of the greatest tournament players in the world, but there as well, also one walking out in Steven Chidwick.
Chidwick wins $103,000 for that performance. 2 titles, $19 million in Triton, earnings 37 cashes. It was just so amazing to watch the other day. As we mentioned, hero call after hero call after hero call. Every single decision was correct. But this time, unable to get there with that Queen 10.
Yeah, and that's how tournament poker works too, right? I mean, it appeared like he played perfect all tournament, and that's still, not going to be enough. You still have to have luck on your side, and unfortunately for Chidwick, it wasn't his day today. But a final table finish, over 3x'd his buy-in there. Cash, another 6-figure score in the Triton cashes.
Unfortunate for him, but fortunate for the remaining 8, as we're now guaranteed 125K. Survive once more. You're getting a $48,000 pay jump. Kiwis David Yan, raise and take. Seems like chat's a little bit sad that Chidwick's out.
Yeah, I'm sure any existing fans of Chidwick, and there are many, and new ones were made yesterday with that performance on the feature tables.
Mike Watson is the new chip leader with that pot. And he's also got pocket 7s. Uh-oh.
And this is the benefit sometimes of being particularly short, is that, you know, when you have a monster like this,
650.
There's no fold equity. You're just going to get a double most of the time. So fortunate for Daniel.
He's just so short. I don't see how Watson could ever get away for this price.
No, never.
It is 400,000 more, 150 behind that. Watson is aware that Razai's range is strong, but your opponent is this short. Can't fold. Is going to leave the 150 back, though, in case it comes maybe like an ace, king, queen. King, 3, deuce, rainbow. Watson just going to put in Razai himself. Heavy favorite for the Austrian. Jack on the turn. Only a 7 needed for Watson to eliminate Razai. And it's a 9. Full double up. 1.9 million. The chip lead. Going back to Kyautli. So blinds now. 75K, 150K. If there wasn't already pressure on the short stacks, here's even more with the walls closing in. Over to the blinds. Kyautli in the small. He's got king 10.
And 16 big blinds effective.
Yep, sure as that with 16.
Yep.
Is he thinking about jam or limp? It looks like jam. Gonna win that one with the all-in play. No clear chip leader. Kyautli, Watson, David Yan just separated by a couple big blinds.
Nice, aggressive. Stay friendly, man.
Ace 7 for Kyot.
You're really hoping to get by Shirzat here, because you can't really call 15 big blind all in with ace 7 there, but you feel an entitlement to the pot when you get an ace on the button like that.
Watson unable to defend with 3-2 off.
Andy Nee would have played it.
3 deuce, you're right. He also would have double check raised any board. And he also would have won a trophy, which he did.
Here's a question for you, Randy.
Hit me.
Have you ever successfully pulled off a triple check raise?
I can barely get a double check raise in.
I got one in a
Did
tournament
you?
once. I remember, yeah, I remember like it was yesterday.
Did you get a trophy?
No, but I won the tournament. Yeah.
Oh, you won
an MTT.
Okay,
but it was an online tournament.
You won
It
a
was one of-
virtual trophy. That's nice.
Yeah.
Pat on the back. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Please don't tell me the story again.
Well, you're not interested in triple check races? It's like a unicorn, man.
I don't know, man. I'm more into the double check race with 3 deuce.
In 25K buy-ins? You're not interested in the $100 rebuy triple check race?
Was it a bluff or was it value?
It was value.
Okay, see.
And he called.
Try with bluff.
Oh,
That's
okay.
difficult.
That's true, you're right. That's a good point.
Limp pot, 2 big stacks, wants an 8-6 offsuit, queen 10 whiffing as well. David gonna check back. Does pick up an open-ended straight draw. Does get checked over to Yan.
Yeah, open-ended now for David Yan.
Tempting to bet?
A little bit, because if you don't hit your hand on the river, it's going to be difficult to call, as an example right here. I think Michael Watson is not going to be checking down 8 high all the way. This would be the ideal spot to bet based on how the hand went. I mean, it's hard to bet this flop, certainly hard to bet the turn now, because you've seen no interest in the pot by David Yan.
He's going to shoot out 225K. Recognizing 8 high, never good.
But can David Yan ever call here?
With just queen high? Don't think so.
Yeah, it's just such a small portion of the range. You imagine even something like 8-7 might have bet the turn, so.
Yeah, had David Yan bet that turn, maybe he wins the pot. But then again, what if he's getting slow played and he just burns
and he
chips
just gets check
unnecessarily?
Yeah. No, he's doing the right thing there. You need to kind of play by the rules a little bit. Michael Watson does have a little bit more chips.
Yeah, Yan's happy where he places in the chip counts. Currently 3rd with 37 big blinds. Morton Klein gonna pick this spot to get involved.
About 15 big blinds for Morton.
Puts in 325 with the ace jack. Razai ace-6 suited in the big.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to play as a reluctant, let's see, 3.
Especially with the suitedness. He's always got that.
Yeah. Offsuit, I think we could have seen a fold here for sure.
Right, against undergun. And Klein shouldn't be messing around with that stack size. Who does make the call? Ace-9 deuce. Top pair versus top pair. How much is Razai going to lose?
This is a disaster for Daniel.
350K is the first bullet. Starts up a call. 1.1 million back, 1.575 in the middle. A 10 on the turn.
There is a path to get away. Oh, and
The instant
Klein
check makes
lets
it
him-
worse, right, for
lets him
Razai?
off the hook.
But Razai might still lose chips here.
Yeah, I think it would have been less likely he loses his whole stack had Morton Klein shoved the turn. Now, I think he's going to call when shoved on the turn a good percentage of the time, but I think there's a chance that he finds a big fold, that he doesn't think Morton's just flying off the handle with, what, a turned king-jack equity or something, or a turned diamond draw.
Now Razai is thinking.
So now Razai is thinking, okay, this ace is almost certainly good. What do I need to bet here? What can I bet here to get value from, say, 2 kings, 2 queens? Probably something small that looks...
375. Looks like a block.
Yeah, and this is where the mistake came from Klein. Could have gotten it all.
But still got a chunk of Razai's chips, who loses 1.2 million. Klein up to 3.5.
And Daniel very surprised by this hand. He recognizes that he should have busted there, starting with about 10 big blinds, ace high against a better ace high. So, you know, I think Morton really let him go there. He had
Extra
him.
life. Razai's happy about it. He's got 5 big blinds. He does have a chance to try and spin this one up. Still, tight cluster at the top, separated by 4 big blinds, 1 and number 2. The middle of the pack's been rather quiet. Ding Biao, Leon Sturm.
Yeah, I think that's what they need to be. In fairness, they have been pretty card dead so far, but in general, they need to kind of wait for these short stacks to bust to get the kind of boosts that we see right here in the payouts. 8th place, 125. You see, once you get back into that middle cluster, we're all the way up to like 300K, 250K. So really important to get in that top 6 if right now you're in that that second tier of chips.
I'm super excited for the heads-up match because we didn't get one the other day.
Yeah.
Which will be a $325,000 match for the eventual 2 players remaining. For now, though, we need to continue on with these 8. Shirzat Hisu, pocket 7s. Min race. David Yan, ace 9. Hitting the muck. Razai's got king jack in the small blind. Clear short stack. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, going to be, I would say,
uh-oh.
about breaking wow, look at this.
Morton Klein reshoving ace king. And what does Shirzat Hisu do now?
Fold.
He is going to fold.
Scurrying quick.
Shirzat folds the 7s against the 2 unpaired hands.
Oh, great callback
Ace come before.
from Daniel Razai there. One of the only things we heard Morton Klein say over the last few days was the jack always comes on the river when he was all in with jacks against the aces of David Yan before we merged this final table. And Daniel makes that reference. You said the jack's always coming on the river, right?
Well, what's that is, it doesn't matter because he is officially drawing dead as Morton Klein makes the nut flush on the turn, and that is the end of Daniel Razai. 8th place, 125K in the pocket. So that was it for the Austrian. First final table here in Montenegro. Played well, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, ran into a couple unfortunate spots, most notably the ace-10 of spades against the kings of Morton Klein. Then coolered again by Morton Klein with that ace-jack, ace-6. Somehow survived, and then Morton Klein finished him off. So that was a really story of his tournament. 3 all-in confrontations, or 3 big confrontations, pardon me, with the Norwegian, and that was the end of them.
There was 8. Now there's 7. $173,000 guaranteed. Ladder once more. You earn $238K. Klein, King 4 offsuit. Giving Ding Biao to walk. He'll take it.
Yeah, a little bit tight with the King 4 there. But, you know, probably a sign of respect against Ding Biao, and frankly, I think Ding might have just shoved the 20 bigs anyway.
Save himself a small blind.
There you go. Digging Shirzad's sweater. You're a big sweater man.
What does it look like to you?
I don't know. It's kind of like
It's kind of like semi-camouflage.
Yeah, semi-camo, a bit topographical.
Martin taking a little time, but been standard practice for him with all hands. Not looking to give away any tells. Timing tells, that is. Ding Biao's got pocket jacks in the small blind. Is he going to limp to trap or maybe raise?
I believe he is going to limp.
You popped that one loud.
Yeah, I did. Sorry.
And Ding Biao said, no, I'm going to make it 500K.
Yeah, his ears are ringing, so he just is going to make it big.
Oh, would have been nice against this exact hand, Jack 6, had he limped, given how poorly. Look at the equities. 91 versus 6. Is that as bad as it gets?
Yeah, it's hard to get much better than that.
So Ding Biao going to have 22 big blinds. 3.3 milli.
Yeah, so, I mean, upon further, I guess, reflection, you know, Ding, I don't think, wants to get too tricky with his big hands at this stage with the ICM implications. Shirzad only having 20 big blinds. You want to start putting your money in when you have your good hands, not necessarily get too tricky.
Probably also doesn't expect Sturm Stack to attack as much.
Yeah.
But I'm going to guess if he was up against one of the 3 big stacks, he
Yeah,
will limp
that's
more
kind
often.
of that's kind of where my mentality was at.
Sturm in the small blind, suited king. Plays 19 big blinds against the chip leader in the big blind.
All in.
Oh, he's gone all in. And Kiat Lee grabbing black chips, immediately dropping them, snapping him off with pocket queens. Sturm's at risk.
Wow, it is for a lot of chips in the form of 19 big blinds, but pretty strong
misstep.
hand. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure
timing.
he's run the numbers on something like this. You know, there's really only 3 other kings that can call you, so you're going to get some better kings to fold sometimes.
Does pick up some outs with the pair of 7s.
Still pretty live, you know. 30% pre-flop, 23% here. A club would make things very interesting.
No club. Still has one more chance with 5 outs. And that's the end of Leon Sturm.
And Kiat Lee up to 10 million. We've been talking about it. Just incredible results here on the Triton Tour, but somehow of the 22 cashes, not a single title to his name. Could this be the event that changes?
It's looking like it for Kiatli. Just under 10 million. Hand was easy for him. Blind versus blind. Snapped it off with 2 queens. And Sturm gonna be disappointed with that result. It's always great to see one of the best online MTT players come out to the live felt, take their hand against the best players in the world. We'll be happy to score 173K, although a bit bittersweet as he did seek that title. GG Sturm. Looks like I caught a glimpse of him going to the registration desk for the 40K. Did you see that?
Of course, yes.
No break, just straight into it.
So much deserved, I'd say, separation now between Kiatli and the other 2 chip leaders in Michael Watson, who has 6.3 million, David Yan at 5.4.
This changes things, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like Watson can't mess around as much as is David Yan.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting to see Mike Watson take that shot early on and just remind Kiatli what kind of animal he's going to be dealing with. I mean, Sir Watts is a dangerous dude on the poker felt, so it's going to be tough to beat. As is David Yan.
Hey, Stewie, we're Ding Biao.
As is Ding Biao. Like, let's not forget about him.
Oh, I have not forgotten.
Oh, I know you haven't.
The collection of sunglasses this man has is amazing. I mean, he's got so many different ones, and obviously they all cost a fortune. This one's pretty sleek.
Lot of discussion on YouTube right now about that 19 big blind shove from Leon Sturm.
I feel like if you put this hand in the hands of some other players, they might find a different path.
Yeah, maybe some limps, maybe even the occasional raise.
Obviously, you come here, you play your game. Sometimes it falls your way, other times it doesn't. Yeah, I'm going to open up ace-queen.
Yeah, I have to say that I'd be very surprised if it's a pure mistake. You know, Leon Sturm's not going to be at a final table like this. I would almost expect that it's correct. But sometimes these things happen and you see them and you're just like, and the worst outcome happens and you're just thinking that can't possibly be right, because we're experiencing the one in, you know, very few times that Kiatli wakes up with a monster.
I agree.
Instead of the other times you see him fold king 8, fold king 9, fold king 10 to the 20 big blind shove.
Kiat gonna flat in position of pocket 8s. Watson, this is the top 3 stacks of the tournament, going to take it. Oh, I thought it was going to be 3 ways. Queen Jack in the muck from the big blind. Interesting.
Yeah, I really like this. This is a pretty advanced fold, but also one that I think made quite easy by these type of players. You know, would have gotten lucky here.
Would have hit top pair.
But it's irrelevant, right? Because we can see how correct he is about the strength of these ranges, right? The under the gun range of David Yan crushing the Queen Jack. The flatting range of Kiatli should be crushing Queen Jack.
Imagine he pairs the queen instead. Well, lose a lot of chips.
Yeah.
He is going to check over to Kiatli in position. 8's going to see what's what. 275. David with the decision. Actually check folding despite the price. Didn't really see that one coming, Griffin.
Yeah, it's just when you're up against such a tough customer, can put so much pressure on your stack.
Do you think that Kiat's not the one and done type? Like he's going to multi-barrel,
No.
so if I don't hit my
Yeah.
ace or queen, like I'm just
He's
bleeding.
Not, and more than that, it's just the matter of like, if this was a normal, just for chips, normal situation, I was raising under the gun and the guy called just for chips, we would play this as a check call pretty comfortably. But it's one of the worst hands we would check call, right, in a normal situation. So because of the ICM implications, because Kiat Lee has this chip lead, because he's capable of barreling even when he doesn't have it, we need to start folding the bottom of our call range, right? And that's, I think, a perfect example of him doing that.
Fair enough. Makes a lot of sense. Just kind of change your ranges by a pip or two with ICM in play. Safe way to play it.
Now, ace-queen suited, let's say, one of his suit out there. Maybe that works into some check calls because you have the potential of making a near nut hand by the river, right?
Turned equity.
Yeah.
All that taken into consideration when making key decisions at these final tables. That watch.
There, yeah,
it's worth a lot, isn't it?
There is the Enigma. Ding Biao.
Gets over to Watson, who's got A7 offsuit. Playing a comfy game so far. This final table hasn't had much resistance against him.
Some pause from David Yan. I guess similar in principle to, the way that Mike Watson attacked Kiat Lee earlier.
Hello.
Maybe I can get away with one.
It's not going to get away.
No.
Against this ace-king of Klein.
And that's the other part of it. What if Klein just wakes up with something? Been known to happen. He's been waking up quite a bit in this tournament.
Announces a bet. 850,000.
Should do the trick against this particular hand.
Very hard to maneuver with A7, even in position. So Watson is going to lay it down. Not bad for Klein, up to 5.2 million. He actually surpasses David Yan in third in chips. Clear short stack is Shirzat Hisu on 9 bigs. Kiat Lee raising under the gun with 10-9 offsuit. This is big stack things.
Naughty boy. But only six-handed. A lot of players going to have to play quite honestly.
But still quite early position. More like mid.
But it's not totally unreasonable if you consider that, you know, with ICM considerations, six-handed, under the gun, maybe the worst hand you would open is like Jack 10 off. So if he's feeling like he can go one note over, why not, you know? And look how effective it was.
Yeah, instead of removing hands from your range when you're the chip leader, start adding a bit, pip by pip. What's he drinking there? Tea? Apple
Looks like it's
juice?
some sort of a
Alcohol?
tea.
Whiskey? You think it's tea?
That would be my guess, yeah. Give me some ginger ale.
Ginger ale. Okay. Ginger beer, you know what that is?
I do. Could be a shandy. You know what that is?
Nope.
It's my dad's go-to drink.
Alcoholic?
It's half beer, half ginger ale.
Oh.
It's actually...
I think I might like that.
I think you would, yeah.
Sure as that. Feels that ace-8 is enough.
Ooh, yeah, right on the line here for 9 big blinds under the gun, 6-handed. You're just hoping this gets through. So far, so good.
Just 2 more to get through. Ace-5, one of them. As does Kiat Lee.
Very nice.
A bit of breathing room, as he does have to play the big blind and big blind ante next.
Yeah, and the blinds are now up to 100,000, 200,000 with that 200,000 ante. So certainly that was a big consideration for Shirzat, really aware of the clock, recognizing that the blinds were going to go up. Suddenly his 8, 9 big blinds were going to be 6 into the big blind. So nice to find that shove.
So the big stack of Kiat Lee with 10 million, now sitting on 52 big blinds with the blind increase. Kings for Klein. He's been cruising. Kiat Lee with the ace-7 in the small blind.
Will Temptation rear its ugly head for Kiat Lee? Such a nice stack to pressurize is Morton Klein's on 5 million. You have this ace blocker, and there it is to 1.2 million.
Yeah, the ace blocker, reasons to why he does 3-bet this one.
Yeah, look, if Morton Klein is even ace-jack, ace-10, king-queen, pocket eights, I think these hands all go in the muck. He is, you know, in a good chip position here. He needs to kind of wait for Shirzat or Ding, but of course does have the kings, able to shove, and that's a nice little pot to take down. That's actually going to hop him up into second.
Yeah, Morton Klein has just been cruising upwards only this tournament. Smooth sailing. Side shot of David Yan. Laying down king 4. Ace king. This man is getting hit with the deck right now. Playing some solid poker. 450 is the price. A7 for Watson.
Not loving it here, but a bit too strong to just fold.
So A7 going to give Klein some action once again, this time with the flop. 9-8-8, 2 diamonds. Both players of ace high, paired board, and a check through. The 7 now comes in for Watson.
Very nice.
Watson going to check to Klein.
Turn pair, Sir Watts. Do, 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 do.
I see. Let us check. Uh-oh. This board getting disgusting. 4 diamonds. A 4-liner. Gut shot. Check it through. Watson closing the gap between him and Klein as Klein stares at the board for 1 second to realize the 7's got him. Kiat Lee with cap on and hoodie up. Hoodie down here for Klein. King, queen, not king, queen, queen 3 suited. No good. King 8 offsuit activating. David Yan, 10-5 of diamonds. Let's see if he's interested.
Again, gonna fall into those. Yeah, maybe for chips I would call it, but at this final table, do I really want to? David decides to.
Working the tangle.
Yeah, I mean he's got so many different weapons than a lot of players when it comes to post-flop play that he feels very comfortable. I think going to the flop here, not just folding out all this equity when he has all this these chips in the middle.
C-bet and fold. Kiat Lee back up to 10 million after attacking Morton Klein. Not getting that one through. Well, guys, if you got that itch for some sports betting, check out sportsbet.io. Plenty of different sports that you could wager on. I was browsing. You can literally pick any sport, whether it's badminton, paddle, basketball, football. Find out who you want to bet on. I don't know that many different sports, but I might just sprinkle in something and hope for the best. Check out sportsbet.io.
Yeah, I've actually heard quite good things about sportsbet.io.
Did
Is
you?
it padel, though? Didn't we establish this yesterday? Is it paddle or padel?
Gosh, calling me out in front of everyone.
I'm not calling anyone. I just was so excited to hear it wasn't paddle.
I shouldn't have even said the word now. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Sure is that going to be paddling upstream with this one.
Paddling upstream. Okay. That is quite possible. We do know that Kings is going to get it in, whether it's call or rejam. Unclear. It is now, though, call
too
in
strong.
position.
Let's just hope that maybe Klein's got himself an ace-queen out there and spazzes it in, which he would be completely entitled to do, as there are going to be some flat folds here from Michael Watson. But that's the great thing about these suited aces. 32% of the time, it works every time.
Cards on their backs. Just under 3 million in the pot. No ace on the flop, but it is 2 diamonds, giving Sherzad Hisu the nut flush draw and the ace draw. 44% equity.
Let's go red 5 for the sweat.
He's got one more shot at it. 10 on the turn. And he gets there. He's standing up like he lost. You won, Sherzad Hisu. Sit back down, my friend.
Oh my gosh.
You see it? Nut flush.
Oh, that's sweet.
You didn't know, right?
So, yeah, you didn't know. It's so rare, too, so I love it. It really humanizes these super high rollers. The very few times you ever see them misread the board or not understand how a river would change the hand values. You know, it is such a... It's almost a deflating feeling when you're all in and you think it's about to be over and you put in so much focus into a tournament like this for 2 days. And then sometimes it just trips you out a little bit when you actually hit the card.
Too much short deck. Never expect to win those.
Yeah, Sherzad just slow rolled himself.
Nice. Back to the status quo here.
Yeah, back to it.
We got a dog wearing a suit.
I don't know what that means.
Suited canine.
Dog wearing a suit.
You know that canine is the dog hand,
yes,
right?
I understand that.
Okay, and it's suited. So imagine like...
no, you continue.
I walked you there, but it's
no,
good.
No,
I mean,
yes.
You good now? We're fine.
You walk me there, you can go ahead and walk that canine when you get a chance.
You guys get me, right, YouTube?
They might have muted that last 10, 15 seconds. Ace-8 offsuit, looking to take a flop and out, well, not out flopping, but flopping top pair. Enough for him to get some chips, some Kiat, perhaps?
Yeah, should get a bet here on the flop from Kiat. Still obviously going to have this stronger range.
275. Ding Biao, top pair against the UTG Open, six-handed though. Going to play it as a check call. Six of clubs on the turn, brings in a flush draw, or a flush. No club in either player's hand.
Yeah, no interest from Kiat trying to scare off Ding Biao when he has all the aces and all the flushes here based on the hand you have.
Might Ding Biao think he can extract some value with top pair 8 kicker?
I guess the problem is that no draws have missed, so it's hard to represent a bluff. But maybe you just want to bet something really small here to try to get a side call from, say, a queen, or sometimes even a worse ace, as the 8 would play against an ace-deuce, ace-4, ace-7.
It's never going to get paid off by the king-9, but that would make sense.
开。那么多，送点给我哟。
Kiat and Ding Biao exchanging some words. King Jack, not going to do it. For sure is that. But ace 9, a different story on the button.
Yeah, it's very tough customers. Not an enviable seat for Morton Klein with Ding in the small and Kiat Lee in the big. Kiat Lee has a hand he can definitely play with.
King 6 of clubs. Will be taking that flop. One club on board, but more importantly, a pair of sixes for Kiat Lee. Morton Klein outflopped.
Yeah, much better than the average board here for Kiat.
A check through Brings the queen on the turn. Perhaps thinking about a bet. Does opt for check. Klein's happy to check ace-9 down. But the king probably going to change things as Kiat Lee makes 2 pair.
Going to be difficult for Kiat Lee to get value here, because you would think a 10 would have bet the flop, a queen would have bet the turn. So you're betting the river here to get called from what? A pocket 9s? Probably not going to be calling, right? A rivered king.
He's hoping for a rivered king. He shoots out a big shell of 1,000,000 chips.
Yeah. And against a different opponent, I think Kiat Lee might elect to try some tricky check raise maybe here with this disguised 2 pair, but probably anticipating Morton's just going to be checking back here a lot with how uninterested he's been in the pot, that maybe if he does river a king, let's get the max value here.
Well, Morton Klein isn't finished yet, as he does bring in a time bank. Is he thinking about a big play? Or a very heroic call? He might be thinking...
I think you would need a jack in your hand if you really wanted to do that.
Is that to block the straight?
Yeah.
Gave it some thought. Did give it up. Our shortest stack has 15 big blinds, so there isn't that clear micro stack that's going to get it in soon. Quite cagey between David Yan, Watson, Ding Biao, and Klein. They're separated by just a few big blinds, and then the clear chip leader of Kiat Lee on 50 big blinds and 10,000,000 chips. Queen Jack for Yan. This seems like one of those hands that players like to use as a 3-bet.
I think this might even be a shove. David Yan is only effectively...
Whoa.
Yeah, wow, just folds it instead.
Interesting. Does open the door for Shirzat Hiso to get involved with King-Queen. Seen him earlier reshove a King-Queen against Chidwick, where he got there. Things are different, though, as he's in the big blind and he's got a bigger stack. Makes the call. King, King 9. How about that one?
2 diamonds. That ace deuce of diamonds.
True.
Yeah, it's interesting, the fold pre-flop from Kiat Lee. I just think that if he isn't prepared to shove, it's probably just better to fold than to call or 3-bet fold. And now we just have these 2 clashing.
David Yan following through with a mini bet of 200K. Decisions for Shirzat, whether to check raise or check call. Does go for the ladder. And the 10 comes in for David Yan, who makes the straight disaster for Shirzat Hiso.
And a stack to pot ratio, about 1.5 to 1 for Shirzat. David Yan with an excellent opportunity to get everything from a king if his opponent has it, which he does. You know, 9Xs will be folding here on the turn. Some flush draws will be folding, so David is just praying that Shirzat Hizu has that king.
550 is the price. Is there a way for Shirzat not to lose it all right now?
I will say there is some merit in just calling. I mean, if you expect that when you check shove here, you're only getting called by worse, you may as well just keep the bluffs in there and then pay off the value that beats you by the river. If somehow, miraculously, he has better than you, which in this particular instance, somehow, David Yen has.
But not this river card.
No.
It's a 5. No flushes come in. No 4-liners. This could be the end of the road for Shirzat Hizu if David Yan asks for it all. $2.6 in the middle, 1.6 back. Yan trying to find the perfect bet size.
Such a big moment at this 30K final table right now.
All in is the play from David Yan. And Shirzat doesn't feel too good about this one.
Not a snap call, and I don't know if it's possible for him to get away, but it's like we discussed, right? He's not beating any value here except maybe King Jack.
I agree. King Jack is the worst value he beats.
You know, David probably doesn't open many worse kings, maybe any worse kings than King 10 suited, King 9 suited, which are boats. Pocket 9s are in play, pocket 10s are in play. Of course, the Queen Jack, which you block, holding King Queen.
Is it relevant that he doesn't have a diamond in hand?
It is. But it's also, it's a bit difficult to 3-barrel diamonds here, I think. Because you having the diamonds, I mean, it's just, it makes it very likely your opponent has something very strong like a king here. I mean, you're not calling twice with Jack 9, right? If you're Shirzat.
Right.
What are you calling twice with? A lot of, kings, maybe Jack 10, still like getting dicey. Maybe 10x of diamonds, something like a 10-8 of diamonds, 10-7 of diamonds, which would have called in the big. So this is incredibly impressive that we haven't seen this player already be eliminated from the tournament.
Giving David Yan a look. Can he pick up a read?
Yeah, and actually looking at the relative positions here too. Kiat leads fold pre-flop with that ace deuce of diamonds makes a lot more sense. He's in quite early position here. And I mention it because I wonder how the dynamic of the hand might have changed if Kiat Lee was in the pot and this went 3-way to the turn, making it more likely that Shirzat would be perceived to have a king. Just heads up here.
Look at how many time banks have been deposited. Oh, he almost called there. He is going to make the call and going to see the bad news from David Yan. He just knew it but couldn't follow through.
Wow, that is a very impressive bust out from Shirzat, almost slipping away from the grasps of Miss Oracle. And we are down to 5.
We are down to 5. As David Yan picks up a massive pot. You gotta feel for Shirzat Hisu. He really knew he was behind, but the price was just a little bit too good for him.
It's just such a strong hand, King Queen.
Thought he played well. Chose his spots.
Very well.
He did make 2 final tables in Jeju, a 5th and a 2nd, adding a final table here in Montenegro in the early goings of the schedule. Good to see him making another deep run here. We know he'll be back.
Absolutely.
And as you said, we are down to 5. Shirzat picks up 238K. All remaining 5, 309,000. If they do happen to finish in 5th, but it's guaranteed. Pay jump is $78,000 if they can survive once more. Getting juicy. So Kiat Lee sitting on 41 big blinds, 10 million. David Yan, 7 million. Klein, 5.2. Watson, 4.3. And Ding Biao, 4 million in chips. What is that, like a cocktail shaker?
Yep.
Okay. A shandy?
Yeah, I'm having one prepared for you.
Kiat is just raising relentlessly. 10-7 off, now 8-6 suited.
And look at David Yan. Not going to go down easily, defending the Queen 5 off.
David is very confident in his post-flop abilities.
Yeah,
Used to play a lot of this guy, and he's good. Little C-bet from Kiat taking it down. Well, guys, in your downtime, subscribe and like, say hello. We're checking out the chat. Might as well let us know where you're from if you want. King Jack of Hearts for Ding Biao. $500. David Yan, King 3 suited. Always thinking about these suited hands if there's an opportunity for him to get involved. And he is going to get involved. 1.3 million.
Yeah, and perhaps assuming that, I mean, Ding, this is going to put a lot of pressure on Ding. It's kind of a shove or fold situation at 250K. All the same, though, you know, nice.
How does he know? Ding Biao is sick. Reshoving 4 million in chips after seeing 1.3 in front of him. He's too good.
Just did the same.
He just knew David Yan was just itching to 3-bet bluff him. He's ready
Great
for
instincts.
it. Yeah. Yan's got king, queen. 20 big blinds to start this hand. Going to rip it.
Aw.
Oh, Ding Biao
is very annoyed that he can't see a flop with this hand.
He certainly would have continued against a min raise. Watts has been quiet lately, down to 4.2 million in chips. Hello. Shall we go to space?
Baby. Pocket aces for the Norwegian hammer, Morten Klein.
There we go. 575K. Kyatley with queen 8 offsuit. Hand's got playability. There's the call from Kyatley. Jack 3 deuce monotone. No diamond for Klein or Kyatley.
Yeah, and frankly, fortunate for Kyatley.
Just pushes in 2 million.
Yeah, Morten puts in half his stack on the flop.
He's like, I don't want to see that diamond.
Nope.
Maintain that stack.
So no one really in much immediate risk to bust. The lowest stack is Michael Watson at 4.2 million, also known as 17 bigs. Everyone else, 20 or more, but very clumped up together. Ding Biao with 20, Morten Klein with 22 now, 23 for David Yan, and all the way up top, 10 million chips, 41 big blinds, is Kyatley, seemingly destined to finally get his first Triton title.
On pace right now. Morten Klein with the back-to-back raise, ace-10 offsuit. Kyatley of king-jack suited. Seems like all options are on the table.
How about that one?
Ship City.
Max pressure. Great result for Kyatley.
More separation.
There. Yep.
Now has 11.4 million in chips. Couple folds. 6 deuce suited. Hitting the muck as well. But it's queen 10 for Watson.
Yeah, and at 15 big blinds effective. And the bottom stack, you have to imagine, going to be working in some shoves much of the time here. But let's see what Mike decides to go with.
He is going to rip it in.
Yeah, just hard to really do anything else in this situation because you really don't want to fold out your equity there. You don't want to limp fold, or you're not deep enough to do much else but shove, I think.
It's a bit of a race to see who's going to bust first. No one wants to be the one at risk.
Yeah, no one wants to be that guy.
While they jockey and see how that one goes. Kiao Lee's just going to pick on him. Queen Town now in the hands of Ding Biao.
I think probably the worst hand he's going to be opening under the gun here, given the stack depths. I think maybe Jack 10 would work in as a fold, so for Ding's sake, hope he gets through the field, but unfortunately for him...
Hard to get through pocket nines.
Yeah, 9-9.
Is it 3-bet small or is it 3-bet jam?
Oh yeah, I think it's gonna be a jam here, effectively here.
Have to stack in more, and Klein's got ace king. We got a queen flip incoming.
Wow.
And
wow.
So it is going to be
Morton
Morton Klein.
Going to be thrilled to see ace king though.
Versus
Yes,
David Yan.
Very happy.
55-45.
Do you see the visceral reaction from David Yan, like just the ICM implications of it, how big this pot's going to be?
He didn't love it.
No, he doesn't like being in this situation, but you know, sometimes you get dealt two very big hands in late position, and you got to run the cards. David Yan, who's played so well. Morton Klein, who's on a beautiful run here at Triton.
But he's in trouble. No ace or king on the flop. David Yan in the lead. Has Klein covered. 4 on the turn. Does bring opportunities and more outs for a win.
Yeah.
For Klein, if he can find a deuce.
Ace, king, deuce, 6. Otherwise, David Yan wins a huge pot.
And it's an 8. The end of Morton Klein. Nothing he can do. Just got to win those flips.
Yeah, all the respect deserved for Morton Klein, now a mainstay in 2 of our 3 events, final tabling them. David Yan stretches his legs, maybe quick bathroom break in between hands or something.
Yeah. There's Morton Klein eliminated in 5th place for $309,000. That is 2 final tables in the 2 events he's played here in Montenegro. Tremendous result, improving each tournament. Gonna miss him, as we are now down to 4. Griffin.
Yeah. And bit of a 2-horse race with that big flip win for David Yan and Kat Lee, both at pretty much 11 million. As we take a look at the pay jumps here.
Yeah, they all just got what, 88K?
Yeah.
387 guaranteed. And the stacks, look at that. Number 1 and number 2 separated by 2 big blinds. Number 3 and 4 by just 1. 2 clusters.
Yeah, but so much can change if one of these 2, between Ding and Watson, can double up through the big ones. There's could be a lot of movement.
88K pay ladder on the table. Your man Mike Watson still in it.
Yeah. Put in a lot of good work to get to here. took some shots against the chip leader earlier, which was nice to see him sort of weaving around.
He's not worried.
No. He's been here quite a few times.
Oh, good.
I'd do the same for you, Mike.
I know you would. You're a good guy, David.
So we do have a dead small blind with the elimination of Morton Klein. Yan on the button. Hasn't even finished sliding those chips into his stack. There's the bet. Ding Biao's got ace 10. Also did put on this yellow jacket. I'm digging it.
Pretty cool. Well, you don't know about his Final Four jacket?
I don't. Do know he was going to jam that ace 10. So does he have like a final 3 attire as well?
Hope so.
Changing shades, hat.
Do you turn off when you go to pee?
Yeah, I thought. I mean, I actually normally do, and I thought I didn't. Like after. It's just in my head. Maybe somebody out there is enjoying things.
Like the video you showed before. Like the video you showed me before.
Got a suited jack for Watson. Who's going to muck it from the cutoff? Better diamonds for Yan. King 10 suited. He's got 10 million in chips. He's going to be happy to raise. 550. Seven six for the chip leader. Flicks it in.
Yeah, definitely going to be enough to see a flop.
And enough to flop a middle pair. Taking the lead against David Yan. The jack is going to give David Yan an inside straight draw. Two live cards against the 7 still. Another round of checks, and the queen gives David Yan Broadway. Kiat gonna check once more, hoping to get the showdown. David not looking to make this one too cheap for him. Couldn't even drop the chips in. Kiat Lee folded instantly. Slight chip lead now for David Yan against Kiat Lee. David Yan won Triton title, 4.9 million in earnings. Had 4 cashes in Jeju last festival. His win came in 2023 in London in the 200K no limit for $3 million. Looking to add another title here. Jack 9 offsuit for Ding Biao. Raising to 500K. Offsuit Queen 8. No connection. Ace 10, 6, 2 spades. Ding is going to reach for some chips. Quick hand, a simple one. Ding on 5.9 million. So four-handed. Clear short stack is Watson. 14 big blinds, 3.4 million. An A7 for Kiat on the button. We've seen David Yan defend some offsuit hands. This one seems to be in the qualified territory. Kiat in front with ace high. And jack. Doesn't change anything. Is Kiat looking to just check down this ace high? So far, it does seem that way. 4 on the river. Yan needs to bet if he wants to try and win this pot.
Don't think he's very interested in this one. But he hasn't checked yet. So
he's
there
interested.
You go.
250, the minimum.
And this bet's designed to really attack these ace and king highs that might think, oh, he's just trying to milk me for value with a river at 4. But it's going to be too small.
Nice from Kiat
Too much hand from Kiat Lee.
Playful muck. Nice call there. Some players, yeah, they just convince themselves, oh, you're just milking me.
Seven. You had a 7. You still called.
Just in case.
Watson bleeding down to 3.3 million. 13 blinds with king 4 suited.
Yeah, 13 blinds and blinds up in 2.5 minutes. Feels too strong to fold, but probably too weak to shove, so is going to play it as a min with that suited blocker. Getting some fortunate lack of hand from both David Yan and Ding Biao.
He's got queen 5 offsuit. making the call here. Put into defense and flopping quad fives, 5, 5, 5.
The hell?
The hell is that?
I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
I don't even think Ding Biao can believe what he flopped. And Watson's got to think Ding absolutely whiffed it because pocket pairs would just reshove on him. What can he even call down with?
Yeah, I almost think that Ding needs to min raise.
I don't know about min raise.
Well, I mean, if we're deciding that we shouldn't really have a call range, then we would min raise bluff or min raise have a 5, right?
I can see where you're coming from.
It's almost the only angle. A call just seems so outlandish. Any ace high would have shoved. But listen, it's hard to flop quads.
Like,
so let's just
why not let him
just
catch
allow our opponent to maybe hit something.
They can hit a full house. So he's got a quad full house, right? Is that a thing?
Quad house?
Quad house? Watson actually picked up a flush draw, which he thinks maybe it wins sometimes against some other king highs, if he can find another spade, but we all can see that he's drawing dead.
I mean, Watson is almost wearing his confusion. Like, why would you be calling here? This seems ridiculous. Another part of Ding's flatting range, of course, will be pocket aces.
Yep.
Which could very much call pre and then call on the flop, yeah. Sir Watts is not, this is just like, he's not going to fall for this.
How does Ding Biao want to bet himself? If he fears a check back. I mean, he has the whole board. What can Watson have to call down? Could be some pocket pair, though, right? Between 5 and queen. You could see it. Does rip it in. Trying his best to make it look like a bluff. But Watson has to lay down that king high. So guys, players are gonna go head on to a break. Kiat Lee is the chip leader on 39 big blinds, 11.5 million in chips. Watson, just 7 blinds, 2.2 million. Needs to find a way to spin it up. Welcome back to the booth, Randy Liu alongside Griffin Benger. So obviously we've got 2 big stacks that are kind of attacking each other a little bit, right? But you know, they're hoping to pick on those other 2 players. Is it them, is one of them going to just try to be the #1 master that kind of takes control, or is it kind of see what you do?
Yeah, I don't really necessarily think so. I think especially with the way that Michael Watson lost that last pot, he's significantly short compared to the rest of the field. I think it's important at this stage to just sort of make sure he gets eliminated, doesn't get too many double ups, too much momentum, and then the 3 of them can be that 3-headed monster and just start eating each other.
Yeah, and Ding Biao currently 3rd in chips with 7 million chips. It is 28 big blinds. You know, he's kind of supposed to be handcuffed, but we've seen him still, you know, defend from the big blind and really go after pots. Watson on 9 big blinds, you know, he's just like, please, let me get something. I raised the button, this guy flops quads. Like, what a disaster for him. Yeah, so it does seem they are going on break, so we're going to take a couple minutes, and then we'll get back to you and follow through to a winner.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Great little tool to make it even more exciting. All these different ways that we make this more fun for you at home. Of course, the app, and of course, Poker Stake. Why not have a piece of one of these guys when they get to the final table? Be cheering for those flips.
Cheering for those flips. Wow. How about if I'm gonna stake a guy? Like I kind of want him to get it in as an 80-20 if possible. Chidwick in the big with Queen 10.
Yeah, gonna be happy to call here. Let's see 3. Let's try to flop some equity. Let's get it in. You know, obviously no full equity pre-flop. No reason to put it all in there, and that's gonna be really bad news for Stephen Chidwick.
2 overs against the trip 9s.
And remarkably, has the exact amount of chips that the pot is right now. So when you flop 2 overs in a gut shot, in this scenario, when you started the hand with 7 bigs, I mean, I kind of think you have to go with it.
Well, let's see if Watson continuation bets.
Well, he might not even get the chance, so he does give him the opportunity.
Does check over to Watson. Trip 9's ace kicker. As good as it gets.
Minimum bet.
So what is the play here for Chidwick? Is it check call? Is it check jam?
I honestly
to both?
yeah, I mean, I haven't studied these spots enough at this stack depth, but I know that Chidwick is continuing, that's for sure. Does he imagine he ever gets ace high to fold? No. So do we need to shove? Maybe just call here, and then if the turn comes something like an ace, we don't need to, you know, we can hold on to our last 4 big blinds and have a full rotation of. I mean, that's the thing. The way that these masterminds utilize their very short stacks when it becomes that way is one of the coolest skills that I think we see on the tour, right? I'm sure if you're watching this at home when it started, you see this flop just like I did, and I just said, well, he's out of the tournament. He has 4 outs. But now, you know, facing the small bet, maybe he just wants to call and reevaluate, and then
250.
Interesting. He does come in with a raise, but not all in. It's check raise minimum.
how are these guys finding mileage out of these stacks right now? It's amazing. You know, the hand starts, and I just think, oh, probably a front shove. Min bet. Min re-raise.
It is interesting. What if he puts his opponent on like an ace high, his opponent calls, and then like a 7 drops and he jams and he just gets some ace rag to fold? I mean, it's possible. Regardless, a 6 on the turn, now giving Steven Chidwick a double gutter, extra ammo. Chidwick, check raise min to flop. Was it with intentions to jam the turn?
Well, when the turn gives you more equity in the form of another straight draw, and the way that the 6 interacts with that 9-9-8, the times that you were just check raising a 6-7 or a 10-7 or a 10-6.
Well, he is going to push in 400, leave 25K back. Watson asking for the rest, and Chidwick will be at risk. 18% looking for a jack or a 7 to stay in, or he'll be our first elimination.
Here's Johnny.
Here's a 9.
Just quads.
The end of Chidwick. Watson up to 7.1 million chips. GG.
New chip leader, and well-deserved. Almost as a direct response to us freezing him out in the intro, not even mentioning one of the greatest tournament players in the world, but there as well, also one walking out in Steven Chidwick.
Chidwick wins 103,000 for that performance. 2 titles, 19 million in Triton earnings, 37 cashes. It was just so amazing to watch the other day. As we mentioned, hero call after hero call after hero call. Every single decision was correct. But this time, unable to get there with that queen 10.
Yeah, and that's how tournament poker works too, right? I mean, it appeared like he played perfect all tournament, and that's still, you know, not going to be enough. You still have.
And welcome back to more coverage of this Triton Super High Roller Series. Event number 3, the 30K No Limit. I'm Randy Liu alongside Griffin Benger as we take this one to eventual champion. The first thing I do want to take us to is the payouts, because they are getting very big. You can see all 4 players guaranteed $387,000 if they can survive one more. About an 88K pay jump to 475K. Then ladder once more to get another, what, 216K or so? And then the massive heads-up match of $330,000. So obviously a lot on the line.
Yeah, this is where the real money really starts to pop in. Once you get to that top 5, you're looking at 10 buy-ins and then 15, 20, and then all the way up to, you know, over 300 buy-ins won with that first prize and our first 7-figure score of the series in that 1 million prize. So all 4 of these players, very, very capable. We've seen what they're, you know, up to. It's really incredible poker, and it's hard to pick a winner here. I know Mike Watson is going to have a little trouble with just 9 big blinds, so probably one of the other 3 are the favorites, but you know, anything can happen.
I mean, you've been saying that Kiat Lee, maybe it is his time, right?
Yeah.
Like, he hasn't won a Triton title. We can go ahead and look at the Triton Poker Plus app once more, and we can see that he's got 22 cashes, 7 million in earnings. This is a man who's got so many final tables, right? But, you know, seconds and thirds, but unable to just capture that title. But in this final table, haven't really seen him make a mistake at all.
Yeah, I think he's ready. I really think it's his time to finish the job. Like we spoke about in those 22 cashes, 12 of those top 6 finish final table finishes, a ton of second place and third place. This feels like, you know, destiny finally coming full circle for him. It just has to happen, and I think this might be it.
Well, we might as well look at the current standings at the table, where Kiat Lee does have 11.5 million in chips. And you know, looking at the table, is there a factor where Watson is sitting relative to the other 3?
It's a good question. I mean, you know, obviously Lee's going to be able to put a lot of pressure. Blind on blind is going to be shoving, you know, close to 100% of range, I think, blind on blind against Michael Watson if it gets there. But I think that the dynamic that we're really going to find interesting is, you know, perhaps once Watson falls, if that is the case. Also, how the medium stacks are going to be affected by Watson still being in the tournament. They really need to make sure they get that next pay jump. So they're really going to be waiting on him. And that's where I think, you know, David Yan and Kiat Lee can really trade blows and just keep on acquiring.
Yeah, that main medium mid stack is Ding Biao with 24 big blinds and 7 million in chips. And it does seem that the players are gathering back at the table, and there they are, four-handed. So much on the line. Who is going to win? Event number 3. Will it be Kiat Lee, David Yan, Ding Biao, or Mike Watson?
And you can see now there too, a good reminder as the blinds, of course, increase going into the new level. So what we, you know, thought was 9 big blinds for Sir Watts, actually 7, and that's going to be, you know, not a lot to work with. And of course, with just 4 players remaining, Randy, those blinds are really going to eat quicker than they normally do. So Sir Watts is going to have to take a stand.
We know he can't wait around, and he's going to take that stand soon. Ideally, hopefully someone else gets it all in before him, but probably not, given
Probably
how deep they are.
Yeah.
Is 6-5 suited the 1? No. Queen 10 suited. Going to deposit 650. Five 4 off for Kiat Lee. Orange chips.
Yeah,
500K a piece. Getting reminders of Halloween with those colors. Ace, King, Queen, 2 clubs.
Maybe even 3 clubs.
Oh, 3 clubs. I was going to follow through with. They got a well flush backdoor draw, don't they?
They do.
Davian does have bottom pair, inside straight draw. Whatever he bets, though, Kiat Lee is going to hit that muck ASAP.
And very quickly, 2 of Michael Watson's big blinds are going to be forced into the pot right here.
Wouldn't mind seeing who the chat thinks is going to win this one, or who they're just rooting for.
It's a very good question.
Got any favorites? let us know.
It's 1.9? 1.6? Oh yeah, 1.9, yeah.
Pocket sixes for Ding Biao.
Bit tricky, right? Because normally I think maybe you have 20 big blinds on the button. I guess 23 bigs with a small medium pair. Maybe looking to get all in, but in this case you really can't get coolered by Kiat Lee, so let's just make a bigger raise so that Michael Watson doesn't call with trash and try to flop equity and just take it down.
So he did make it 800K, big blind 300, with that in mind. Ace King for Ding. Let's see what sizing he comes in with this time, as it's a different big blind. 600, smaller. Back-to-back raise and takes for Ding Biao.
Yeah, I think he's okay with that, with the Ace-King. It's so important to make sure you get to the final three here, and Ace-King, not a hand you really want to fold pre-flop, so...
差点听成 all in， fold， 差点听成 all in。
88K pay jump, looming. Kiat's got ace-3. Doesn't raise it. So it does give Watson the chance to try to pick up some blinds and antes.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than this. And we're going to have a pure flip here with Ding Biao.
So the 2-5s making the quick call with that price.
Doesn't get much fairer. 51 to 48%. If you're at home, grab a coin, flip it. And that's effectively the same thing that's happening right here.
Slightly weighted towards Watson in terms of equity. And a queen for Watson, giving him the best hand. Needs to dodge the 5 or running cards. And talk about running cards.
Yeah.
The 3 now available for Ding Biao to take out Watson. Does break out.
1.45.
Ding's little run halted by Watson. Who now has 3.4 million. 11 big blinds, still short, but more room to breathe.
No, that's a huge double up to get, back into contention. One double up, you're really. It seems like a lot more chips than the other players have, but really it isn't. The chip leader Kiat Lee with 35.
Yeah. Jacob & Co. watches awarded to our main event winners. We do have a no limit main later this week, as well as a PLO 100K main, as they do have that opportunity to win these beautiful timepieces loaded with diamonds, sapphires, and rubies. Gambling themed options available as well, such as a functioning roulette wheel inside. Check it out. Jacob & Co.
Now, do you know if the roulette wheel is made of rubies? Because then it could be a roulette wheel.
I do not know the answer, but I refer you to support at jacobandco.com, and you may ask this question yourself.
Ding Biao with the pocket jacks in the small folded to him. We saw a hand very recently where he had this exact holding, and made a big raise, and does so again. Oh, what the heck? Do you remember what the hand was?
Jacks and Jack 6.
Those
Look at the
exact
equity.
hands. So deja vu here on the final table. Earlier on this final table, Ding Biao had the jacks. The big blind had the jack 6. Exact same thing happened.
Neck and neck, Kiatley and David Yan at the top. Just one big blind difference.
Look at David Yan retreating deeper and deeper into
Yeah,
his sweater. It
that-
just feels like it's enveloping him, huh?
Yeah, this is a... Did you notice the zippers actually go all the way to the top as well?
No, I
he
didn't
could just
notice. He
show
could really go
his eyeballs.
fully. Yeah, David, can you hear us? Can you hear us, David? Are you okay?
Yeah, I want to see him close it up just a little bit more.
Raise. 700,000.
Mike Watson, King 3 offsuit.
No, good for you, Mike. Deciding, you know what? Let's try to flop some equity.
Well, he does flop bottom pair even better.
Yeah, might be enough. An SPR of just 1.5 to 1. I'm really curious how he would play against a bet here. Not much of a leg to stand on in regards to sort of check calling down, right? But does Ding even bet? Didn't think so, yeah. Don't want to get check shoved by exactly the kind of hands we're talking about. Spade combos, some 6-7 double gutters, those kind of hands.
So a jack does fall on the turn, which could be in Ding Biao's check back range. So Watson continues to check. Ding check back to flop. Not the turn. And this is where it gets really interesting. 600K to Watson.
Yeah, and always tricky when you find yourself with one of the worst hands that you would be prepared to call a bet with. Presumably that would be bottom pair in this situation. Does that mean you want to work it into some folds in this particular spot?
Nice.
Not according to
Look at that.
Mike.
Calling with bottom pair is correct. And the 10 is not the card Watson was looking for, as some of those straight draws now pair up.
It's okay that you do block king queen, which is nice. You expect that a 9 would have bet the flop, and a 10 doesn't always value bet the river. So the value range, maybe it is a bit small, right?
Like a jack X or better.
Yeah.
Ding Biao gives up, and Watson is going to be pleased to show down the 3.
And Ding almost a little impressed based on his reaction.
Or perhaps a little bit of regret, thinking he could have got that 3 to fold. Watson won't be complaining as he moves up to 16 big blinds, 4.8 million in chips. Closing the gap between him and Ding Biao.
Yeah, very quickly. Our mistake, just maybe like theirs, underestimating the Canadian legend, Michael Watson.
Kings.
Ding Biao's going to have to shake off that last hand. What's a good antidote after losing a pot? would you say, Randy?
Pocket
your
kings, of
experience?
course.
Yeah, I think
yes.
it's a pretty good
rebate.
Yeah. It's a good stim.
Let's see if he can get some action from the blinds. 9-8 offsuit. Hand type that David Yan likes to defend from the big. Jack 5-4. Going to be hard for him to get more from David Yan if he bets the flop. Dean going to pick that one up, adding a couple blinds back. Four remaining. Event number 3, the 30K.
Just about 100 big blinds between all the remaining players here, and blinds going up pretty quickly.
Yan's got ace-jack. Number 1 versus number 2 in chip counts. Going to go with flat. It's a hand you could 3-bet, right?
Yeah, I guess the inherent problem with 3-betting is you're kind of turning your hand into a bluff, right? You're never going to be calling it all in, so you're also repping such a thin range that it just gets really complicated when you start doing pre-flop leveling wars with such a strong value hand when you're only really prepared to get in like 3 hands pre-flop. And I guess also the benefit, and yeah, I mean, Kiat Lee's going to be very acutely aware of how strong David Yan is. He's not just looking down at King Jack off and peeling. Like he's going to play a pretty strong range here. So that's why Kiat Lee doesn't even think about c-betting on this flop. Going to be pretty happy about seeing the 9 on the turn. Now jumped ahead of hands like this.
So Kiat does turn that pair. Felt his opponent's range was strong, hence not betting the flop. Not betting the turn. King. Might actually save David Yan from losing some chips. Kiat might be worried about trying to value bet this 9. We'll see.
Yeah, just going to be a bit too thin, even if he thinks that maybe a min bet could get a call from an ace-jack or 2 8s or something like that.
So Kiat putting some distance between him and Yan. Ace-3 now for Watson. Folding. David Yan not raising the king deuce suited. Good timing as Ding Biao woke up with pocket 6s in the small blind. What are the options here, Griffin?
I mean, I just think it's going to be easiest to just call.
And is the call with intentions to limp jam if there was a small raise?
I think that if Sir Watts had very, very, very few chips, like sub 10 still, that Ding Biao would be more interested in limp calling, not running the risk of getting cooler. Because he started this hand with 21 bigs, Mike Watson has 16, he's going to expect these ISOs very wide from Kiat Lee because of that implied pressure of Ding technically having more chips. I think he's going to shove.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he does. And that way he got an extra million chips instead of, you know, open shoving or something like that pre.
Yeah, understanding the chip counts of the short stack, increasing the likelihood of Kiat Lee attacking and winning those chips uncontested. Nicely done, Ding Biao. Yeah, now King 10 suited. Really feels like it's anyone's game, the way it's playing out. Another King 10 suited for Kiat Lee. Let's see his approach. He'll be the one out of position. Plays it as a flat. Watson ace 4 offsuit. Gonna stay away. Guess he was worried about being dominated by a bigger ace. No diamonds, no spades. Both players with King 10 high.
Yeah, no spades or diamonds to speak of between them on this flop.
See Wai Long Chan in the background watching on his good friend Kiat Lee. Check around, bringing the queen. Checking over to David Yan. Always fun to watch the same hand versus same hand. Checks again, 3 of hearts now. If someone can sprinkle in a little bit of chips, they could steal this one, but it's hard to do so. Action on Kiat Lee. And he is the one that's going to sprinkle in 500K.
Interesting.
This is a great bet. But David Yan hasn't folded yet.
It's hard to consider many hands that King High is beating against a small blind flatting range, right?
Right.
Even if we assume sometimes Kiat Lee mixes in some 8-9 suiteds or 10-9 suiteds, are those really quiet all the way to the river, right? Wouldn't they find a bet maybe on the turn sometimes, or maybe some leads on the flop with the straight draw? So, you know, it does kind of look like blocky value, and got the chopping hand to fold.
Yeah, nicely done from Kiat Lee. A lot of players would just keep checking and hope it's good, but he found a way to take the whole pot.
I would also suggest that, you know, maybe Kiat Lee is seeing the hand as a sort of bet first and win scenario where, because he has a stronger range flatting from the small blind, he doesn't want David Yan to check down with a quite weak hand, and then be able to bet the river himself, right?
Mhm.
And then he doesn't really have a defense against it with king 10. We've seen a couple of examples of that kind of thing, like that blind on blind battle with 8-6 against queen 10 between Watson and David Yan. Where
Hello,
Watson just
trip
waited.
tens.
Yes.
Kiat does an ace of diamonds, 2-diamond board. Usually the big blind just has nothing.
Yeah, Kiat with the ace of diamonds too. Gonna want to see a turn card.
Is David Yan going to ask for more? Decides to check call. Slow playing the trips. Eight on the turn. Maybe Kiat is thinking about showing this one down if he
Yeah,
can.
I don't think very much of a reason to bet. You're still ahead of some floats, like king high floats, until the river, beating some diamond draws. You're not going to really fold out a 4. Certainly not going to fold out a 10.
David deciding whether to bet or check to Kiat Lee. $3 million into 2.45. That's an overbet.
Yeah, very polarizing bet.
So the way he's sizing, he's no longer saying I could have a king for value, right? Is it just 10 plus?
Yeah, 10 plus or nothing.
David must feel that Kiat might make a hero call, but unable to do so. Yan on 9.4 million. Unable to let someone run away with this tournament. So close.
Quick shout out to Lawrence Schmidt and Rook on YouTube. Notice you guys talking about Death Grips. I actually went to a Death Grips concert last year. I'd never heard of them. My friends brought me.
A death grip? Isn't that
Yeah, it
when
was like
you
sort of
strangle someone until they are no longer
I wouldn't even know how to describe
around?
it. It's like a sort of a, I don't know,
Okay.
metal punk death. I don't know how I would describe it, but it was quite an experience. Never been to something like that before. But they're talking about it randomly in the chat, so.
Cool. Thank you, chat. Let us limp in the small blind. Queen 9 and Ding Biao's got
Ooh.
pocket 10s in the big blind. He wants action. What is the best way to induce some action?
Just a clean millie.
David Yan, is this the type of hand you can limp call with?
I think it's going to be a bit too weak. But you know, he's going to know. Yeah.
David Yan's a post-flop player.
Yeah.
Let's take 3.
I mean, if Queen 8 is a fold, then Queen 9 has to be a fold probably sometimes. But if you're David Yan, you're probably gonna lean towards seeing a board, and this is part of the reason why you can also just get lucky.
Rough one for Ding Biao. 2 overcards, 2 is 2 10s, King, Queen 7. Is there merit to betting? He thinks so as he grabs 6 blacks, 600K.
Yeah, nice and small here. Sort of price setting, allowing yourself either to check back the turn or get creative if you want to, you know, if you turn a diamond and you really want to attack sort of some weak queen X's. And that is a nice little turn card.
I know, when it seemed like Ding Biao didn't have much chance, now he turns a royal flush draw with the jack of diamonds.
This pot will be a pretty big swing, whether or not more chips go in there. 3.5 million in the middle right now. We still have 2 streets of poker to play.
Does Ding want to take the free equity? It seems like he does. And a diamond comes in. Ding Biao finds a path to victory. He's got the 10 of diamonds. The problem, too, for David Yan is he's holding a reasonable flush.
It's more than reasonable. It's actually better than it even looks, because with the king, queen, and jack out there, he has the effective third nuts. And a hand that could be good enough to bet, but David Yan says, you know what, this is better that as a check call, because I can induce, you know, some bluffs here from Ding and then not.
Well, he's going to induce and bet, but not in the form of a bluff. It's actually going to be Value Town. $2.3 million. It's meaty.
Yeah, David Yan's just going to be far too high up in his range, I think. But I have been surprised before by how long players take in these scenarios where you'd think it would just be a snap side call.
Makes the call, and Ding Biao now with 11.6 million in chips. Cruising.
Yeah, and he's...
They can't believe it.
Joined the big boys up top.
You got to muck them, David. They're not going to turn into a winner.
Stupid aces never change suit for me either.
Now the new tournament chip leader with that pot. 11.6 million in chips, 39 big blinds. Second final table. Ding Biao. If you guys are getting to poker itch, why don't you check out GG Poker? You can play the $50 Global Millions. Use the sign-up code Triton 2024. Use those Elky and Daniel Negreanu emojis and, you know, needle your opponents. Or maybe root for yourself with some running good emoji. And also check out their Russian Cash, which is where you can play a lot of hands rather quickly. Check out GG Poker.
So, four-handed play continues. Michael Watson still the short stack on 13 blinds, but still has effectively doubled his stack since the beginning of the level. So far, so good.
So Watson,
pretty
min
nice
raising,
hand.
yeah, off of about 10 blinds, picks it up.
Okay. Looks for me.
Watson and Yan is actually separated by just 2 big blinds, 600K roughly. Ace-King now in the hands of David Yan.
So Ace-King for Watson and now Ace-King for Yan.
King Queen suited for Kiat Lee.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a hand you could reshove, right?
yeah, these chips are just going in here. David Yen is going to have a raise fold range. King Queen suited can be way too strong, four-handed.
Oh man.
Only Michael Watts behind.
David Yan quickly calling in prime position to double up to 11.75 million. Kiat Lee.
Yeah, and you can see a bit of a defeated look on Kiat Lee's face. Almost seems unfair. Such a big cooler at this stage for so few chips, but because we're playing so short stacked, especially with the blinds going up, this means so much. This would put, you know, Kiat Lee down there in the counts and vault up David Yan. Big swing, whatever happens here.
Here we go. Queen high flop, Kiat Lee taking the lead. David Yan now looking for an ace or a 10, hoodie down. He knows he's in dire straits. Turn is the 6.
And Kiat Lee with 6 second and third place finishes. Is he going to get lucky here? Give him a great chance to win his first Triton title, and that's going to be a huge pot to win.
That is going to sting for the Kiwi. David Yan, a 4th place finish for $387,000. That is just unfair, isn't it, Griffin?
Yeah. You know, David will be disappointed. Was in a very good position to at least finish Final 3, but a very, very impressive performance from the online legend known as Miss Oracle.
Yeah.
There he is.
Did his best. Does have 1 Triton title under his belt. Won't be getting that second one. With 4.9 million in Triton earnings. GG to David Yan of New Zealand. And now we are down to 3. Huge pay jump was just rewarded to these 3. All now guaranteed $475,000. Can sub 5 once more. You can get about a 216K pay jump. And look at this.
This is very, very interesting for Kiat Lee here.
3.2 million.
Watson is, of course, going to effectively move all in here for the 10 bigs. And how does Kiat Lee feel about ace-5 suited? It's exactly 10 big blinds. You'd kind of be burning money if you folded here and your opponent had something like king-queen, king-jack, queen-jack suited. These are the kind of hands that could certainly shove. Ace-5 suited, you know, players of this caliber don't like to fold this particular hand, but you know what? Finds it.
Nice, Kiat Lee.
Nice.
Didn't get married to the hand. Found an exit. Had he made that call and lost, he wouldn't be the chip lead anymore.
A 球怎么扣啊？哦。A5。正常情况下不是要扣吗？10个大码，开了2个。
And now 5-4 for the button of Watson.
I thought it was team event 2 versus 1.
Ooh. Kings for Ding Biao in the small blind. Let's see how he plays this one.
That's the concern.
That's your concern?
Yeah. Why English only?
How about a limp?
Yeah, Ding using the same strategy as before, but Kiat Lee not falling for it this time. Friendo.
Uh-oh. Mid-set versus a gut shot. If Kiat Lee can find a deuce, how dirty would that be?
It would be dirty, but I don't think Ding will you know, necessarily lose a huge portion of his stack. It is kind of easier that the ace is out there.
Kiatli gonna stab with his gut shot. I mean, Ding also has to expect Kiatli to not have that many aces with the check back.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, long day. I didn't see that Ding had a set of kings. That it was just the one overcard with the ace.
Yes,
he
has
yeah,
a
yeah.
set.
No, so he's pretty happy. Yeah, a deuce would be very sick. I amend my response, Randy Lou. Double gutter. Let's go.
Could hit a 6 now to make a straight. Ding setting the trap. Can he induce Kiatli to bet again?
Yeah, and with that increased equity, Kiatli is trying to attack the portion of Ding Biao's range that's like your queen jacks, your queen 10, you know, your king rag type hands that are just hard to really hold on with Sir Watts having only 14 big blinds and Ding Biao starting the hand with 27. Sure, Ding will probably call twice here with an ace, maybe even some of the time with a king, but that's not all of his range, and there is going to be a lot of folding happening from Ding Biao here, but not with 3 kings.
So to 9. Bricks out. Can Ding Biao bait Kiatli to stab once again?
This is a very important moment for Kiatli in this tournament, and in some way his legacy as a Triton player so far, because if he puts out a big bet here, nice instincts. Yeah, good check from Kiatli. Oh, doesn't fall for it.
没中2对啊。有 A 吗？没有呀，没有 A 没有用。
So Ding Biao, now the chip leader. Just been loving the way he's been playing. Great decisions all around.
投机不好啊，
卡顺啊，出来就全给你了吗？
I'll teach you a word. Toji, you know what that means?
No.
It means bluff in Chinese, but it really means steal the chicken.
It's beautiful language. I like listening to it, actually.
So that's how they reference bluffing.
That's funny. So with that, you know, going in Ding's favor, we're going to open things up now. Ooh.
Good spot for Watson. If he happens to reshove, we'll likely get this one through.
Yeah, he wants it all.
But he does not.
Nice comment here on YouTube. Ding deserves the tournament just for his drip. It's not the first time I've heard someone mention the drip. Stylish man is our Ding Biao.
Nice flop for Jack 9. Double gutted. 2 overs to the 8. And the betting initiative. Checking it back. The Jack is going to give him top pair. Thoughts on the check back?
Yeah, I can dig it. You don't want to be bet folding in this spot. And when you get raised, it's not very, it's just really tricky, right?
Now that he's turned top pair, more reasons to consider betting. $700K is the price against Watson's gut shot. Although it wouldn't be good. The 6 drops. He's out. Ding Biao. Checking his phone for a second. Three-handed. 11 big blinds for the shorty, Mike Watson, that is. Kiat's going to open up Jack 9. Nothing for Ding Biao. Slides it over to Kiat Lee. Oh, so close to get that title. Just want to hold that trophy. And win $1.023 million.
This is a good start towards that dream for Michael Watson.
Let's see if the dream become a bigger stack as Ding Biao's got ace jack.
Oh boy.
He's in trouble, isn't he?
Big trouble, yeah. Massive cooler here, three-handed. Michael Watson looking for his 4th Triton title. Someone we've a bit overlooked in this final 5 because he's been so short-stacked.
Well, there's the all-in and the snap call. It's going to be Watson at risk with the best hand. Pocket kings against Ding Biao's ace-jack. 70-30.
他走了。GG。
$9.4 million in the middle. Oh, and it was an ace on top, followed by the king for Watson mid-set. Oh, possibilities.
Yeah, that's more outs. Any 10. And the improbable will happen.
Can he get there? No. Full double for Watson, 9.4. Slightly out chipping Ding Biao now. We've got a match.
Yeah, we sure do. And Michael Watson got his 3rd Triton title in the last series in Jeju. Won the 25K short deck for $380,000, but also had a total of 6 cashes. I was discussing with Ali earlier today, and I asked him how many was the most cashes he would guess someone had in a series, and he said no way that anyone would have any more than 8. And just seeing this, you know, Sir Watts here having 6 cashes in the last stop, that reflects to me that that's a lot.
He's an experienced player willing to play every single game format, any stakes possible.
Yeah, also should mention 3rd place in the 150K for $1.895 million. So no stranger to playing for big money.
Ace-9 clubs. Going to open rip it into the 22 and 23 big blind stacks. Winner. And what's the idea of open ripping it rather than min raise now for Kiat with a hand like that?
So that was actually just small blind to big blind. So with the one opponent there, the fact that they need to just call so tight with, you know, Ding Biao also having the same kind of stack.
It's not something you're looking to induce with, I guess.
No, it's not good enough to induce. You can't risk running it out there with a hand like that. You have to just get all of it or play it kind of slow.
What about 4 deuce offsuit on the button?
Wow, gonna work.
He's playing any 2 at this point. He's raising this hand.
Well, this is a very specific scenario where you can really open things up. You have that 10 to 15 big blind edge on the other 2 players that are all looking for a ridiculous pay jump.
下个找盲人都没多少了。
对啊，推推乐了。
你跟他跑一下不行呀 ，A5 苏提不跑，妈的一直让我跟他跑，我跑不赢他。
他短一点，我跟他跑了。
10个逼吗
？11个逼。我都跟你说很近。正常。
You know, even the pay jump between 2nd and 3rd is 6th place prize money in this event. You know, like these are really important little jumps that you need to find to be a hugely profitable player on this tour, which is very difficult to be. And these are 3 players that, if they, you know, seem very capable of being those kinds of competitors. And, you know, obviously Michael Watson has already established himself as one.
Ding Biao gonna limp queen 9 of clubs. Kiat Lee suited 7 deuce, checking it. Might have crossed his mind, but it is suited. Gut shot for Ding Biao. Ding is going to be the one to fire. Now going to be on 9.3 million.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the incredible results for Kiat Lee and Michael Watson, but Ding Biao is on his own right. 2 titles, almost 7.5 million in earnings with 17 cashes. Had a pretty incredible Jeju. First place in the 50K Omaha for 1.1 million. Second place in the 150K for 2.87 million. And that would have been the same event that actually Michael Watson, I think, got 3rd there. So they were playing for a lot of cake in that 150K together. So they're obviously no stranger of each other.
Kiat Lee going to make it 1.2 million. In the small. I mean, he's just going to keep raising. If they aren't going to resist, just chip up slowly. Raise the stakes. 250,000, 500,000. A7 for Kiat Lee.
And 19 bigs effective. Might just shove, and does.
Ding Biao's got pocket jacks. He's snapping this one off, and this is a massive pot. 18.3 million. If Ding Biao can hold, he would have a stranglehold on this table. Kiat Lee would be down to about 4.5 million.
And is it Kiat Lee's time? Is he finally going to claim a Triton title? He would need to
get
suck
there.
out here and then deal with the last 15 big blinds of Michael Watson, and there is the ace.
Gets there on the flop. Ding Biao needs a jack. And only a jack. One more chance to stay in. And that's the end of the road for Ding Biao. Brutal.
Another brilliant performance from Ding Biao. Third place for $475,000.
Just thought he played so well, right?
Yeah, always from what we've seen.
Came down to him getting to 2 jacks, calling it off, and unable to hold against Kiat Lee. But it was a great performance so far for Ding Biao of China. 4th place finish in the 25K event number 1. 3rd place now here. Safe to say, we're going to see more of Ding Biao.
And that is what we're working with the chips here. Kiat Lee with a 3-1 edge on the Canadian Michael Watson. We are just going to be, I believe, take a short break. And after, now that they're heads up, have a little chat here about what we've seen. But yeah, this is a big spot for Kiat Lee to maybe finally get his first Triton title.
It's a huge spot, right? He has the massive lead, 47 big blinds versus 15 big blinds of Watson. But he is up against a very experienced player who, you know, has won a fair share of tournaments in his life.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and send that to a break. We'll come back and set the stage for Heads Up.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
for now, though. Need to continue on with these 8. Shirzat Hisu, pocket 7s. Min raise. David Yan, ace 9. Hitting the muck. Razai's got king jack in the small blind. Clear short stack. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, going to be, I would say,
uh-oh.
about breaking even. Wow, look at this.
Morton Klein reshoving ace king. And what does Shirzat Hisu do now?
Fold.
He is going to fold.
Scurrying quick.
Shirzat folds the 7s against the 2 unpaired hands.
Oh, great callback from Daniel Rizai there. One of the only things we heard Morton Klein say over the last few days was the jack always comes on the river when he was all in with jacks against the aces of David Yan before we merged this final table. And Daniel makes that reference. You said the jack's always coming on the river, right?
Well, what's that is, it doesn't matter because he is officially drawing dead as Morton Klein makes the nut flush on the turn, and that is the end of Daniel Rizai. 8th place, 125K in the pocket. So that was it for the Austrian. First final table here in Montenegro. Played well, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, ran into a couple unfortunate spots, most notably the ace-10 of spades against the kings of Morton Klein. Then coolered again by Morton Klein with that ace-jack, ace-6. Somehow survived, and then his big hands at this stage with the ICM implications. Shirzat only having 20 big blinds. You want to start putting your money in when you have your good hands, not necessarily get too tricky.
Probably also doesn't expect Sturm Stack to attack as much, but I'm going to guess if he was up against one of the 3 big stacks, he will limp
that's
more
kind
often.
that's kind of where my mentality was at.
Sturm in the small blind, suited king. Plays 19 big blinds against the chip leader in the big blind.
All in.
Oh, he's gone all in. And Kiat Lee grabbing black chips, immediately dropping them, snapping him off with pocket queens. Sturm's at risk.
Wow, it is for a lot of chips in the form of 19 big blinds, but pretty strong hand. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure he's run the numbers on something like this. You know, there's really only 3 other kings that can call you, so you're going to get some better kings to fold sometimes.
Does pick up some outs with the pair of 7s.
Still pretty live, you know. 30% pre-flop, 23% here. A club would make things very interesting.
No club. Still has one more chance with 5 outs. And that's the end of Leon Sturm.
And Kiat Lee up to 10 million. We've been talking about it. Just incredible results here on the Triton Tour, but somehow of the 22 cashes, not a single title to his name. Could this be the event that changes?
It's looking like it for Kiat Lee. Just under 10 million. Hand was easy for him. Blind versus blind. Snapped it off with 2 queens. And Sturm gonna be disappointed with that result. It's always great to see one of the best online MTT players come out to the live felt take their hand against the best players in the world. We'll be happy to score 173K, although a bit bittersweet as he did seek that title. GG's. And welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in the Maestral Casino and Resort. My name is Randy Liu alongside Griffin Bender as we do have the stage set for this heads-up match. It is going to be Kiat Lee of Malaysia, 23 million in chips against Canada's Mike Watson, who has 7 million. He's got a big lead, right? We've got 323K on the line. They are guaranteed, what is the math? 691K. 1,023,000 for the eventual champion, so it is a big heads-up match.
Yeah, and I did allude when we first got to this final table that Kiat Lee, this could be his final boss is Mike Watson, and what an incredible talent and veteran of the game Sir Watts is. So many titles, including in Triton, so many caches. So this is really interesting. Having the 3-to-1 edge is pretty great.
That's
the
important.
blinds do go up relatively quickly, but if anyone is familiar with how to maneuver this 15 big blind stack and to close tournaments, it's Michael Watson.
Well, these two players, as you know, have a lot of experience. Mike Watson does have 3 titles under his belt at the Triton stop with 9.4 million in earnings. But what's interesting to me, if you look at the titles that he got, he has a 25K short deck. And if we scroll down a little bit more, you can see that he also shipped a PLO 30K, and the third title is also in short deck. So he has no limit hold'em championships under his belt at the Triton stop. So we'll come to see if that's into play. But you got to keep in mind that Kiat Lee also has no titles. Well, he has no limit titles under his belt or a title at all.
Yeah, and he's got to be getting a little bit sick of coming so close. We talked about how, over half of his 22 caches have been final 6 final table finishes, and then, of course, 6 second or third place finishes. So, is it the dam finally going to break? He seems too talented, too accomplished not to break through, and this could be his moment.
Well, he definitely has a tough opponent to get through. Now, we did touch on that there is a 3-to-1 chip lead, right, for Kiat Lee. And against the 15 big blinds of Watson, is this going to be a fast one, or what do you think is going to go on?
I don't necessarily think so. I mean, we're not talking about, 7, 8, 9, 10 big blind stacks where we expect to see a lot of shoving. 15, there's going to be some limping. There's going to be some more little intricate play. We've seen how these players are so amazing at, using as little chips as they might have. We saw a lot of that from Stephen Chidwick, for instance, over the course of today. So I think this is going to go a little longer than maybe we might expect normally, with only 60 big blinds in play in a heads-up match.
Of course, blinds will go up over and over again. But yes, these two are very experienced. Sure, they haven't won a no-limit title here at a Triton yet, but they are surrounded by plenty of players who have the knowledge on how to change their game. I think they're going to have that natural instinct of, having to limp their ranges, how you're playing against wide spots, right, where they're not always going to show up with top pair and middle kicker. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And also something to consider, I mean, I'm sure that Kiat Lee is a very accomplished heads-up player, but not someone who's necessarily had success in these moments. So how will that affect him going into this? Will it feel like deja vu for him? I'm heads up again, or I'm final 3 again, and, finally closing it out, I think it's going to mean a lot to him and to get that title.
Yeah, so why don't we go ahead and send it over to the table, because
they ready for us?
Play
Let's go.
Is ready to go. 323K match on the line. Kiat Lee of Malaysia versus Michael Watson of Canada. And for you guys in the chat, might as well tell us, who do you think is going to ship this one? First hand now. Watson ace 9. Coming in with the limp.
Yeah, probably wants to establish the limp game with the ace-9 as playing as a trap on 15 big blinds. And a very interesting opening flop. Open-ended for Kiat Lee, including a backdoor flush shot. Michael Watson, of course, ahead with that ace high and also a gutter of his own.
A little bit of interference in Kiat's hand. A check around, pairing to 5. Maybe Kiat might try to rep something here with this open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, he should have the stronger range on this particular board at this stage of the hand, as Michael Watson hasn't shown any interest.
900 is the price. And Watson's hand is still rather strong. Ace high, gut shot.
Oh yeah, very, very happy to call here. Gonna have a lot of 6Xs bluffing here. And maybe some 4Xs bluffing. Weaker 9Xs.
Blanks out. Can Kiat fire one more to shake this ace high?
Yeah, I mean, does it feel like an automatic bluff? You would hate to lose it showdown to like queen 9 off here or something, but Kiat with some good instincts. I don't think Sir Watts was going anywhere on this river.
First blood, Watson.
You can see that beautiful Triton trophy in the middle of the table there.
Tease him.
Yeah, both within arm's reach for these two incredible poker players.
Queen 8 suited for Kiat. Going for the limp. Now keep in mind there is a big blind ante in play, so players have a lot of incentive to see a flop when possible.
All in.
Wow.
Look at this. King Deuce denies the Queen 8 suited. That was power. Really sets a tone too, right? Like you can't just limp any cards you want.
Yeah, and it would obviously, you know, suck for Michael Watson if that first limp was actually in the form of a trap from Kiat Lee, but it really does sort of keep the momentum flowing in Sir Watts' favor, winning those 2 hands in a row, and now over 20 big blinds, so starting to close that gap.
2 dusty hands, Jack Deuce versus 6 Deuce offsuit. Watson trying to get a free flop.
And Kiat Lee with one of the worst hands you can really have, and maybe contemplating what if I just make it, you know, 1.7 here. And
Oh,
does
1.7
exactly
exact. Good read. And I guess this kind of raise is the counter, knowing how often your opponent is limping. They just have so much garbage.
Yeah, if they're limping, like if they're basically entering 100% of pots, sometimes you want to take the bottom of your range and say, okay, I know you're not limping and calling, and that was exactly what we saw. The Jack Deuce off, certainly not interested in more than completing the big blind.
Suited ace for Kiat Lee.
So yeah, instead of using the ace-3 suited as a sort of limp, try to see a flop, or to a limp shove over a raise, recognizing that Michael Watson is prepared to just shove 19 big blinds, found it to be safer to just do the shoving himself and takes down that pot. So back to almost where we started, 45 blinds for Kiat Lee, 17 for Michael Watson.
Ace Deuce suited.
Yeah, and another opportunity here to just
Yeah,
play the shove game.
It's going to be a bit of a shoving game.
Yeah, more than we were expecting, but you know, Sir Watts really set the tone, I think, with that king deuce play.
The play's going as expected so far. On to the next hand. Queen deuce versus king deuce. So continuing with this limping game. Remember, Watson jammed the king deuce
I know.
before.
I'm thinking about it. And you have to wonder, is that... Yeah,
Is it deja vu?
There you go.
So a jam-heavy start to this heads-up match. Players pouncing on the limps. They are getting a bit of the bottom end of the deck right now. Queen 6 and 7 deuce suited.
Finally a flop.
Yeah, Kiat won't be raising this one. Pair of sixes looking good for Watson. A check around is going to give Kiat Lee an open-ended straight draw now. Could have an opportunity, right?
Yeah, might have found a narrow way through to potentially win this hand. Was so crushed on the flop, but a card like an 8, pardon me, gives him some options. Just going with the minimum bet. Maybe thinking it might clear out the bottom part of Michael Watson's range.
Doesn't get there. Sixes are good. Kind of a similar situation as before, but this time he is going to follow through for river bet.
Yeah, a bit different, I think, for him, maybe because he really doesn't want to lose at showdown to, like, you know, a jack 10, a queen 10.
So Watson, can he find a hero call? Saw a bet on the turn for 500K. Now upsize bet to 1.8.
Yeah, this is going to be a big swing here. Kiat Lee representing, I think, a bit too thin.
Yeah, Watson doesn't believe.
And that really changes things.
Watson now up to 23 big blinds, 12 million. Do have an announcement. Triton Poker now on Pluto TV, which is a subscription-free streaming channel. They have free television services. Adding poker is amazing because we've got 400 hours of live high-stakes action every year. You can watch all of the big bluffs, big wins, and the best players in the world. King Queen for Watson. Now the King Deuce he was jamming. Maybe we go smaller now because of how good this is.
Yeah, might be too good. Might want to just get some value for it with no intention of folding pre-flop, I would imagine.
Couldn't get the 5-3 to put in a little bit more.
Still has the chip lead here. Just gotta keep his cool. Obviously, he knows he's up against a very tough customer.
So Watson pretty much playing any two from the button if he's limping 8 deuce, I imagine. Because of those pot odds from the big blind ante.
Yeah, but a tricky hand with Queen Jack to put more money in the pot pre, because it's too good to raise folds. You kind of just need to shove or check, I think. And a 24 big blind shove feels like a lot, especially when some of the trap range would be something like an ace jack, ace queen.
Or even like these ace X that move you off of your equity of Queen Jack, or pocket pairs, right? That you
Well,
don't
I just mean in respect of jamming. I don't think you can really ever raise because you don't want to get what you're saying, you know, shoved on by an ace X suited or a pocket pair, yeah.
check call for Kiat Lee. And 2 pair for Watson, just in case he wasn't good. He's going to feel very confident.
And at least Kiat Lee doesn't have anything, but does feel indicative of everything going Michael Watson's way so far.
And Watson's probably hoping, please have a king. Let me just get
somehow
the full double. 2 million, yeah, targeting that king, right?
Yeah, and just going big because, you know, some flush draws maybe would turn more equity even with that lowly deuce, like a straight draw, like a 5-6 of spades. Hands that just won't fold. Kings or eights are just probably always continuing, and then maybe the draws got even drawier.
A look at the trophy.
The gap has significantly been closed now. Kiat Lee, 17 million to Michael Watson's 14. We're playing big blind, 500K.
8 deuce again for Watson. And Kiat Lee going to continue to limp to protect that range. Couldn't induce the raise from Watson.
But no, Watson's not falling for it. He's not going to get greedy, you know.
He's happy with the way things are going. $500 is going to win it for Kiat. Kiat, good friends of Michael Soiza and Danny Tang and Webster. All who have Triton titles. They would love to see his man get one as well. King 10 suited for Watson. Kiat gonna check it. Kiat Lee does flop a gut shot on his 8-6-3 2-club board. Watson just playing king high. It is best.
And should get a free card sometimes here from Michael Watson, who's going to think his king high is good.
So free card it is. Equity reduced to 23% for Kiat. Thinking about making a stab. Yeah, it's a big one. Full pot. Repping the 3.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a bet size adjustment from Kiat Lee, realizing that, you know, these little small turn and medium river haven't really worked. Let's put max pressure when our opponent's range is capped. I think Michael Watson might be too good to fall for this, but you know what? He says, if you're going to bet that big, I'll let you have this one.
Yeah, like, do I call and call one more of just king high?
And what happens if it's a spade or a 4 or a 5 or a club? It's just, you know,
unsure how
all
to
the
react.
things that all the things that get completed combined with what he could already have, you know, doesn't make it worth it for full pot. So good adjustment, I think, from Kiat Lee.
Another king 10 suited for Watson. Is this a checking hand or a raising for value?
So it's the same principle as we talked about some of the hands. It's either just going to be a check or a shove, because you just don't want to ever raise fold such a good hand, and it's not quite good enough to raise call off for 24 big blinds heads up.
Right, is that's why he raised the king queen, because he actually
was prepared to put it in. Yeah,
makes sense. So jack on the turn. Now Watson pairs the 10.
Decisions on this 10, because you can bet and hope to get called by, you know, an ace high. But the times that Kiat had absolutely nothing and would have been prepared to bluff the river, which would have been very, very probable with just 9 high. Sir Watts does technically miss that opportunity, but
Queen 10 for Kiat. Watson's on 9-5.
again, that tricky sort of middle strong hand heads up at this stack depth. More checking.
6-6-4 rainbow. Watson puts in 500K.
Pretty tense scene here. Michael Watson looking for his first ever No Limit Hold'em Triton title and trophy. Kiat Lee with 22 previous cashes looking for his first ever Triton title.
So Watson going to go ahead and limp the Jack 10. You know, similar to the principle where you're saying that you don't want to raise fold to this type of hand.
It does flop best.
What about 2 pair against open and a straight draw now? So is Kiat going to be able to continue now with King High?
It's a very good question.
Does have position.
This bet represents a pretty great deal of strength on the part of Michael Watson, but open-ended, thinking your king might still be good. I really don't mind it. Oh, and they're going to be given the bad news.
Also kind of bad for Watson as it brings a 4-liner. Must be so hard for him to get value from worse. So they do check it down. Watson closing the gap.
Big time. 16 million for Kiatley, 15 million for Watts. Just 2 big blinds between them. That's what separates first and second.
Watson playing very confidently. Happy with the grind going his way.
He is a grinder.
Jack 9 versus Ace King. This could be inflated as we know Kiat Lee is going to raise this one, and Jack 9 seems like a hand that would qualify for flatting in position.
More than most.
1.7 is the price. Call from Watson.
Winner of this pot now will be the chip leader.
Queen 6-4, 2 clubs. Shoots out $1 million. Is a float on the table for Watson.
It's definitely one of the video game dialogue options. Call or fold. I mean, it's not just a fold with these backdoor clubs for him. Turn some equity with straight draws. And now Kiat faced with a very, very complicated turn scenario. 12 big blinds in the pot. You technically have the stronger range, but you've just been called by someone that could have a queen, could have a 6, could have a flush draw.
Oh, he's going to bet once more.
Nice.
Strong. A little bit of blockers to the continues. The flush draws, that is. So Kiat Lee, his turn to win that nice pot. We look at the chip counts. 31 plays, 21 big blinds, 18.4, 12.3. So much money on the line. And the glory, winning a no-limit Triton title. 691K guaranteed. The 7-figure payout for the champ.
I'm sure we played some heads up short deck at some point, but definitely not hold'em.
Both players do play short deck. Watson, as I mentioned earlier, 2 short deck titles.
Ooh, nutter butter.
Nut straight for Kiat Lee. Maybe Watson takes a stab at it, thinking that, well, 5 hive's never good, but maybe I can represent a straight.
I don't think so.
Well, do you?
I'm okay
What
with
about
being
now?
wrong.
What about now? 600K.
Yeah, I mean, this is a part of the strategy for these super high rollers. Is that sometimes when you find yourself at the bottom of your range on the river, why not just you should be bluffing the bottom, as they say.
Kiat Lee is hoping Watson's got a jack at this point. Or a 6.
2.2.
2.2.
Almost 2-1 now. 34 blinds to 18. 20 mil to 11 mil.
Quite the grindy heads up. You did expect it could take some time. Playing out that way at the moment. So now Watson. King 3 offsuit. Choice is to limp. Jack 9 of clubs. We'll take that free flop. Gut shot for Kiat Lee. Just king high for Watson. Does Kiat want to check call or check raise this? Gut shot with backdoor clubs. Does opt to check raise to 2 million and wins that one against Watson.
$70-30. The chip percentages right now. Watson, after having an incredible rush and some really well-played hands early on in this heads-up battle. Kiat Lee clawing back to supremacy so far. 36 big blinds to 16. And a big old hand in the ace-jack. They haven't really established much of a raising game, so is just going to open shove for the 16 effective.
Hoping Watson's got something to call off with, which he doesn't. Momentum on Kiat's side. That trophy is in pristine condition.
Oh yeah.
No
Spit shine.
fingerprints. Yeah.
And if Sir Watts has an open fold range, this is when we find out. Nope.
So that would mean he would need to limp his big hands as well. Queen 10. Leaning.
Yeah, so you can see how it changes a bit once we get down to like that 13 to 17 big blind range. You can start just shoving these Queen 10 type hands that and really punishing the really wide limps, but that is just a bit more difficult when your opponent has, 22, 23 bigs.
Did you see that? The
What?
trophies just moved closer to Kiat just now.
Nice.
He's got this lead. Can he just grab it? Similar hands. Diamonds versus clubs. A lone club for Watson. But inside straight draw for Kiat Lee.
Yeah, that's going to give advantage Lee if he decides to bet.
Which he does.
Watson would have an interesting hand if he was a little deeper to maybe get tricky with some check raises, but with just 11 big blinds now, no way can you get that ambitious with that stack. Could it be happening? 4-1 edge now. 24 million to 6.3. Is this Kiat Lee's time?
I'm telling you, that trophy is getting closer with each pot. Nine-3 offsuit. Now he's folding.
Yeah.
On the 10 big blind stack. Yeah, happy to get that walk. Four to 1 chip lead. How does Kiat play this stack size? He's just thinking, look, I'm going to go all in. If you can't wake up a hand, you're just going to bleed. And when you finally call, you'll be so short.
So close is Kiat Lee. Finish him.
He's trying. Slowly inputting the right sequence of buttons. These two are getting some rather weak hands. Watson now slightly visibly frustrated as he gives the walk to Kiat Lee. $323,000 heads-up match. Guaranteed just about $700K a piece. Nine-six off. Mystery cards. Won't matter. Gives Watson the walk.
Michael Watson getting a clear shove hand on 8 big blinds. Kiat Lee with a suited queen in the big.
Rips it in.
I think it would certainly be enough for 5, 6 big blinds. Maybe close with 7, 8. It's a bit tricky.
Does have 38% equity, 2 live cards.
You would just hate to fold here when your opponent has Jack-10, and that's exactly what Kiat Lee is thinking.
So Kiat makes the call. He can finish this tournament if he can just get a deuce or a queen or some spades to knock out Watson.
Can this be the one? A 38% chance.
Never forgive you, Danny.
Danny
coming, yeah.
Rooting on Kiatley. Spade, followed by an ace. Kiat now going to need running cards. Already with the prepay. Deuce brings life. 5 outs to the river. And that's a double up for Michael Watson.
It's 4-8-5.
You got a game or what?
We might have a game.
Two to 1 chip lead. Do you think Kiat's still thinking about that queen deuce suited call? Kind of seems a little unsure of himself.
It's certainly close.
Like it's like a 1 big blind difference. You're not sure which way it is, right?
Yeah. Keep him loose though. Sing a little show tune. That's a good start to get back to proceedings. No, yeah, falling for it is Michael Watson.
He does.
Knows that Kiatley is going to be limping close to 100% of his range, so most of that range is going to be hands he's prepared to limp fold to an ISO raise, this 3x. But I have a feeling ace-king is going to be shoved, and that brings Watson down all the way to 13 blinds.
Watson was thinking, oh man, getting some momentum. I'm going to get this 10-4 through. Doesn't. Back to where he was. 8 million in chips now. 38 versus 13 bigs. Same hand, same hand. We are going to see a flop. And there's a 7 for both players. Inside straight draw as well. Both should be happy to get chips in there.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of drama for the next 45 seconds of them intensely
trying to psych each other out.
And then raising and then all in, or betting and all in. But yeah, we're just going to be chopping this up.
$1.2 million.
All in.
We're expecting the raise, and we're expecting that snap call. All right.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. No free roll possibility.
Not even a diamond?
Nope.
Nothing between us. Nothing. No.
Officially chopped.
Same hand.
Because of the big blind ante, Watson actually gained a little bit in that hand. Have to chop that one up.
Fuck! I lose 1 big blind from that hand.
Half big blind.
Language, Kiat. Language. 5x, 5x. Seems like a spot where Watson's going to want to check, given what happened when he raised the 10-4.
Right you are, my friend. Ooh.
Open-ended for Kiatley, gut shot for Watson.
It's not the kind of open-ended you want. That 8 will give Watson the higher straight, the improbable straight over straight, and heads up.
Check round and flop, and I could see a possibility where Watson bets and Kiat calls, and we're just playing high card versus high card. 600 is the price. This river is going to be very interesting, whether it hits or not. The 9 gives Watson the best pair. Pair of 9s. He might be thinking it's value time, right? Against a 7 or 6 as played, rather than check to induce.
So you can take a 7 out of Kiat's range because he would have bet on the flop, right?
Okay.
In position. So even a 6, I think, would bet a lot. So I don't know really what you're attacking here. Maybe you're doing this blocky bet to reassess if you're faced with a raise.
Well, Kiat's thinking about raising, and he does. With a spade in hand, blocking some of those flushes. Now what does Watson do? Can this ever be just a king from Kiat as played?
Yeah. Because of the small nature of the river bet. Especially a king with like a spade where you feel a bit more comfortable that you're not up against a flush.
Finding bluffs might be difficult for Watson, but it is 5-4 offsuit. Did Watson induce action with the small bet? Watson grabs calling chips and puts them in. Nicely played.
Too good.
There we go. Sir Watts.
Just too good.
That hand is a statement.
Yeah, and what does it say about the kind of hand that he called with, right? He blocks with the 5, a hand like 5-4. He doesn't have a spade in his hand. So what is the hand that calls the turn and then somehow is bluffing on the river, and then to bet call? It's just, you know, we do what we can in here, right, Randy?
We've seen some great.
We do what we
hero
can.
calls,
We try to dissect what these geniuses are thinking. It's our job, but
That's
it's harder sometimes than other times because you see some of these hands by Watson and Chidwick, and you know your Mateos and your Ding Biao, and it's remarkable what they're able to do.
They're playing the highest level poker
For a reason, yeah.
With so much on the line. Limp from Watson, jam from Kiatley. Trying to regain that momentum. And Watson hasn't let go yet. Given this Queen 10 a thought. For 20 big blinds.
Yeah, expecting that these shoves are going to be a lot of ace rag, pocket pairs, some hands like a Jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited. So there are a portion of the range that you actually do crush, a couple of hands, right? So if you're flipping against most of the range and dominating against a little bit of it, maybe that's some consideration. But the problem again, and why we see a fold, is it's also Queen Jack, you know? It's also king queen, potentially.
And that would be very painful.
Yeah, king 10, right? So he had to take a second because he had a very, very strong hand. One that he probably would have open shoved for 16 big blinds, but found the limp with 20 and was just, you know, keeping him in line there.
Didn't want to let that one go with that 44% equity against the ace X. Nevertheless, do move on. Jack deuce versus queen deuce. So 1.8 in this limp pot. No connection. Now, going to bring a four-liner where a 7 could make a straight. Could be something one of them might want to represent. There we go, Watson.
Good read, Randy.
It just feels like you have to represent those straights more often because of the wide ranges. Your opponent has more hands to fold. You're more likely to hold the 7 now, right? In a ring table, like, are you raising 7x from under gun? Not so much. It would make sense to me, at least.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is in no limit hold'em too, it's hard to make a pair when you're playing these kind of ranges heads up. So sometimes it is going to be a who's going to bet first scenario. You know, queen deuce on that board is pretty brutal, but if your opponent hasn't paired up, which Kiat Lee wasn't, he's just going to fold. Whereas if you would check the queen deuce and Kiat with that, you know, a little bit of more equity with the straight draw, just bet, you would have folded. So bet first game sometimes.
You want to be the one serving, not returning. 3 deuce deuce going to give Watson 3s and deuces. Interesting to see if he's going to bet this one.
Yeah, he's going to want some protection.
Because they always have 2 overs. Whoa, he checks it back. And does let Kiat Lee get there, turning the 6.
Yeah, bad stroke of misfortune here for Michael Watson.
Kiat at the ATM machine, requesting $1 million from Watson.
You can afford it, Mike.
Yeah, you can. I mean, he does have a straight draw. He usually has the best hand. Calls. The 10 does bring in a flush, but doesn't rate to hit the straight draws. It might, yeah, they won't be pairing up on the 10.
Yeah, I wonder how big Kiat Lee can go here. Shouldn't expect Watson to be paired up very often.
Oh, he's actually going to check it.
Yeah, interesting.
That's great news for Watson. Because Watson can try and show this one down cheaply. Watson would have been in a tough spot had another bet came in.
Is it blinds up? This hand, next hand? Is it this hand or next hand?
Players looking up because there is a clock that tells you how many minutes are left until the blinds go up, which they do go up. 400K, 800K. Queen 3 versus King 10. Is this an all-in hand no matter what for Watson, given that whatever action comes?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, there's the min raise from Kiatli. Queen 3 offsuit. Watson plays 11 big blinds, 13 big blinds. Although some of that is in the big blind and big blind ante.
All in.
Watson reshoves. Big, big pickup. Winning an additional big blind. Been a grueling heads-up match so far. Queen versus queen.
All in.
Open ripping it. 15 big blinds.
Suited, baby.
Suited is enough. It's close.
Very. 21 bigs for Kiatli, just 17 for Watson, but only 38 in play.
Well, guys, if you ever find yourself heads up for a Triton or a tournament anywhere out there, you're going to want to know how to play heads up and the best way to research ranges and how to react to different flops, turns, and rivers is to check out GTO Wizard. Plenty of quizzes to practice. Give yourself the best chance to win a title. Just need a few minutes a day. And also just do it on mobile. Why not? You got Queen 6 again? He wanted to show it for a second. He was like, wait a second.
Wait, he doesn't know I had it the last time.
The same two cards, like back-to-back hands, like 3 times in this heads-up match. It's fucking spooky.
Was it a good one or bad one?
Pretty good one. I mean, it's the one I went all in with last hand, you know? Like, probably okay.
Yeah, Watson was about to flip it over. Wait a second. I didn't show the last Queen 6. I don't want to show him that I'm jamming 15 bigs off of that. That was a good one. Good enough to jam. Nice cover up. Got some trash here.
Trash on trash.
That trash is worse.
Yeah, Kiatli will happily take that.
On to the next one.
Okay.
Nine 8 offsuit. Might be able to get a free flop here, as long as Watson doesn't get out of line. Two overs and a gut shot for Kiatli. Bottom pair for Watson. Backdoor spades working.
Yeah, pretty interesting board here. Some interaction for both of them.
Follow through is one big blind from Kiat. Check call from Watson. The 9 is a great card for Kiat, making top pair.
Yeah, and one he can pretty comfortably bet for value, especially because you block 6-8 as well, so you're less concerned about that being what Michael Watson could have. So you want to really attack those 7x, 5x, 3x and get value from them. But you see, he doesn't get too greedy. You're not trying to get those hands to fold. 50% pot bet. I think that Watson He's going to be continuing with the pair here a lot, but this particular one, I think he can probably fold. And he knows it too. You know, like if it's a 3 with a straight draw, probably keep going, but maybe your 3s without a straight draw, you need to start incorporating some folds, right?
Understand.
So all it takes is a pot or two, and you can see now, Kiat Lee, 19 million to Watson's 11. Highly recommend checking out the Triton Poker app. Following along on that app is just so easy, so intuitive. You can really find out what's going on. The bets on each streets, the exact chips they have, the payouts. You can check out YouTube from there, Twitch, the comments. How much money these guys have won on the Triton Tour, what their cashes look like, how they did on each stop. It's pretty special, as Michael Watson flops very nicely with this nut flush draw.
Not much for Kiat to pay him off with, though. Watson will be collecting. Is Kiat Lee going to close this one out? Got Queen Jack.
16 effective. We've talked about how they're going to use these kind of hands at this stack depth.
Watson with Jack 7 suited. Rips it in.
Nope. No.
$16 versus 22 big blinds. Lots of pressure on. Both players with a King X offsuit.
And there's something to be said about the greats and how good their timing is in poker. And this might be an example right here. Mike Watson finding the King 4 shove for 16 big blinds and increasing his stack, getting ever so close to Kiat Lee. You know, one thing we haven't seen in this heads-up battle, and it has been going for a while, it has been a battle, is Mike Watson taking the lead on Kiat Lee. So let's watch out for that.
Watson now with 86, limping. Queen 6 dominating. And the queen on the flop gives Kiat top pair. Open-ended for Michael Watson. This could get interesting depending on how Kiat wants to play it. If Watson bets the flop, but he doesn't.
Oh, tricky.
And he hits the straight. What is Kiat going to do now? He's got to think he's got the best hand, right?
Oh, yeah. And he I mean, for God's sakes, he blocks 8-6 with the 6 in hand. So this is a really great hand to have, Queen 6. You're looking to get value from 9x, 7x, whatever else might call you on this turn. You're very, very happy. And this is just complete, utter disaster.
Two-thirds pot.
The Malaysian. Just brutal.
Puts in 1.6. He's trying to go for max value. Hence the size up. 2 flush draws present.
Yeah.
Does Watson want to protect against the draws, but risk losing his customer? So he is cutting out a raise. That raise is $4 million.
Understanding that Kiat Lee, with the 2 flush draws out there, might have a hand he'd be prepared to put the rest of Michael Watson's $9 million in with.
So does he call or jam in this spot? It is plausible that Watson turns some hearts, possibly. Not sure if he'll play it in this manner.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I feel so badly for Kiat Lee. Just been playing so well. And just getting coolered here, really.
Well, he's made the call, bringing the pot to $10,400,000. River card, the 4 of hearts. Might this give Kiat Lee an opportunity to escape if he puts an opponent on hearts or 2 pair plus? Nice thing for Watson, right? Having that 8 of hearts. Block a little bit of those flushes just in case. That's in Kiat's range.
Definitely a consideration.
All in. Wow, what do you do now?
Just puts out all of his time bank chips in advance, saying, I'm going to need these.
So this was a limp pot. Check, check on the flop. Top pair versus open-ended. Then the turn. Brought in the straight for Watson. Kiat leads 1.6, gets raised to $4 million. And now facing the jam from Watson on this river card. What can he beat? Blocks some of the value with that 6.
It just feels like it would be such a sophisticated and almost unnecessary bluff in a way, like that it flies in the face of what they've been doing, right? It just would seem a little random for him to just check this back and then find this raise and then find this shove. I mean, of course, these players are capable of so many incredible things and wild bluffs. And Kiat Lee has top pair and blocks the straight on the turn. But what is Michael Watson's angle here? What is the bluff? It was quite a big bet on the turn, a strong bet from Kiat Lee, right? He should have a pretty strong range betting so big on the turn, calling the raise. There's so many levels to what's going on in this.
He is deep in the tank. So hard to fold top pair. In heads up.
Whatever happens here, Michael Watson will be your new chip leader, but will it be basically over? Will it leave Kiat Lee with 2.4 million chips?
Oh, touching the cards. No decision yet. Chip still in hand. Oh, he's made the call. Sees the bad news. Kiat on vapors.
And that might be the end of the line for Kiat Lee. Once again, so close. Of course, it's not over. Does still have 3 big blinds remain, but that certainly has to be the hand of the tournament. And perhaps the Michael Watson mountain was a bit too hard to climb. The final boss, too high level, and really battled. But let's not count our chickens quite yet. Let's see if Kiat can get a little lucky here and get back into contention. I mean, really, all it's going to take is 2 all-ins, and he will be back into that 12 big blind versus 17, 18 big blind area.
Time is to just keep your head in the game, maybe get that spin up, worry about that hand after the tournament's over. But these next 2 cards are very important. They are likely to go in.
Well, at least we have a fair fight.
Got a lot more in than that.
A clean flip here. Watson's pocket 5s against Kiat Lee's queen 6. Queen 6 again seems to be his undoing. Ironically, I have to say too, Randy, is that was the hand that Watson said it was really spooky that he got dealt the exact cards back to back. So queen 6 has been the story for the last couple rotations. Oh wow.
Top set for Watson. Open-ended for Kiat Lee. Looking for that deuce or 7. Oh, more outs in the form of hearts.
I love it. Give him a chance. Put me in, coach. Just one more hand.
Can Kiat get there to stay alive in this heads-up match? No. And that's it. Mike Watson wins event number 3 for over $1 million. Well deserved.
Yeah, just an incredible poker player. So interesting to watch. So intricate. You could see that he was either already had a bunch of fans or gaining new ones that were watching online. And yeah, what a treat. A Canadian native, so one of my people, and just an amazing win for over $1 million.
You did call it. You said Watson was the guy to take down this title. Got a feel for Kiat Lee, who got so close. Had the chip lead in this heads up for the majority of the match, but made the big call down with the queen 6 to lose to the straight of Kiat Lee. Will have to settle for second, but perhaps get that title another time. So that's going to bring Mike Watson's title count to 4, finally capturing a no limit Triton title, has a PLO under his belt, as well as 2 short decks.
Yeah, and clearly he's getting extremely proficient in short deck, but he's one of the best no-limit hold'em players in the world. So the fact that he didn't already have a title, this could just be the start of things going. And he also said he has an Omaha one, so he's all over it, and expect him to be here at most Triton events.
Yeah, so the good news is at Triton, when we finish a tournament, we give you more action. So we do have the 40K mystery bounty that is underway, but we do have to go on a 30-minute break before that. But you do get to hear from our winner, Mike Watson. So let's hear from Marinella.
Latest addition to the 8-figure club after this wonderful 7-figure win. Michael Watson, you've now amassed over 10 million in Triton earnings, and it doesn't feel like it was that long ago where you and I were chatting on the main stage in Jeju. You had clinched title number 3 in the 25K short deck, but it's got to feel so good to shortly thereafter be holding title number 4.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, every time you come to like a Triton stop, you want to go away with a trophy. You want to get a win. So yeah, it feels really good to get one in Hold'em now, which I hadn't done yet either. So just want to keep adding.
Now, Kiat Lee did not make that easy for you. There was a moment this final table I looked up, or actually looked down at the app, and I said, okay, you're sitting on 5 BBs. Did you ever think, was there a moment in your mind where you thought, okay, this is a possible spin up to victory, or not at all?
I don't know. I felt good about it. I felt kind of confident, like for whatever reason, just thought maybe this is going to be my time. I've lost so many tough heads-up matches, I feel like, over the years. And this was definitely one where I was down to start, down early, and I just kind of felt maybe I've just got one in me now. Maybe it's my time to spin one up and actually get it done.
And that was a pretty tough heads-up match. Walk us through what you were thinking, and talk to us about your nice opponent, Kiat Lee.
Yeah, I mean, Kiat and I have played a ton of short deck together over the years, not as much Hold'em. So obviously he's been playing all the Hold'em lately. He's gotten really good at it really quickly. He's definitely a very tough player. So yeah, I mean, the heads-up match was definitely a grind. A lot of just exchanging the pots, stealing, a few here and there where I could. And yeah, I was really lucky to just, hit the perfect card basically on the turn and win the big pot there.
And it's so lovely to have it happen here in Montenegro, because you're one of the few players that was with Triton 5 years ago when Triton was in Montenegro. Did you ever imagine Triton would have grown as much as it has?
Yeah, I mean, the growth of the Triton Tour has been incredible. I love it. I feel like now there's just like no chance I can ever skip one. The fields are so good. They're so big. Jeju was insane, and Montenegro has been incredible as well.
Okay, I know you're itching to jump into the next one, and baby's here, although baby's sleeping, but at least wife is nearby. Let's bring out Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi, who is going to present title number 4. Hold it high, Mr. 8-Figure Club. Ladies and gentlemen, your 30K No Limit champion, Michael Watson.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Chidwick, pocket jacks.
Oh, yeah.
Had ace king last hand. Imagine he's going to come in with another min raise. Actually, a little bit more, 25K on top. Sure as that Hisu on the button, king, queen. He's immediately all in. We've got a coin flip coming.
Yeah, and Surzat's going to like to see that after the snap call from Stephen Chidwick.
Expected to have some fold equity.
Yeah, the time Steve just has, you know, an ace-9 off, maybe a suited ace.
2.4 million. Safe for Stephen Chidwick. Sure as that Hisu looking for a king or a queen to stay alive. And there is the queen. And Chidwick does pick up straight draw now in the form of a 10. And can't get there. Full double up. For sure as that Hisu.
Great little tool to make it even more exciting. All these different ways that we make this more fun for you at home. Of course, the app, and of course, PokerStake Why not have a piece of one of these guys when they get to the final table? Be cheering for those flips.
Cheering for those flips. Wow. How about if I'm going to stake a guy? Like, I kind of want him to get it in as an 80-20 if possible. Chidwick in the big with queen 10.
Yeah, gonna be happy to call here. Let's C3. Let's try to flop some equity. Let's get it in. You know, obviously no fold equity pre-flop. No reason to put it all in there. And that's going to be really bad news for Stephen Chidwick.
2 overs against the trip 9s.
And remarkably has the exact amount of chips that the pot is right now. So when you flop 2 overs in a gut shot, in this scenario, when you started the hand with 7 bigs, I mean, I kind of think you have to go with it.
Well, let's see if Watson continuation bets.
Well, he might not even get the chance, so he does give him the opportunity.
Does check over to Watson. Trip 9's ace kicker. As good as it gets.
Minimum bet.
So what is the play here for Chidwick? Is it check call? Is it check jam?
I honestly
to both?
yeah, I mean, I haven't studied these spots enough at this stack depth, but I know that Chidwick is continuing, that's for sure. Does he imagine he ever gets ace high to fold? No. So do we need to shove? Maybe just call here, and then if the turn comes something like an ace, we don't need to, you know, we can hold on to our last 4 big blinds and have a full rotation of. I mean, that's the thing. The way that these masterminds utilize their very short stacks when it becomes that way is one of the coolest skills that I think we see on the tour, right? I'm sure if you're watching this at home when it started, you see this flop just like I did, and I just said, well, he's out of the tournament. He has 4 outs. But now, you know, facing the small bet, maybe he just wants to call and reevaluate, and then
250.
Interesting. He does come in with a raise, but not all in. It's check raise minimum.
How are these guys finding mileage out of these stacks right now? It's amazing. You know, the hand starts and I just think, oh, probably a front shove. Min bet. Min re-raise.
It is interesting. What if he puts his opponent on like an ace high, his opponent calls, and then like a 7 drops and he jams and he just gets some ace rag to fold? I mean, it's possible. Regardless, a 6 on the turn, now giving Stephen Chidwick a double gutter, extra ammo. Chidwick, check raise min to flop. Was it with intentions to jam the turn?
Well, when the turn gives you more equity in the form of another straight draw, and the way that the 6 interacts with that 9-9-8, the times that you were just check raising a 6-7 or a 10-7 or a 10-6.
Well, he is going to push in 400, leave 25K back. Watson asking for the rest, and Chidwick will be at risk. 18% looking for a jack or a 7 to stay in, or he'll be our first elimination.
Here's Johnny.
Here's a 9.
Just quads.
The end of Chidwick. Watson up to 7.1 million chips. GG.
New chip leader, and well-deserved. Almost as a direct response to us freezing him out in the intro, not even mentioning one of the greatest tournament players in the world, but there as well, also one walking out in Stephen Chidwick.
Chidwick wins $103,000 for that performance. 2 titles, 19 million in Triton earnings, 37 cashes. He was just so amazing to watch the other day. As we mentioned, hero call after hero call after hero call. Every single decision was correct. But this time, unable to get there with that queen 10.
Yeah, and that's how tournament poker works too, right? I mean, it appeared like he played perfect all tournament, and that's still, you know, not going to be enough. He's still up.
For now, though, you need to continue on with these 8. Shirzat Hisu, pocket 7s. Min race. David Yan, ace 9. Hitting the muck. Razai's got king jack in the small blind. Clear short stack. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, going to be, I would say,
uh-oh.
about breaking it. Wow, look at this.
Morton Klein reshoving ace king. And what does Shirzat Hisu do now?
Fold.
He is going to fold.
Scurrying quick.
Shirzat folds the 7s against the 2 unpaired hands.
Oh, great callback
Ace come before.
from Daniel Rizai there. One of the only things we heard Morton Klein say over the last few days was the jack always comes on the river when he was all in with jacks against the aces of David Yan before we merged this final table. And Daniel makes that reference. You said the jack's always coming on the river, right?
Well, what's that is, it doesn't matter because he is officially drawing dead as Morton Klein makes the nut flush on the turn, and that is the end of Daniel Rizai. 8th place, 125K in the pocket. So that was it for the Austrian. First final table here in Montenegro. Played well, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, ran into a couple unfortunate spots, most notably the ace-10 of spades against the kings of Morton Klein. Then coolered again by Morton Klein with that ace-jack, ace-6. Somehow survived, and then to get too tricky with his big hands at this stage with the ICM implications. Shirzat only having 20 big blinds. You want to start putting your money in when you have your good hands, not necessarily get too tricky.
Probably also doesn't expect Sturm stack to attack as much,
Yeah.
but I'm going to guess if he was up against one of the 3 big stacks, he
Yeah,
will limp
that's
more
kind
often.
of that's kind of where my mentality was at.
Sturm in the small blind, suited king. Plays 19 big blinds against the chip leader in the big blind.
All in.
Oh, he's gone all in. And Kiat Lee grabbing black chips, immediately dropping them, snapping him off with pocket queens. Sturm's at risk.
Wow, it is for a lot of chips in the form of 19 big blinds, but pretty strong
misstep.
hand. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure he's
timing.
run the numbers on something like this. You know, there's really only 3 other kings that can call you, so you're going to get some better kings to fold sometimes.
Does pick up some outs with the pair of 7s.
Still pretty live, you know. 30% pre-flop, 23% here. A club would make things very interesting.
No club. Still has one more chance with 5 outs. And that's the end of Leon Sturm.
And Kiat Lee up to 10 million. We've been talking about it. Just incredible results here on the Triton Tour, but somehow of the 22 cashes, not a single title to his name. Could this be the event that changes?
It's looking like it for Kiat Lee. Just under 10 million. Hand was easy for him. Blind versus blind. Snapped it off with 2 queens. And Sturm gonna be disappointed with that result. It's always great to see one of the best online MTT players come out to the live felt, take their hand against the best players in the world. We'll be happy to score 173K, although a bit bittersweet as he did seek that title. GG Sturm. Between David Yan, Watson, Ding Biao, and Klein, they're separated by just a few big blinds and in the clear chip leader of Kiao Lee on 50 big blinds and 10 million chips. Queen Jack for Yan. This seems like one of those hands that players like to use as a 3-bet.
I think this might even be a shove. David Yan is only effectively, yeah, wow, just folds it instead.
Interesting. Does open the door for Shirzat Hiso to get involved with King Queen. Seen him earlier reshove with King Queen against Chidwick, where he got there. Things are different though as he's in the big blind and he's got a bigger stack. Makes the call. King 9, how about that one?
2 diamonds. That ace deuce of diamonds.
True.
Yeah, it's interesting, the fold pre-flop from Kiat Lee. I just think that if he isn't prepared to shove, it's probably just better to fold than to call or 3-bet fold. And now we just have these two clashing.
David Yan following through with a mini bet of 200K. Decisions for Shirzat, whether to check raise or check call. Does go for the ladder. And the 10 comes in for David Yan, who makes the straight disaster for Shirzat Hiso.
And a stack to pot ratio, about 1.5 to 1 for Shirzat. David Yan with an excellent opportunity to get everything from a king if his opponent has it, which he does. You know, 9Xs will be folding here on the turn. Some flush draws will be folding, so David is just praying that Shirzat Hiso has that king.
550 is the price. Is there a way for Shirzat not to lose it all right now?
I will say there is some merit in just calling. I mean, if you expect that when you check shove here, you're only getting called by worse, you may as well just keep the bluffs in there and then pay off the value that beats you by the river. If somehow, miraculously, he has better than you, which in this particular instance, somehow, David Yan has.
But not this river card.
No.
It's a 5. No flushes come in. No 4-liners. This could be the end of the road for Shirzat Hiso if David Yan asks for it all. $2.6 in the middle, 1.6 back. Yan trying to find the perfect bet size.
Such a big moment at this 30K final table right now.
All in is the play from David Yan. Sherzat doesn't feel too good about this one.
Not a snap call, and I don't know if it's possible for him to get away, but it's like we discussed, right? He's not beating any value here except maybe King Jack.
I agree. King Jack is the worst value he beats.
You know, David probably doesn't open many worse kings, maybe any worse kings than King 10 suited, King 9 suited, which are boats. Pocket 9s are in play, pocket 10s are in play. Of course, the Queen Jack, which you block, holding King Queen.
Is it relevant that he doesn't have a diamond in hand?
It is. But it's also, it's a bit difficult to 3-barrel diamonds here, I think. Because you having the diamonds, I mean, it's just, it makes it very likely your opponent has something very strong like a king here. I mean, you're not calling twice with Jack 9, right? If you're Sherzat.
Right.
What are you calling twice with? A lot of, kings, maybe Jack 10, still like getting dicey. Maybe 10x of diamonds, something like a 10-8 of diamonds, 10-7 of diamonds, which would have called in the big. So this is incredibly impressive that we haven't seen this player already be eliminated from the tournament.
Giving David Yan a look. Can he pick up a read?
Yeah, and actually looking at the relative positions here too. Kiat leads fold pre-flop with that ace-deuce of diamonds makes a lot more sense. He's in quite early position here.
Hello everyone, we're back in the booth. Randy Liu now joined by Brian Rast as we did crown a champion in event number 3, Mike Watson winning over $1 million. Oh, you're happy about that, aren't you? You a good friend of yours or what? Okay, Mike
I'm just happy in general, and I was trying to celebrate Sir Watts, king of the value bet, first of his name, winning a tournament. Good job, buddy.
That's true. He does have 4 Triton titles under his belt, 1 a PLO, 2 short deck, and now his first no limit Triton title. So good for him. But now we do have the opportunity to start fresh with the 40K mystery bounty. A big fan of Ali Najad because he can be game host later when he opens all the envelopes. He likes to announce all of that. But we can go ahead and go straight into the feature table, see what we're looking at. And you can see that it is going to be Watson jumping straight into this event after winning it for $1 million. So he's also going to be joined by Moneymaker, winner of event number 1, and Ding Biao, who final tabled event number 1 and this event number 3 as well. Yeah, anything stands out? Like, it's going to be tough or what?
All right, quite a table. I mean, we got Chris Moneymaker fresh off his win. Stanley Choi, I saw him walking around the buffet earlier today. Ding Biao, Watson just won. I mean, this is like a champions-only table. These guys have all just won events here. And then just Adrian Mateos in case, we want the El Conquistador, as our friend Ali likes to say, to mix it up, do some aggressive random stuff, and put people in the blender.
Oh, he's definitely going to put people in the blender. And we do have the envelopes for each bounty, but they aren't able to collect the bounties just yet. Those come into play when registration closes sometime on day 2. So, yeah, let's get to the tables. So to clarify, actually, registration closed at the end of this level, but bounties don't come in until day 2. So we'll worry about that when that time comes around. There is the featured table.
You can't give me things to worry about, Randy. I have anxiety problems.
Well, everyone with 22 to 40 big blinds, not so deep anymore as time has progressed.
I mean, this is a pretty compressed table in terms of the number of big blinds.
Yeah, usually we see someone with like 80, 90 big blinds. There are players in the tournament with like 100 big blinds or so, so we just happen to be at the table where they are a bit shorter. But we do know.
no one at this table has over an average stack.
Yeah.
Actually.
So what is that average stack?
It 43, it looks like. On the Triton Poker Plus app, you can actually just see that because as you're scrolling through the leaders, oh, boom, there'll just be a little bar that says what the average stack is in terms of 344,043 big blinds.
So they need to download it.
They should, yes. Yeah, if you're actually watching the stream and you're not using the Triton app while you're doing it, you could be challenged. It's okay, though. It's okay. It's okay.
No challenge.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Jack 10 suited. Stanley Troy flatting in position.
Yeah, I think a hand he could have 3-bet as well. Could have gone both ways.
Does happen to be dominating Chris Moneymaker's Jack 10. Oh, top pair versus the flush draw Moneymaker.
Yeah, a little something for everybody.
Moneymaker gonna play as the check, as the pre-flop raiser. And a check back from Troy. Break on the turn. See Moneymaker betting now.
Yeah, he saw the check back. Wants to try to pick this up. Put small, medium pairs in a difficult situation, and then definitely get queen and king highs to fold most of the time.
Of course, not folding out this ace-10. 3 of clubs, doesn't change anything. Is there ever a second barrel here for Jack 10?
Yeah, you could think maybe if something like 5s or 6s called me, I could get that to fold, but...
It just depends on how light those hands are willing to call, right?
But it's hard to get an ace to fold here, so...
Makes sense why he checks. Troy, looks like he's going to try to get some value.
Check the pot because 17 pre-flop, right?
Yeah.
And 27, right?
It's 108.
It's the big blind, yeah.
Me? Yeah. I think there's a big blind issue if there was one.
Some accounting issues? There it is. There's Watson. Off of that win.
Also the last player there, decked out in the hoodie and all wrapped up, is Mauricio Salazar from Colombia.
We don't have too many players from Colombia. Might be the first.
He looks like this year's his first year at Triton. He did go to Jeju, cashed in 2 events, and now 3 events he hasn't cashed. This is his 4th here at Montenegro.
Yeah. Got ace-6 on the button. Nice to see players from all parts of the world joining our tour. Moneymaker's got 9s.
going to put them all in.
Makes sense. South of 20 big blinds. Mauricio hasn't folded yet.
I think he's just posturing.
Yeah, just using the free time.
Oh.
No, actually strongly considering it. Throws in a time bank.
I mean, I want to fade him calling here. That was, whether or not he's still thinking about it, I really want to bet against call.
Well, that time is ticking as you
I'm
can
going to
see.
bet against using a second time bank also. Yeah. That first time bank. That first time bank was just for show. It was just, that's like the next level of posturing. Like, I'm going to posture so hard that I'm going to spend a time bank chip to posture. You know what I'm saying?
No, they don't know for what, like 30 minutes or so you might as well go for it.
Yeah. I mean, also, it's like day one. I bet half these guys at least aren't even getting hands. Oh, no, but is it on the app? No, does it say the hands on the app? No, right?
You can click into someone's profile and see all the hands they played, but the hands that are revealed are if they've gone to showdown.
Yes, so that won't be on the app. I bet you most of these guys aren't getting like someone sending the hands 30 minutes. I don't know, maybe some of them are.
I think most people just use
16?
the app. But
yeah.
There are people who probably find some guy on like Fiverr, you know, hey, just watch the stream and record whatever you can. So Choi going to open up Ace-Jack. Mauricio. Jack-10. Calling in position. Ace-Queen for Ding Biao. Is this a 3-bet induce or a 3-bet jam or just call?
This looks like a man who's about to 3-bet. I just got that vibe by the way he was.
You know it. You know the
look.
look,
The way he
don't
was
you?
like looking, like he knew he was about to 3-bet. Whatever that weird up look, kind of.
You got the reads, eh? Choi. Ace-Jack dominated. Out of position.
Yeah, he might get into trouble here. I don't think he was 3-betting that to fold in this spot. You don't love it, but...
Ooh, Ace-Jack. Nice timing.
Mauricio decided not to posture that time.
He should have used another time bank.
Yeah.
Would have really got you going. It's a pretty hand.
Oh, yeah.
So Choi with another raise.
I feel like he's got the no fold energy vibes. Just like go with the Ace-Jack off.
Hey, what about this look? Is this the 3-bet look or the calling
No,
look?
this is different. I have no idea what he's going to do. The last one, it was just some very pronounced acting with, like, we could see his hand was good. Okay, so I don't know. But Stanley's not folding.
Looks. He's got multiple looks
Yeah.
for his 3-bets.
He's got a lot of looks. Stanley's not folding this. He just let it go. There's no way. There's no way he's folding this.
Right, his hand is much more playable.
I'm going to die on this hill. Some form of not folding. Probably call, but like it's not going in the muck.
Is it bad that a part of me wants him to fold now just because you said he's not folding?
Never. It's not happening. He just let go of Ace-Jack off to this guy. It's not happening.
You
again.
know it best.
I mean, he has a good hand too. Who can blame him? But
True.
It's not happening.
What about that flop? It's 2 overs and a flush draw versus the middle pair of Ding Biao. 3-bet pot.
I mean, there's some... Could be seeing all in here on the flop if Stanley plays it a certain way of Ding bets.
What about, yeah, is Ding supposed to bet this? It's weird because it's like a great flop for you, but it also sucks if you get check jammed on.
Yes, it's kind of weird. Maybe he checks it back in this particular spot against Stanley because of that. Like, doesn't decide to, like, range bet and wants to check this. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh.
Oh my, nut flush for Choi. 2 pair for Ding Biao. How much is he going to lose?
What's Stanley going to do?
It's interesting, right? Because the ace is supposed to improve the 3-better.
Yeah. Wow, he's betting, and he's betting small.
He bets just 13K, about 10% of the pot. This is crafty.
I mean, I don't know. He might end up winning way less than he should. I mean,
I hear you.
Maybe Ding just calls this. Like, you're really going to raise. It's kind of... yeah. Oh, he is going to raise.
He grabbed the white chips with the blues. Raises it to 60K. What a great feeling for Stanley Choi.
You know what, though? I bet if Stanley re-raises here, maybe Ding folds.
But will Stanley re-raise?
So, like, yeah. I don't know. What do you think?
The thing is, he's got the king, queen of clubs, right? So he blocks some ace kings, so like with the king of clubs, ace queen with the queen of clubs, right? Maybe he gets a hero fold out of ace king, ace queen that raises in this spot. So maybe you don't actually click it back.
Yeah.
I would like to see a call personally.
Yeah, he's going to be repping. Yeah, the nice thing about this, he's also repping, you know, a lot of hands that Ding can find value bets with. Like, let's say ace queen, ace jack, hands of ace king or something better. Oh, well.
That card might actually save Ding Biao now, right?
Yeah, if he was going to value bet the river, he won't now.
And Ding thought he got unlucky, but is happy to see the 9 arriving. Stanley wins that pot. Could have played differently.
Yeah, selfishly, I really wanted to see just like an 8 or a 10 or something like that roll off. So I'm really curious what Ding was going to do. I mean, I think he probably value bets.
I think he value bets the river too, if it comes blank, no club.
Yeah.
Of course, we'll get check jammed on if it wasn't paired for sure. There's many ways that hand could have played out where Ding Biao could have actually lost more, whether it's he bet flop, gets check raise, or who knows, right?
Yeah.
King Jack for Mauricio.
Moneymaker pips him with the king queen, decides just to call in position.
This call in position has retained the dominating King Jack.
And also, lets Stanley in there with pretty decent hand in the big blind.
No pair for all three. Mauricio from under the gun. Debating whether to rep that ace or not. He's gonna try. Comes in with, I believe was 1/3. 20K.
Good read. I actually thought it was 15, but got a sharp eye over there.
4 times 5,000.
No, but see from that, no, from the side angle it was
Okay.
super clear, but from front,
yeah,
from this angle, which is where we saw it, that was much harder to see. But I mean, that's why they have you in the booth, Randy.
Yeah, just to
nothing gets by
to
you.
read the bet sizes, even though we've got graphics that will show up eventually. Really, really useful there. Can beat the graphics by a few seconds.
Listen, I thought it was amazing.
I appreciate
I'm
that, Ras.
speechless.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You're looking out for me.
Oh, that's, yeah, he's raising it up. See that? Looking up top. Like, what's he looking at? Nothing.
Technically, there is a information board. You've played tournaments, right?
Yeah.
It's got the stack sizes, average stack, lines.
Yeah, but like the brief glance and then instant raise, I mean, the only way he was doing anything is if he was randomizing something. There's no way that he
Randomizing the glance.
No, just, yeah, like some number up there is like he's raising at some frequency. But he wasn't actually like looking and got some stack size information and in that split second process that made a raise.
I'm learning something from you, Ras. I'm learning about these intuition on when someone's going to raise. It is 3-bet from Mateos in position.
This should probably end the hand. Ace-5 off is...
Yeah, it's from under the gun. It's a little...
It's loose, and if you were going to do some wildness here, usually you'd pick a suited combo, but, you know, oh, is he randomizing?
That was the look, though, right?
Ooh. And the Silicon Overlord above told him to fold, and Ding Biao released the cards into the muck with disdain because he really wanted to send it against El Conquistador.
I don't know what happened during your break, Ras, but you are on fire today.
Oh, a lot happened. It was a discussion. I was looking at charts. I mean, there's just like green candles you wouldn't even believe.
Green candles. We're not talking about GameStop, are we?
No, we're talking about meditation and, you know, lighting candles, and they have nice scents.
You mean the spa?
Yes.
So we got the Queen 7 suited for Watson. Choi with pocket deuces. Flatting.
Okay. He's now above average, Stanley Choi. All right, and a motley assortment of hands here.
Queen high, giving Watson the best hand. I'd imagine this is the weakest queen he would have, raising in the hijack. Over to Stanley.
Yep.
Drops in 20K.
Yeah, he's betting just under a third of the pot, trying to pick it up. Has 2 outs to hit a set, some backdoor straight and flush possibilities.
Not that turn card.
No, I would imagine he's done.
Wouldn't be able to shake out this Queen 7 if he wants to bet again on the turn.
45.
Oh, he's not done. Doesn't think that Watson has too many queens in his range. This check by Watson on the flop has really got him a lot of value so far.
Yeah, he's gotten Stanley to fire twice here at a hand that has very little equity versus him. And it's call is certainly coming here. So, I mean, I'm calling the river gets a little bit tougher.
Well, the river card is the 10.
He probably still calls, but I mean, if Stanley
drops it all in, I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, that's tough now.
The 10 doesn't bring in any two pairs besides queen 10. Does give up. Figure he's up against the queen. A nice run for Watson, registering very late due to his win in event number 3. You know that guy?
Yeah.
Jaffe?
Yeah.
He was in the booth the other day.
Oh, did he come in the booth here as well?
Yeah, he was in the booth with me and Griffin the other day. We were cut short a little bit due to the power outage. But
oh, he was in the booth when that happened?
He was.
Okay.
And I kind of was sad that the commentary just ended just like that.
Yeah.
So we ask, Jaffe, if you're listening, come back in the booth. Me and Rast are lonely.
Or I'm going to ask, hey, producer James, can we get some more people in the booth? I do see we have the triple setup here.
It is possible.
Yeah. I want to share the booth with one of these legends of the game, all-star, high-stakes poker player crushers.
So I'm not enough for you, Rast?
No, you're plenty. I just want more, just like everyone, you know? Is there ever enough? Are you ever satiated?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
I'm trying to come to terms with that, but it's a process.
So Mauricio Salazar limps the button with 9-6 suited. Be facing 8-3 off of Moneymaker. Monotone.
Mauricio's giving off the vibe that he likes to play some hands.
He wants to get in there.
Yeah.
Willing to play post flop.
Time bank to the ace-6 off, limping 9-6 suited.
8,000.
Was thinking about calling last hand with kind of a dusty one, if I remember, after a raise call.
Jack 10, I believe you're referring to?
Yeah.
So there's merit to splashing a little earlier, possibly, in the mystery bounty, because if you can kind of get a stack, you give yourself the option to collect bounties when they come into play on day 2, right?
Yeah, you want to have chips in bounty tournaments when eliminating people gets you a bounty.
Yeah, especially because the bounty is a portion of the prize pool. And let's see if he wants to get involved with 10-7 clubs in the cutoff. Watson going to defend the big blind.
Would be surprised to find out Jack 6 suited had 59% as well, I would imagine.
Has 76 now. Monotone once again.
This is a spot where the cutoff is not going to see bet all the time, but it does seem like he has a pretty good hand to fire once on the flop. I mean, the big blind actually has more flushes here than the cutoff does. Where the cards are is a little bit better for the cutoff, but I think he's probably employs a strategy with a decent amount of checking. But it feels like the 10-7 is a pretty nice nice hand to stab.
We did get check called, and Watson turns trip jacks now.
Would imagine normally a shutdown, given he has very little equity at this point. I would think your barreling range ends up containing more hands with some kind of equity, but it's not unreasonable. Maybe he decides to keep blasting.
Oh, he is going to keep blasting. 20K.
But it's small.
I guess he's trying to shake out a weak 8 or like some kind of diamond.
Yeah, like not that great diamond float hand. I agree.
I don't know, like.
Are we still in the rebuy? No, right?
Registration, I believe, is still open
Oh, it's
for
still
this
open.
level. Yes.
Yeah, he's
this wider splashing a little bit more.
Possibly not. It is a 40K, and this
Is that a check
seems
raise?
like a decent table.
Check
Ooh,
raise
it is.
56. It must be because of the small sizing why he's check raising now. Maybe he
Yeah.
expects a flush or something to bet bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely must feel that he's ahead of most value hands in that bet size range, right?
Plus the Jack 6 is vulnerable, of course.
Yeah.
10, 9 diamond would be bad. So the heater continues for Watson. Oh, there's a rack in front of someone. Who did we lose?
Seems like a nice little find with that check raise. I have
Yeah?
to say, yeah.
Most players just check call return,
I think, right? Yeah.
I think so. Just because there's a lot of dangerous hands you could be up against. Pot control bit. I think it's a, yeah, you're right. It is a nice check raise. A nice check raise has gotten him the table chip lead.
Yeah.
54 bigs. Moneymaker, just 17 bigs. After registration closes, maybe the strategy changes a little bit, knowing that you can't just plunk in another 40K, taking their shot.
But I guess rebuying in these, what do you get? You get 250?
I don't know the exact count. It's either 200 or 250.
Yeah, it's these type of tournaments aren't the most appetizing to rebuy in, though, right? A 200K starting chips, it sounds like.
200K starting? Yeah, that
I'm sure
rings a
people
bell.
will. You just...
Yeah, it's a little gambly, of course, to rebuy
Yeah.
in a knockout. But there are those people that just go, you know what? Let's just run it.
Yeah. Oh.
Hello, Ace Jack of Clubs. Expected. All in from Jaffe. So another hand being shuffled. Let us continue.
Once more into the breach.
All right, sevens for Moneymaker. Sitting on 15 blinds in the cutoff. Looked like he cut out a regular raise first, but now he's thinking about jamming. What has he made it? 27,000. Interesting. That's 3.5x.
Yeah. It's a curious size. I mean, the benefit is it discourages big blind calls. But the downside is you're also discouraging small pair reshoves, I feel like.
Right.
Like you're on the small button, let's say, with like threes. Maybe you don't reshove there.
Because
when
it
you
looks
do.
like Moneymaker is more committed to the hand.
More likely to call
No.
off of 15 blinds when you make it 3. Right? I mean...
I see it. It makes sense to me. Yeah. Your opponent is committed more chips. Seems like they want to call off. Pros and cons both ways.
Well, I mean, you probably should call off more often when you make it 3.5 big
Right, getting
blinds
better
there
odds.
instead of 2. Yeah. So...
Couple fives for Watson. Ace 10 for Jaffe.
Yeah, I was going to approach this just south of 30 blinds. Little 3-bet action.
What about 3-bet all? 216K. Over to Watson. This hurts, right? Because what if Jaffe's doing this with 6s and 7s?
Yeah.
Seems possible.
Yeah, 8s.
Guess you have to ask the question, is it ever the smaller pairs?
Maybe it could be. I really think kind of like anything 9s and below is possible.
I agree with that. I think
Some
9s, they start
probably-
to 3-bet to induce.
Yes, some at a higher frequency than others. And then some hands, like unpaired hands like this. Probably not too many unpaired hands where you you're over one of the cards. Maybe he does it with like ace 4 suited. You're blocking ace 5 suited. I don't know.
Yeah, if we start adding those in there, then it becomes more
A little bit,
enticing call.
yeah, more enticing. But maybe he just 3-bets those or calls.
Frequency only really known to the aggressor.
Yeah.
That's what's fun about poker. Jaffe's got 9/8 suited now in the cutoff.
Last level rebate. This is last level rebate.
Yes.
Okay.
This is the last level for re-entry.
我没看牌。
Mauricio Salazar, pocket 10s.
Seems like a pretty clean jam here. Don't really know what other line he would take.
You're right. Ding Biao, King Jack. Kind of joked around about let's
124.
double up or rebuy. But he actually has Mauricio covered.
他比我多，我绝对扣。太熟了，他妈的扣输了，我剩没马也不能 rebate。
So Mauricio up to 156K. Feel like if Ding Biao had less chips.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he wants the opportunity to double up or rebuy for 40K more. But the fact that he covered Mauricio, he was like, ah, can't go with King Jack now.
Or at least that's the story he's telling.
It's a bluff,
not,
huh?
It's not unbelievable.
It's a.
Last chance.
Do have new player joining us. That is Dimitar Danchev. 1.7 million earnings, 8 cashes, 1 title. Had a phenomenal Jeju. Won this very event, the 40K mystery bounty for 804,000 plus envelopes. Not sure how much he opened then. Also came in with 3rd place in Jeju for 375. 2 other cashes. Safe to say he knows something about bounties. So Jaffe opens up King 9 suited, gets called by choice, Ace 10, Ding Biao, Jack 9. Honeymaker, King 5 offsuit, joins the party. So we go 4 ways.
$16, you give me 7. Yeah, it's a not. Yeah.
Ace, Queen 8. Jaffe with the nut flush draw. Stanley Choi top pair. Jaffe was the pre-flop raiser. Like he's going to follow through with a C-bet. 20. Choi's got top pair. 2 players act behind him. Puts in the call. Four on the turn. What's the play now for Jaffe?
Wow, that's a total brick. I mean, he did get called in a 4-way pot. Pretty curious. I mean, he could.
So the fact that you mentioned that he got called in a 4-way pot means that it should more likely him being up against an ace and a queen, right?
I think so. I think Stanley, especially because Stanley had 2 people left to go behind him. You know, the other thing too is if Stanley happens to have a draw, maybe he doesn't want to bet that draw out, right? Because like maybe the draw, a smaller spade draw, calls once, but like doesn't call twice. You know, his king and 9 both block the combo draws. So
44.
Stanley gonna bet 44,000.
Yeah, I'd imagine Jonathan's like definitely calling this size.
Still actually ahead of those spade draws that you mentioned, Jack 10, of course.
Yeah, or Jack 10, yeah. And if he's behind, he's not really getting the worst odds here. I mean, almost 4-1.
Gonna make that call. Will Jaffe find a spade? No spade, it is the jack. Jaffe checking over to Choi. This would be thin with ace 10, right? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty thin.
Happy to see Stanley here in Montenegro. I know he did frequent some of our stops in the beginnings. You know, doesn't go to every single stop, but good friends with Paul and Richard. Always nice to see him support. Don't know if you've had the chance to play with him before, Rast?
You know, I think I have played with him, but like a long time ago, maybe in games in Macau. Like not a lot, but like.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time.
He's been playing poker for a really long time.
Blinds are up 5K, 10K. And that means that registration is closed. So whoever's eliminated now will be finished.
So that's it. No more rebuy speculation.
Nope. Ace deuce for Mauricio. He's giving this one some deep thought.
Yeah. That was... I do agree that was a slightly longer than normal pause.
Yeah, he got it in buzzer beater right before the 0 hit. Doesn't change the way Watson's going to play. 8-7 as he defends. Salazar top pair. Wheel. Nothing for Watson.
Yeah, great flop for Mauricio. Even the deuce finding some kind of usage there with a being gut shot draw.
Simple bet and take. Are you a fan of bounty tournaments in general, or is it not something you're in love with? In terms of playing it,
yeah.
Watching it's really fun because you get to see people just clash like crazy.
I haven't played very many of them, and it's not something that I like really look forward to. But yeah, I mean, they're all right on the couple that I play them. But yeah, it's nothing super special, I guess would be the way I put it. The ones that I don't like and I don't really play is the ones where the bounty's like huge.
Okay, where it really changes.
Like or no, like not. Oh, like this one, the mystery bounty. Like they have one of these in WCP. Like I've never played that one.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I do feel like there are players who study the bounty format a bit more than others, and they're gonna create the extra edge in terms of mathematics.
Yeah, well, this is a format, if I understand correctly, it's played quite a bit online now, right? There's a lot of bounty tournaments now.
They even have mystery these days.
Yeah, so, yeah, I've heard some whisperings here and there of guys talking about bounty strategy. And yeah, does seem like, based on what I've heard, there's some differences, what you're supposed to do in spots.
I must have zoned out an entire inning.
Moneymaker, how did you fold? Did you just naturally fold it?
It's like he's meditating, just in the moment.
Oh, look at those fingers. They don't stop.
No, he's 100% present right now.
Let's see what's dealt to him in a little bit. For now, though, Troy's got 9-8 suited. Ace 4 hitting the muck.
Oh, it looks like we have a new player.
Yeah, Dimitar Danchev. It's got a Triton title. Amazing Jeju.
So he's got a Triton title. He's got money.
He's got money.
And he's got a name that's just chock full of alliteration. Dimitar Danchev.
Yeah.
The double D's.
Double D. He is from Bulgaria. He won the mystery bounty. I don't know. I said it earlier. You might have missed it, but 804K plus whatever the envelopes were in Jeju last stop.
And I guess we'll just never know what was in those envelopes.
Technically, we can. If we go back and use the Triton Poker Plus app and find that broadcast, or go to YouTube, Twitch, whatever your preference is.
Oh, my goodness. So
you
what
can
you're
find out.
saying is there's even more wonderful usages of the Triton Poker Plus app. You can go back and look up details like this.
Yes, you can. You can learn more about not just Dimitar Danchev, but all of your favorite players. You can use the search function. You can even search Brian Raston there and Randy Liu and see how the results aren't as impressive as some others.
What an incredible app. Astounding. Yeah, my Triton results aren't that great.
Don't worry, mine's is exactly the same as yours. Jaffe's got King, Queen of Hearts. Blind versus blind.
I played
big blinds.
4 tournaments and I've cashed 1.
You cashed 1. Yours is... Look at mine. Look at mine, Rast.
I cashed the first one.
Look at mine. Look how much cashes I got.
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound fun. I have a guess. Oh, you've played 4 tournaments as well. Yes.
You've had better results.
Yeah. The one cash, I mean, listen, I was in that 50K for 2 bullets, I do remember, so I basically broke even. So, you know, but it's something. But, yeah. These buy-ins, they add up, brother.
They do add up. 100K there, 25K there. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll
get them next time.
I officially retired from short deck after those tournaments.
Oh,
some of them were short deck, 100K main.
Wow, you just launched in the 100K main short deck?
No, that was Nolan Oldham. Danchev.
Stanley Choi.
6 deuce offsuit.
He's going. He doesn't care that Mauricio Salazar thinks about playing every single hand. He's coming after that big blind.
Queen 9 is not too shabby.
Yeah, this is definitely good enough to make the cut.
Position. Taking a flop, 74K in the middle.
Not really what you're hoping for when you raise it with 6 deuce off.
What about this flop? It's not too bad.
No, you flop something. Because a lot of the time you flop nothing and you just have just undercards and dust. So flopping a pair, I mean, what more could you really ask for?
Also the type of texture that doesn't hit the big blind too much. They do shove some of the better kings pre.
Or pairs, yeah.
Choi gonna win it with 6 deuce off.
That was like a happy
chip
right? stack. He was very pleased.
I got him.
Yeah, that's why you play 6 deuce offsuit. Yeah. Boom. stacking.
I'm stacking. 80 players remaining.
Six and a Dewey, never Louis.
Continue.
It was a one-line
was a
rapper.
one-line.
Yeah, we didn't.
I didn't know you had freestyle on you.
Oh, I have done much longer freestyle than that. I've done like 8-liners and stuff, but I'm not there yet. We got
Okay.
it. That's like mid-tour. This is where it's still
Got
at the
it.
beginning,
We're
kind of.
still
I'm warming up,
practicing. Not
trying
ready for the performance.
That's with the one-liner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold you to that. I'm going to remind you. You
Yeah,
better
you
remember.
remind me in like
main
5
event.
days.
The main event.
Okay. I'll bust it out.
DJ Rast.
I'll bust it out.
Oh,
I won't scream. I'll shout.
Chat, you bet. Chat, please remind us in a few days or 5-6 days when Rast needs to bust out more than one line.
Yeah. These guys. Man, looking at this table right now, I just have one thought. Especially because I actually ran into him on the way up. It's like, I miss Nacho.
Barbaro.
Yeah, he really grows on you. You know, at first you're like, okay, his shtick is like a little annoying, but the more you watch it, the more you're like, okay, it's actually really funny.
Yeah, it is funny. And he's also quite an action player himself.
Yeah. Just everything and this and then. But the other see, part of the good thing, it's not just his shtick. It's that his shtick, like, brings everyone else at the table out.
That's true. Yeah,
Like, when he's at the table, everyone's interacting, either giving him shit or what, you know, some form of interaction with it.
Yes.
And then he leaves and everybody goes quiet again.
Well, hold on. We'll
Yeah.
see if Ding Biao's going to be quiet with no chips, as he's got an ace-4 against ace-king.
Yeah, not the best spot. Stanley with a smile there. He was happy about the spot. As far as he's concerned, this all stems from the 6-deuce hand.
How happy is he now because he's up against so many outs?
Even bigger smile. He doesn't care.
What a sicko.
Ooh.
Now, what? We can chop it?
Some choppers.
7-5.
Oh, that's a low.
is a chop. Got there. Okay. It was funny that you mentioned Nacho, because I was having some food earlier. Nacho came up and he was looking at the screen with the stream on. He's like, you guys should pay me when I'm on, right? Because, like, he's like, when I talk, everyone, you know, it's lively. And look at these guys. They're just like robots, not saying a single word.
Yeah. Listen, Nacho, I'm not in charge of these kind of decisions, so I've got no comment. But, you know, whatever, man. I like watching you. I wouldn't be opposed.
As do I. King 7 is reaching for chips. Or just counting down.
No, he's raising it. Oh,
Rast.
I lost it.
Sorry, what did you say?
Said he was raising it, but I'm wrong.
He's raising it though.
You know what though he didn't do is he didn't like look up at the
right angle
at the Silicon Overlord above to get his magic read. So that's what you got to wait for. I just assumed he was kind of raising it because he was taking so long, but I guess he really just took a long time to fold.
He just
He was
wasn't
thinking
sure.
about it, yeah. Which
Well,
makes
bad-
sense.
Oh, I was going to say bad timing for Moneymaker, but actually out flopping the ace king.
This just might be a stop here at Montenegro.
Is it the Moneymaker stop? Looks like it is. Full double up. I mean, these two both won an event so far.
Yeah.
One of them's got to lose.
No, I know. I think it's my first time I've played poker. Good God. I was about ready to start taking the microphone off.
Well, guys, check out betacr.eu. Have the opportunity to bet on some sports, some poker perhaps. Don't know if you do any sports betting yourself, Ras, but
I do actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Might be an opportunity to check out BetACR. See what's good for you. I don't know too much about sports, so.
I actually have an ACR account.
Do you?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
One of many. I
apparently.
do my line hunting.
You do?
ACR is involved in that selection process.
Well, there you go. Check it out.
Got to try to get the best line. That's important. Really, really important.
That is some really good advice.
Because
bro. I
here's
think
the
I'm going to
truth.
go sports betting now.
Here's the truth. I'm talking to all of you out there. You're not good at sports betting. Not that good. So you're not like a pro. You don't have like a one of these AI programs that teaches itself and does like a billion trillion simulations and figures it out. And you know, you're just saying like, yo, it's raining today, so you know this team's gonna play better or whatever. Good for you. I like betting on those hunches as well, but try to get the best line you can. So use ACR, but to get the best line. That's it. That was my rant on sports betting. It's important. The difference between the 10 cents and the 5 cents and the whatever.
All right,
try to save money.
Raph, the truth is you understand sports betting more than me, so please continue to tell people about sports betting whenever that comes up. How about we get back to some poker?
Yeah, let's do that.
Queen 7 versus 3 deuce. It is blind versus blind. The pair of threes available now for Danchev.
I guess someone had to make something.
Is it enough to bet?
I mean, you're kind of mostly betting for protection here. Small value. It's a merge, but you would love to get overcards to fold.
One of those overcards just got there for Watson.
Can I get that chicken Caesar salad, please? Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's a tough spot there on the turn. Now Watson's got to feel pretty good about his hand. This has been checked to the river, and he just rivered the second highest pair.
Puts in 25 into 30.
Yeah, this is kind of a tough spot.
The way Watson's playing his hand almost looks like a queen or nothing, it would seem.
Yeah, like a queen, maybe a 9.
Maybe a 9, as long
Yeah.
as it didn't bet the flop and turn, which is possible, of course.
Yeah.
A 6 I find unlikely.
Yeah, 6 less likely, I agree, than a 9. Although if he managed to check a 6 twice, he would probably bet it still. But
right, but what sizing? Hard to say.
Yeah, but less likely, I agree. Oh yeah, this size is almost pot, right?
Yes, 25 into 30. Makes the call. That sizing.
I agree, not
gets
a 6.
3 to call. I think he got max value.
Yeah, he did. That's why, I mean, listen, that's why he has a name. It's Sir Watts, king of the value bet, first of his name. Because he's good with the value bet, man.
Wait, that's actually his whole name? Sir Watts, king of the value bet.
First of his name.
First of his name.
Yeah.
I can't believe you remember what you said. Because that's actually his name. Okay, that makes sense now.
Listen, someone has to remember what I said because no one else does, especially not my wife, okay? So it's either me or no one.
Let's play this ace-8 for Choi.
You got me excited. I'm ready to play ace-8, but I just don't have it.
You excited about these 2 10s?
Oh, yeah.
Moneymaker should be.
Definitely. Yeah, but this is ace-8's just real small hand at this point after this kind of action. Wow, this is an interesting decision not to like auto muck.
You mean for Jaffe?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is he thinking about?
He's...
It's time bank worthy. So he just thinks that Moneymaker is getting out of line?
Yeah, I guess. He's just getting out of line and maybe we ship it. But this is a non-standard play, for sure.
Off of this stack especially.
The actual crazy thing is if he shipped it and Moneymaker probably calls because it's only 100K more, he's gonna... It's one of those spots where somehow you have like 48% equity heads up, even though like somehow you found your opponent has the hand that you're like flipping with.
Yeah, and he somehow got the overlay from the undergun open as well. So he's thrown in multiple time banks.
It's actually probably a little less than 48%. It's not suited.
He is going to lay it down. Choi with ace-8.
Just nobody believes Moneymaker.
Yeah, there's something about the Moneymaker factor that just makes you think he's just messing around, which he does. I've seen him play.
Yeah.
I actually really want to see Jaffe jam to just see the reaction from Moneymaker. But like, I really think I'm messing around off of that stack. Broadways for Watson. Ooh, queens. Is there an option besides all-in?
Off of 14 and a half big blinds? I don't think so.
Nah, he doesn't think so either. I only ask because I know Jaffe's that really creative player, you know? Finds other ways to maximize his holdings.
I think queens is a hand where you benefit. It's not that bad if some like king and ace-x hands end up folding.
Okay.
Right? And when you go all in, yet you can still get called though by a bunch of hands that you have massive equity against. I think it likes going all in. Maybe like, I mean, ace is probably flat some, and maybe like all only flat, you know, or some people would definitely play it that way. I think maybe kings is like probably close, but not queens.
Folding over to the button of Jaffe. Not playing that hand. Not too long ago, Stanley Choi raised into Salazar's big blind with 6 deuce off. Now he's got king deuce off.
Yeah, hard to imagine him folding this after playing 6 deuce.
He limped. Mauricio, ace queen.
All in.
Going to jam. So moneymaker, first act, pitches it. Snowman for Dimitar Danchev of Bulgaria. Rips it in. Stanley ace-6 suited. Looks like he's gonna correctly release. King 10 for Mauricio. Gonna fold as well. So Dimitar Danchev gonna chip up to 150K. Stanley Choi just always looks so happy while playing. I don't know, I guess he just loves it. Doesn't matter whether he gets dealt a hand or not. Queen 3 suited.
20,000.
Raise to 20,000.
Gonna start to rumble. King 7 for moneymaker. Tosses in the call. Brings in the future shades.
Stanley likes playing some hands.
Yeah, today he's very active. Maybe because he just flopped top pair and not nut flush draw, but a good flush draw.
Yeah, quite the flop for Queen 3 of hearts.
$12.
Okay, well, moneymaker has peeked at his hand and now shuffling chips. Is he thinking about something naughty? Yes,
Maybe.
he is.
Oh, there it is.
Those are raising chips. How good is this for Stanley Choi?
Yeah, he's got a heart. He's got an overcard to the queen. He's got another heart as well. The heart that's the 7 and the heart in his chest.
The heart in his chest, yes. Well,
Well, that's
might be deflated now. So there's a 3-bet to 72,000. Troy going to pick up that pot. Moves up to about $500,000 in chips. Take a look on the outside. Blinds are up 6K, 12K. Still plenty of action for this day one.
Not like a 2 or 3 spot club or something.
9-6 offsuit for Salazar.
7 of clubs maybe, I don't know.
Mucking.
Something in that range.
7 of clubs what?
7 of clubs has possibly been flashed.
Something that
Flash
looked
by-
a lot like the 7 of clubs flashed. I don't know.
Oh, I got you.
I already pulled the cards in.
I got you.
This is where Chris looks down at the 7 of clubs.
It's definitely close to the 7 of clubs, but I'm not certain at all that it was actually the 7 of clubs.
So possibly a flash of a 7 of clubs is what they're speaking of. And does move on 50K from Moneymaker. Ace Queen, that's quite the size up in Watson of 8-5 suited. Is he still going to want to play? North of 4X. Doesn't like the sizing. Still gonna find a call.
Wow. That's a big, I mean, that's quite a lot of money compared to how much Moneymaker has in front of him. He's only got 130 behind.
Yeah, that's why you can see he was a bit hesitant.
Yeah.
With that call. Great flop for Moneymaker. Top pair, Queen of Spades. $26K. Taking that one. Watson seems a bit unsure about that call still a little bit. Dingbiao just smiling at his phone. Not sure what he's browsing. Cat videos, possibly. Brian Rass rap videos. I don't know if that's a thing. Got any recordings out there? No?
Oh, definitely not.
25K for Jaffe.
Okay. But I mean, he's so short. It's a pretty hand, but not when you have like 12 big blinds.
Oh, bad timing for Ding Biao. Pocket tens. Ships it in. Oh,
Wow.
Watson's got ace queen suited. What now?
I mean, I think he goes with it here. I think we're going to see a three-way all-in.
You're right. Way all in it is. Ding Biao looking for the 10. Watson looking for the ace.
He was live.
Good set.
7, 8, 9.
So Watson has the covering stack.
7, 7.
Ding Biao's the shortest, so there's some side pot possibilities.
Yeah. Ding Biao is actually happy to see Watson come in because it just gets him better odds. He needs a 10 to win either way. So the more the merrier.
King 6-3.
Diamonds covered. Oh, he's going with the pre-mic takeoff.
Blank on the turn.
And the stand-up. Very frowned upon in many live poker circles.
He's going jacket on too. Back off the chair.
Okay.
He just knew. 4 on the river. Ding Biao eliminated. Watson loses a ton of chips down to 92,000, and Jaffe 515K.
Yeah, Watson didn't look pleased. Jaffe is very happily eating. Let's grab that bowl again.
What was it, noodles? Can you lift it for us, Jaffe? No, not the napkin.
He is interrupting it in order to make sure he's getting paid the right amount. I don't blame him.
Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, now he's going to double count. Well, he's got 515K in case you didn't know how to count those chips.
I did something bad. I need another 5 back. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Ace 10 of hearts for Troy.
24.
24 minimum. Ace queen for Salazar. Great spot for him. Never seen the short stack.
Lynn?
Aces for Jaffe.
49.
I don't know what's going on, but things are going his way.
I know. He's got quite the heater right now. Getting big hands. People going all in.
Bad news for Mauricio Salazar.
The queens.
As he sees the 2 aces.
Ace 10, shut it.
Oh, I see a queen. Oh, and another queen. Mauricio Salazar hits it.
Yeah,
wow.
I have ace 10, shut it.
I said 3, sorry.
Understandable.
Ace is dead because that was in the hand of Stanley Choi.
Crazy.
I was saying Jaffe was running hot. Never mind.
And just a little bit of a smile crack there by Mauricio.
Sorry.
First expressions.
He got away with that.
All in all, I'll take it.
So Mauricio going to have 28 big blinds, 340K with that lucky double up. Jack 9. We'll be laying that one down. Watson, King 10, 92K.
And how the tides have turned for Mike Watson.
Is this close for Dimitar Danchev? Yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Watson only has, what is that, like
92K.
Eight blinds?
Yeah, 7 to 8 or so.
From the cutoff.
Gonna have all these kind of broadways that you're slightly ahead of.
Yeah, and against hands that you're behind, I mean, ace-5 suited performs better than most hands in those type of spots, right? So
Watson needs a king or 10.
You know, you got the blinds overlay too.
True.
There
Wheel.
it is, wheel. But yeah, but like you're calling 9 or like 8.8 blinds or whatever it is, and then you got the 2.5 overlay from the blinds too.
Right, that always makes it a bit nicer for you.
And he doesn't really have much to risk on top of that because he only had like 10 or 11 blinds, right? So I think it actually makes sense. It feels like it's a call.
Don't feel too bad for Watson. Did leave today up $1 million. Winning that event number 3.
Yep.
Yeah, like, so the way you would think about that is, let's say the jam was 8.5 blinds.
Okay.
Right, and then, so he has to call 8.5 blinds, but then in the pot there's actually 11 blinds because of the 2.5. It'd be 8.5 divided by 19.5, which comes out to about 43.6%. So that's what he needs. So ace-5 suited against that jamming range.
Needs 43% equity.
Yeah, 44%, let's say, in your plus EV. So, and now I'm not including the two hands behind you that can come in sometimes and whatever, so it's not that clean, but 44%. I think ace-5 suited's clearing that against a 9 or an 8-9 big blind jamming range from the cutoff. Right, that's going to be any ace, a lot of king X stuff, king X suited, you know, some suited connectors down, any pair.
Yep.
A lot of broadways.
Yeah, and then with the ace-5 suit, he actually had 60-40 in terms of equity. So he's got a decent. He's a bigger favorite than normal with ace-5 against king 10. You know, like sometimes it's like 55-45 or so, right, when you get it all in pre. Mauricio, 2 overs, double gutter, right?
Yeah, the only person who hit this flop in any meaningful way. If he finds the lead from the big blind here, he probably takes it down.
We do see people lead sometimes on these boards that it does hit the big blind, but he does check.
He does. Danchev has the 10 of clubs. It's gonna,
enough for him to fire.
Yeah, leverage that into a C-bet. Now let's see what Salazar was planning here. This is a lot of hand to just check fold. 2 overs. Double gutter.
Don't think he's check folding. It's check call or check raise.
Yes. I agree. Oh. And the turn card, a little something for everybody. Salazar immediately hits his 8 high straight. And Danchev now actually picks up some sort of draw other than a king or a 10 draw because his 10 of clubs is working for a flush draw.
It seems like Salazar is thinking about taking the lead. He hasn't checked yet. doesn't expect his opponent to follow through with a double barrel because the 8 is not a big part of the cutoff range, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's supposed to have more flushes as he's overcalling the big blind with a bunch of suited hands and more 8s. So it's just, I guess he's deciding this card is, he has a lot more like very strong hands and will get to lead a lot.
I also feel like he doesn't lead as much if he's holding a club with that 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah, that's reasonable. So curious what happens how he decides to play the river when he's called.
It's a good price for Dimitar.
He's betting small enough that
he just lays it down.
That some kind of weak hands might bluff. I was curious if he's going to play the river as a bluff catch or if he's going to bet again for value.
Won't be getting that opportunity. Who's that? Is that Alexei Ponikov's?
It does look like Mr. Ponikov's.
Taking a seat. Well, guys, if you're into staking, getting a little sweat, you can actually buy some action of some of the players joining our Triton event. Did check it out myself. Saw Moneymaker selling actions. Could have got action into his 40K here. Dylan Lind, Stoyan Mandagiev also selling action on Poker Stake.
The best way to stake.
Yeah, it's the best way?
Yeah, the real staking way, I mean, you know, I'm not saying it can't work out, but it's probably best to avoid. But just like buying pieces on Poker Stake and not having to deal with all the other part of staking seems pretty sweet.
It's clean, right? Like
it's
you
clean.
Got the guaranteed payout.
No makeup.
No makeup. Yeah, you don't have to worry about this guy who's buried in 7 bullets.
And you're like, damn, am I going to give him another couple $100,000 here so he can get out, or do we just eat the loss? I mean, you know, it's just one and done, boys.
Yo,
okay.
Ras, can you just do all of the adverts for me? I think you're selling it better. I like it.
I definitely did a better job on this one than the ACR one.
Okay. I'm not even going to talk. The next one, I'm not going to talk. You can just take it. You can just freestyle it as you will.
The ACR one I was doing well, and then I just veered right, and it became a train wreck.
What's that?
Ace 9 deuce. Nothing, but it is blind versus blind.
I thought there was a text asking when the bounty activated.
That was my buddy asking me.
Oh, I thought
Here
you were
comes
joking.
Salazar.
I didn't know, and you were asking him.
Oh, yeah, no. He was asking me. He's like, did you get someone's bounty earlier? So
And will Ponikov's take the 4-1 immediate off of a jack and a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw? He seems like the kind of guy that might take that.
Oh, he's definitely the type of guy to take that.
Yeah.
Perfect vision. And I didn't.
Got LASIK a few years ago. Great.
Can you see closer now?
King of clubs. That's one of those cards that does give him equity. But he actually has the best hand, too. Jack high.
Yeah, it seems like he's now a big favorite to win this hand. Salazar's going to have to do some very creative bluffing in order to be the guy that wins.
Creative bluffing is incoming. 30K, half pot.
Yeah, but this is just kind of creative. But now he's going to need to find that third barrel to win this.
Possible.
Yeah, because Ponikov is going nowhere now. You called with Jack high. You picked up a flush draw. Blind versus blind. Now it's like, let's go. I actually have something to root for.
So rooting for that club. No club. It is a deuce.
And this is it. Will Mauricio dig down into his bag of tricks and find the third barrel? Because if he does, I mean, it's not a absolute certainty that it will work, but it's pretty close.
It's pretty close to 100.
Yeah.
But it's also so hard to triple barrel this board now. Checks. Ponikov's, does he think Jack High is ever good?
Yeah, I'm very curious as to if he ends up bluffing with this. I mean, if it's lower, if it's like,
Very high.
Wow.
yeah, he doesn't. Nice check, Ponikov's.
He didn't seem that confident, but then when he saw the 7-4 rollover, he was like, okay, show this one down.
Yeah. No,
He thought
much, so much.
Mauricio said
Seven high.
queen high.
Queen I bet, for sure. Value bet.
Welcome to use the app.
I don't need to use it. I don't think. Trying to think of with that number.
Uh-oh. That was a bit of a clue.
I mean, a number can be king. Queen.
All right.
That number, I mean.
Fair enough. My
What am I supposed to say with that card, I guess? But
yeah, I'm feeling non-face card, but.
Oh,
Aces.
I have to go face card
Again for Jaffe.
Will they hold up this time?
Depends on what he's up against. King 6 suited. It might get involved. Not this time. Oh. Free look.
Nice, just thinking.
Distract me and pick up aces.
I'm giving you a new card because I feel too much of a read here.
Fair enough.
Yeah. All right, got it.
Oh, another number.
Nice.
Sorry,
All right,
what is that,
same
Brian?
question or?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's listen.
Oh, this one's easy then. Anybody I don't want to that I want to play foosball against with that. I'm gonna choose you.
24.
Well, he showed him a card and didn't look at it, and maybe he's like got to guess what it is based off what Moneymaker's saying or something. I don't.
That's what I'm thinking, but I don't know how what he said is related at all.
Yeah.
It was the 4 of hearts, I believe. I
Something
saw.
about foosball. Maybe 4 people play foosball. Sometimes.
True. But it could be could be heads up. Could be 2 versus 1.
I don't get it, man. I'm grasping at straws.
I don't know. Can we continue that game after this hand? Moneymaker and Jaffe?
Sleepwalking to the bathroom at night. No, Chris. Wow, that's reckless. He can just call with the 2s, getting a great price trying to flop a set.
Well, he might create an opportunity where they got the overlay from Jaffe. Coin flipping, slight edge against ace-jack if it can call. Wow, Moneymaker turns a set money hand into a winner pre-flop.
Question 2.
He's got his own
You're
style.
competing against Ponikov's in this anything, or same thing, 100K. Competing doesn't have to be an actual game or sport. It could be typing competition. It could be putting down shots of Jaeger. It could be anything. Throwing tires.
I'm gonna say poker.
Just poker, not a specific anything. Just poker.
Poker.
All right. All right.
I either really think you suck or you're good. Or you're middle of the road, I don't know. Do you see the card number? You understand the game at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't expose.
Huh?
Can't expose anything.
I know.
Right.
Look, you,
Very 75.
Well, say you don't understand the game, so they'll explain it.
I know. I want to know. I still don't understand it.
Updating you, Leon, in a minute.
How many questions do you got?
I don't know.
Just two. Just two. I got to work off
Two
that.
questions. Okay.
Got some intel for Chris. I want you to guess it, actually.
Sounds like you're allowed to ask X amount of questions.
Yeah. 2.
They have
questions.
to be honest, I suppose, about whatever they release. We'll learn more after this hand, I'm sure. Ace Jack versus the King 10. Top 2 pair for Mauricio Salazar.
Yeah, what a flop.
$19.
Jaffe, a draw to Broadway.
Yeah, Mauricio probably only just gets this 19K or loses a big pot here.
That being if the queen drops. Does not on the turn. And guessing as you suspect, Ace Jack would always bet the turn and King 10 won't be able to continue.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking.
I really want you to solve this game for me, Rast. And
Man,
explain the rules.
I needed him to keep talking after this hand about it. 'Cause
Okay, let's listen.
All right, Leon, here's the update. Chris has to compete against a Triton player in foosball. Shows me. You know it is a little soccer.
Table soccer.
Yeah.
Oh no.
If they cut the conversation, but we do have the next feature table here. We'll get back to it shortly. Looks like we see Davies and Kiat Lee. Kiat Lee ran runner-up to Mike Watson. Won about 700K. Okay, is he still talking? We just completely missed it, Rast.
Yeah, I know.
That was the most disappointing cutaway.
Maybe someone in chat's figured it out.
Yeah, number card, what have you.
So you said hey, by the way,
I fucked it up and called. Yeah, yeah.
you said number, by the way. Not even.
I did. Leon's a veteran. He's not throwing a face card down on this. I mean, the Ponikovs will play off, but you know, that should be a queen.
I thought he'd throw down a queen, maybe.
Yeah.
That would be a king, for example.
That's a very deceptive stack you're seeing. It's bullet number 8.
I played with him at the final table in the 250K.
So surely it's a face card now.
Yeah, he played really bad, actually.
Jaffe reshoving King Jack of Hearts into Sturm.
So it's the same wavelength, the same number, yeah? You table kicker and him poker.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
I've got my intuition.
We'll go with 5.
That's me. I'm 5 too. Yeah. 4. Whoa. That guy.
Now we're cooking.
He looks too
I've been in
friendly.
the same thing. I can pick a ton of stuff I know I'm just going to crush him in. So,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
I can,
Yeah.
I mean, eating maybe. I don't know.
What's the 3-2? What's he crushing you in?
25. Speaking a different language.
Oh yeah, that's that seems like a 2.
Experience, right?
That's 2, and then I don't know. I'd have to think about I'm sure there's maybe running.
There might be 1 or 2 other things.
Running, jogging.
Jogging. There you
Jogging.
go.
Stamina.
Tennis. Solid tennis player.
Tennis. Actually, I'm not a solid tennis player, but I would probably rate tennis around. I mean, I used to be pretty good, but if I have to
Pickleball now.
that's why I play pickleball, because I can't run.
I play pickleball too.
You beat him in pickleball. He had a black eye the first time he played pickleball. True story.
It's fun. I don't play it regularly, but
for fun, right?
Yeah.
It was my first warm-up swing.
Dude, I thought you were trolling. I thought you were just like drunk and you and a buddy swung at each other or something. I didn't realize.
I did swing like this.
Okay, I think I understand a little bit of the game. You see the number, and then they say something that's competitive, and it's like you have to like rate how you or someone is versus that person. So like when he said poker, like I think Chris was saying like he's only a 4 versus poker versus Ponikov's. It's like Ponikov's would beat him most of the time or something. And
So
like
you have to choose another player?
Yeah. And then like say something, and it's ranked from probably from deuce to king. So like there's 13 levels.
Ratings. You're like a 1 through 13 rating.
Yeah, on like how strong you are versus them at whatever that thing is.
Got it.
And then I guess you need to know something about whoever you're playing with and what both people are good at with that, or else you have no idea.
I guess it's kind of like Lauden's think on what that person thinks.
Yeah.
So Moneymaker saw the card, and he has to give honest answers about someone else. Okay. And this is you researching or just your deduction based on listening to the stories?
That was just my deduction based on that interaction. And I guess someone in chat just said it's called wavelength. One person thinks of a number or shows the number, and the others need to give an answer that corresponds to that number. First player needs to guess it. Example, favorite food, steak would be a 10 versus applesauce or something like that would be a 1, but with poker terms. So you actually like comparing things. But I mean, I guess the hard part is, and why maybe this is to me slightly inferior than Laden thinks. Like, how do you know how good someone is at like? Maybe poker, it'd be better if you did specifically poker because they're all playing poker. They play poker with each other, and you can guess what somebody thinks. But like, I have no idea if someone I'm playing poker with like plays tennis.
Yeah.
You know, or pickleball, or or like what food they like or not. Like some people like ice cream, but like randomly someone doesn't. You know, they're weird. They just don't like one of the best foods ever created, but
Some
that
people
exists.
like bluffing with queen high into another queen high. I'm sorry we missed some of the action, but there was a raise from Stern pre-flop. And then Mauricio led the... No, he check-called a flop bet of 16K. Check, turn out. A huge overbet of 180K into 100.
He won a bracelet or something. We never played, but
there was a story of one dude who maybe got third in the main one year. Like
Wow.
That was him. That was his thing. He would go
What a bet size.
Yeah, he played in the championship of like.
Yeah, just 1.8.
Bet, check,
Yeah,
bet.
Billy Pappas, I think. Billy Pappas, yeah. Yeah, we never played. He would have beat me probably, but I mean, yeah, he would have beat me. I mean.
I wonder if Salazar was kind of thinking maybe the Queen of Clubs is a pretty good card to bluff catch with, because like maybe my opponent sometimes has something like a Queen high flush here. Check back the turn on the board pair and then just overbets over.
You think he was looking to... You're talking about Salazar check calling, or are you talking about the Queen 6 bluff from Sturm?
No, like Salazar had Queen 9 with the Queen of Clubs,
Yes,
right?
right,
And
yep.
was thinking about not folding. So he's thinking about, I mean, the only thing he can be thinking, I think, is the Queen of Clubs is a good card to have there because it's blocking my opponent from having Queen high flushes that might check back the board pair, then overbet when check to again on the river.
Yeah, it is possible. It seemed pretty interesting. He's going to flat the small blind.
It's hard to
Deuces.
say with Salazar, though, because he thinks in a lot of spots.
Yeah.
So
He's an action player. I think it's safe to say.
Ponikov's going to squeeze these guys here. Nope.
Does call king 4. King on the flop. With the lead. Sturm is the pre-flop raiser. Quite a good stack, 922K to start this hand.
Yeah, and in position. Feels like he c-bets this pretty frequently.
King high board's good against the blind flats. Took out the baby pocket pair. On Cobbs.
Oh.
Check calling. Deuce on the turn is going to give Sturm a wheel draw now. A 4 would be disastrous.
Salazar had deuces, right?
He did have deuces,
Yeah.
you're right.
Ooh.
Sturm thinking about a multi-barrel. They're very deep.
142.
142, just about pot.
Yeah, well, guess he liked picking up that wheel gutter just enough. Wheel gutter, ace overcard potentially.
Ace overcard is very reasonable.
Yeah.
Right, ace king would have 3-bet you pre, so.
Still has a range advantage, although it's narrowed since he has most of the hands that he has on the flop, and Panakovs would have folded his air, but.
So Panakovs making the call, brings the pot to 427,000. And the 4 gives Panakovs 2 pair, and Leon Sturm makes the wheel.
Yeah, wow. What a sick run out.
Backdoor flush does come in. Just how much is he going to lose?
Yeah, it's hard to see Panakovs getting away from this one. I mean, he can beat some value here. You'd have to think, you know, Sturm can have aces, ace-king, maybe even king-queen on this run out. 3-barrel it.
Sturm trying to find a sizing that he can get paid off by. Was full pot on the turn.
All in. All in.
Going to ship it in. What do you do now for Panakovs? You mentioned that maybe he beats a little bit of value.
It's the one size here where you maybe start to say, like, how much value am I really beating anymore? And I'm blocking a king, which is part of that, at least with, like, ace-king or whatever.
So what about bluffs? What kind of bluffs do we beat?
I mean, there's a lot of bluffs that we beat. I mean, every straight draw on the flop didn't get there.
Nice candidate would be like
ace
10, ace queen,
ace
with
queen,
a heart.
Queen 10. Yeah, especially with a heart. Probably with a heart follows through on the heart river, you would think.
So it's either a bluff or the goods.
I mean, I tend to think he probably calls here just in case he's beating, like, say, ace, king, or aces for value. I mean, once you start beating value hands, it gets hard to fold. Even if it's a very small amount of value hands, right? Because, I mean, you're still beating bluffs, plus now a few more hands that your opponent can have. But the all-in sizing is the tougher part of that, because it can let him ask the question, do I beat any value now? And if I'm purely bluff catching, how much do I like that? What do I think my opponent's doing?
How many A's?
Multiple time banks in there. Sturm did raise in +1. Not sure if that changes the ranges a little bit. Discount some like queen 10 offsuits with a single heart.
I don't know if it, how many, this table's only 5-handed though, right? Or 6-handed?
It is 7-handed.
Oh, 7, okay. So +1. I mean, he raised ace-3 off. He definitely might have queen 10 off.
Good point,
yeah.
good point. In the blender. Does his opponent always follow through with those bluffs? What frequency is it? Folds, nice laydown, Alexei Panakov's.
Yeah, sick laydown, actually.
Still doesn't seem convinced, though. We'll be happy to see it. Well, with that pot, Leon Sturm on 1.15 million, 77 big blinds. Panakov's falls to 27 big blinds, but still very playable off of 405,000 chips. Troy Jaffe hanging in there as well, alongside Salazar and Moneymaker. Dimitar Danchev, just 11 big blinds. Welcome back to the booth with me and Brian Raston. Well, let's talk about the hand a little bit. Like, do you like the fold after thinking about a bit more?
I mean, listen, whenever you see somebody sitting across from someone else at a poker table and they make the right play based on what their opponent had, you know, in a live poker game, you definitely have to give some credit and say, like, you like it, right? Because there's, who knows if you got a read, you got a sense, like bet timing, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. Theoretically, you know, during the hand, we were kind of breaking down the spot, and it's tough. Like, it's close. I think probably most people call, especially if you think your opponent can have ace, king, or aces for value. Now you're beating 2 value hands, one of which you block, but you're still beating some value, and then you got the bluffs as well. But yeah, I mean, it's not, even if that's the case, that's a small amount of value hands, and you know, there's just a whole bunch of factors when you're sitting at a table that might lean you the other direction, and Panakov's definitely made a great fold.
Yeah, he made an excellent fold, one that a lot of people wouldn't be able to find, and we do know that Leon Sturm is one of those guys capable of making a huge bluff. So
yeah,
we are going to go on a little break. Ali Najad will be stepping in for me to finish off with Brian Rast, so we'll see you guys soon.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
And I'm back in the saddle alongside Brian Rast for continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series, taking you through the home stretch. Just 2 levels remain of this 40K mystery bounty. No bounties being collected, no envelopes available right now, but as such, Rast, we're going to have some special protocol once we get down to the very final level of the day.
Yes, sir. All I have to say to that is let's kick the tires, light the fires.
Okay, that sounded like Southern politics back in the U.S., but I don't think that's going to clarify much, but we're not going to play by time. We're going to draw for the number of hands we play just to make sure that there's not egregious tanking in, obviously, the collective interest to make it into day 2 and have a tug.
Got to keep it
envelopes.
fair.
Yeah.
Got to keep it fair, but I want me some mystery bounties, so let's get to this.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Of course, day 1 must come to a close before bounties get drawn. Taking a look at the Triton Poker Plus app, up top, overall leader in the room is Canada's Andrew Chen. Leon Sturm making his presence felt on the leaderboard, along with it Matthias Eibinger, Dan Smith, and Sam Grafton rounding out the top 5. You can take a peek there to your left at the feature table that we do have on hand. I can enlarge it for you there. You do see, of course, Jason Kuhn, Player of the Year, Ivan Liao Player of the Year award, implications for him. Kiat Lee, though, to see him in there after that disappointing 5th second place finish that he has, you realize This is a guy dedicated. He didn't come here to kind of ride a wave. He's going to play the full slate, but can you play your full game coming off of that second? Is it a high you're riding because you're like deep cash awesome? Or are you thinking, man, if you're Kiat, questioning yourself, maybe doubting whether or not there's an issue in terms of heads up? Do I need to get in the lab and work on something? Can you be playing your best game is my question.
Yeah, the answer to, well, listen, everybody's different. So I don't want to speak for everyone, but I'll say the answer for the vast majority of people is yes.
Okay.
First, you're in the seat, you're getting experience, you played through the full tournament all the way down to the end. Yes, disappointing results, sort of. I mean, if you told somebody they were going to get second at the beginning of the tournament, they'd probably be pretty happy about it. He cashed for a lot of money, probably had a lot of things go right, a lot of good reads. Yeah, I mean, I bet he's actually someone that cashes for second. They're probably paying a little better than normal. You got the confidence, you got a deep run, you got a big score. Yeah, you didn't get that last little bit going your way, but,
yeah.
I mean, that's a solid result.
On average, I think absolutely you got to be right there. Kiat in particular, though, one does wonder if it isn't so deflating to come in second a fifth time, given how often we bring up his name as one of those guys who should have a title by now. We say his time will come, and yet eludes him once more. Also, another name at this particular feature table we're going to take you to momentarily, Albert Daher. Here's a guy, spends time in Vegas, nosebleed cash game player. You're familiar with him, Rasty. He can make things exciting.
Yeah, Albert gets in the mixed game streets. I mean, he was playing the Bobby's Room game, and yeah, that's where I know him from. So yeah, he's a fun player, can mix it up, do some aggressive things, and here he is.
Seth Davies out there as well, 17 big blinds in front of him. Latham, chip leader, of course, is Kuhn with a whopping 55 big blinds. Not long removed from getting you back out there. Do want to take a quick peek to find out who are the shorter stacks that are at risk, perhaps of not making it into day two and having an opportunity at the envelopes. And I'm looking at you, Krasimir Nechev, 7 bigs, Tony Trong, 9 bigs. So some at-risk entities out there. Ben Heath, just 5,000. He is dead last in the room. 0 big blinds is what it reads in the app. So clearly vapors for Heath.
He must have done that thing where you leave the one chip and it just didn't work out.
Yeah. Happened yesterday when we crowned our champ in the 30K. Chris Brewer ultimately did make the call. And there's a look at all of the chip counts in order, 1st through 7th. 10 and 15,000 with the 15K big blind ante. That glimpse brought to you by GG Poker. Benjamin Chalot, not to be overlooked, of course. Andrew Latham of the UK, here at his second ever Triton. First paid us a visit back in Vietnam. You saw Chalot there moments ago. Lays this one down.
Get small on us.
The Frenchman.
Yeah.
Joined us in Jeju for the first time ever. Couple of cashes under his belt. 0 for 3 so far here in Montenegro. There's Davies. He's put together a nice little festival already, Rasty, here in Montenegro.
Oh, wow. You're right. 3 for 3 cashes. So, I mean, no final tables yet, but he's plus money.
It's always nice
to
be plus money on the front end of one of these things, as obviously the buy-ins are going to be escalating from this point forward.
Go on, man.
I can see you.
You can see him? Not very good, were they?
I'm just telling you.
The button and takes it.
Yeah, thank you. I was a little careless because I knew you were out of the hand.
Oh,
I didn't really mind. But yeah, thank you for telling me.
I'm not good in playing 4 cards.
Yeah. Yeah.
290. Kuhn looks like he's throwing a jumper on, but earlier I think he had the tank top on, and Nacho actually out there in the social streets took a video. I guess he got seated next to him, and you know, Jason, a fan of fitness. Guns were out. Nacho was like, "Come on, man, take it easy on us." There's Albert Daher.
Put a video out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he video shame Jason into putting on a jacket?
I'll tell you what. Anybody that works that hard on the guns, I don't think shame is going to be the reaction to being publicized. Daher, 30 to go, no shame for Ace King. Yet to take a flop here in the early going. Daher, by the way, I mentioned that he's more of a cash game player, but obviously plenty of card sense in that seat. Has yet to cash in a Triton. Last saw him in 2022 in Northern Cyprus. 0 for 2 thus far here. 5 events under his belt. There's a nice shot.
Wow, you know, you join the stream and all of a sudden weird noises come again. Well, the other day it was the orange juice machine.
Well, I don't know what's
somebody's
going on
getting
here.
put in a grinder now. Okay, we're disposing of bodies.
Does that mean our phones are tapped? Here's Artyom Lazowski, pocket nines. I suspect I'm not doing this name justice. The Belarusian here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, a less familiar name. 0 for 2 thus far. Raise and take it. What if we just never get a flop? Then what?
Yeah, it would be a pretty miserable next 2 hours. So that's what it would be. Ooh, I don't know if I'm prepared for that. It might be mochaccino fraptastic time.
Oh, love it. I think you can safely bet the pass line on an eventual flop here between now and the end of play.
But what a run it would be. Wow. This is
raise and take it, raise and take it.
Once in a lifetime.
King 9 suited up front has got Daher. Shooting it up.
Ace 2 suited in the muck. Here we go, another one.
Yes.
Listen, definitely no flops. There would be some 3 or 4 bets with folds involved in that as well. Not just raise and take it.
Although you do just, you know, for the home run ball purposes, if you're really degenerate, want to make sure that you do cover that number as well on the board, which is no flops, but also no 3 or 4 bets as well. Because the odds,
wow.
you know.
Now we're getting into just, that's just impossible.
King Jack binned without hesitation by Andrew.
Wow. That was solid.
Well, again, remember, Rast, the objective in the mystery bounty is not unilaterally make the deepest run you can in terms of payout money. But as you know, half of the prize pool is lopped off and stuffed into envelopes, TBD just how many, given that bounties are only available on day 2. And Luca and the crew are going to, you know, determine highest value, lowest value. But you know that there's going to be EV. So right now, late day 1, the mission is also very much stack preservation, get yourself to day 2, right?
I can appreciate what you're saying here. But the man Lethem has 13 big blinds.
Okay.
Say he just folds his way to day 2 and ends up with 10 or whatever.
A lot less than that, I would imagine.
He's not catching, he is not getting any bounties with 10 big blinds, realistically speaking. He's going to have to double a couple times to start getting bounties or accumulate some chips.
To have a stack big enough to go head hunting.
And even more so, with 10 big blinds, he's going to be hunted.
Right.
Whereas now he's not going to be hunted because if you bust him now, you don't get a bounty. So actually, it's better for him to maybe play, you know, play the king jack off now than it might even be, you know, in middle position than it might even be tomorrow.
You know, that's actually a great point, because if you oversimplify it, like make it to day 2 because that's when the bounties are, but you are the guy with the target on your back and you don't cover any other stacks, the proposition is infinitely more difficult. So maybe
Yeah.
put in the groundwork here and now to try to set yourself up to not be in that position.
And certainly with hands that would just be normal plus chip EV raises, certainly.
Queen 4 against Queen 6, and we do get our first flop. It's a limp one, blind versus blind. Davies, top 2, and yet Albert decides to lead.
And how will Seth approach this one? Call or raise? What? He's calling for now.
Turn actually gives Albert a straight draw.
Gives him a way to win.
That it does.
Almost. There's no immediate way to win on the flop. But, I mean, top pair is still top pair. And this is blind versus blind limped. Seth has all kinds of 5x, 6x, straight draws that just hit the 8.
Yeah.
Pair of queens could still be good.
Maybe even some spade combos?
Yeah, certainly.
Second barrel of 60K. Now Davies deliberating.
This hand is definitely good enough to raise, but it's not required.
He agrees. Plays it as a flat and makes
Oh.
sixes full of queens on the river. Now, Albert's kicker does improve to the 8. Not sure how consequential that is. $205 in the middle.
I feel like he can't, I mean, he can't bet big here. I wonder if he's deciding between like a block of, say, 40K or less and check. Wow, okay.
You surprised by this choice from Albert?
It's still on the small side. Maybe a little bigger than I would have thought, but
just leading in and of itself as a block seems nice.
it seems it's tricky. It's tricky in this spot because this is the spot that strikes me where you get raised some. Given that you bet like 3/4 on the turn, you have almost no sixes. Your opponent can have 6x. It's a spot where I think your opponent's going to be able to find some natural bluffs. You know, they don't have to be Rain Man or whatever to find bluffs here and play pretty well. So I probably would have gone with check, but maybe someone could tell me I.
Well, listen, it's not as though we're being hypercritical.
But see, here's the thing: if you
jam and take it for Davies.
Here's the thing: if it's Albert, you bet the 75, and you just know you're folding to the raise. Maybe you save money versus check and probably call.
And get a showdown in that situation.
You do get a showdown though.
Right, as opposed to this one where you don't.
Yes. So you put in less money, fold versus raise, but you don't get a showdown.
Well, if you head over to sportsbet.io, what you do get is the perfect platform for, quote, every punter. Yeah, that's right. The complete one-stop shop for every type of sport and event, ease of deposits, a wide range of digital currency support. Why would you do your bidding anywhere else with a wide range of sports, events, and markets to place your wagers on? Their comprehensive sports book covers it all. Head on over to sportsbet.io. You think they had a line on no flops? They're printing if they did.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Kiatley,
like
ace 10 raises to 30,000. Pocket fours here for Lisowski.
Yeah, for that, like, no flops, like plus 10,000. Just try to get somebody. They don't even offer the other way.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean,
it's just
you
a
could
prop,
lay infinite.
A prop
I
bet.
was living in Vancouver.
Jack 10 suited.
There's
Deliberations from the big blind of Andrew.
12.
Just too much hand.
There's a tournament at like
To
one of
flick
those
in.
local casinos, like a 5K WSOP circuit tournament. There's this
Top
hand
pair
where
against
he
the nut
raises,
flush draw.
Cut off. I shove all in for 20 big blinds from the small blind. Folds back to him, and he goes, he's like, you either have king jack suited or pocket 7. I call. That's what he said. And I was like, he put me on either, like, those hands are nothing alike.
You said ace queen.
I had ace king. He said, you either have king jack suited or pocket 7s, and he called with 8s. I was like,
what?
All right. I'd never had somebody put me on 2 hands at the same time that were so different.
Well, these two hands are quite different, as Latham is playing a 1% above flip advantage, 4% over Kiat Lee, top pair against the nut flush draw. But it is Latham, whose tournament life is at risk. Ace on the turn as Kiat gets there the hard way. And you see Andrew dejected, pushing his chair back. Can't hit the jack.
Good game, brother. See you in the next
But
one.
instead, it's the 5, and you can feel deep levels of disappointment.
You dirty boy. I don't think you can fold. No.
So Kiat showering Andrew. Sure, he's delighted to have the camera this close to his face on the way out. Seems like just what he's in the mood for. Jason is just incredibly relaxed out there right now, by the way. You know?
Yeah.
It all seems like it's flowing for him.
He's got that chill vibe. Telling stories.
Yeah. Well, this would be beer level.
Ribbing people.
Over the summer, right?
Yeah.
Last hour.
Is there exposed card?
Please, God.
Grab yourself a Pilsner. Maybe an ale of some sort. Perhaps a Lombok. For someone who drinks
Exposed
zero
man.
beer ever. Those were 3 rather exotic selections. I
Yes.
feel like I came with.
You don't drink beer?
No.
No. Do you drink at all?
Not really.
Yeah.
Every now and again, I've dabbled with the espresso martini streets, but
You love your caffeine, don't you?
you know,
That's
I
your
like
drug of
acuity,
choice.
You know what I'm saying? Jack 6, employed by Jason Kuhn. There's a big blind defense here to little effect on a 10-5-5-2 diamond board. Dyer.
How many times have you
Ladies
watched
and-
Limitless?
The movie.
Yeah. That's all about you
That's a
right
fave
there.
right there, my friend.
So this is day
I'm ready for
over
that
in an
pill.
hour, right?
Ship it.
The day's over.
But I'm like boring. Like I'm a lot more
Mystery bounties start day 2, right?
of a lunatic than anybody would ever imagine a sober person can be. I mean, like I don't do anything.
Yeah.
Cigarettes, coffee is almost exclusively when we're at a Triton.
Yeah.
And we're kind of burning some midnight oil, and we need that little pick-me-up. But
So it's just
Yeah.
en natural. Like
Yeah,
if
man.
you actually did drugs,
Okay,
you
man.
would the world would end.
yeah, it would.
basically.
We would. The marble would come to a
Early
halt,
night.
for
Like
sure.
that. Been in here till 2-3 nights in a row.
I'm straight edge.
Yeah,
Me too,
Until
but
you
I
put
got Bro, me
been
too, but
cashed
I've got
an
zero
investment
cash,
portfolio
and he's got
at my
3.
fingertips, and then
I'm just got a
then
last
things get
level-
exciting.
Yeah, last level buster guy.
That's the worst.
Yeah, sick brag, Seth. He's here till 2 every night. It's gonna happen again. Bro, we're all sorry for you.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you're short on sleep courtesy of caching too much, that's a good REM cycle to forego. Suited connector not being foregone. Note that Kuhn shares the 4.
You
and
either
suited
got
king.
This
King
is-
Jack suited or pocket 7. I call.
Neither one's very good for Kuhn's hand. You know, I actually So did you hear what Kuhn said? He said, I've been here till 2 every night too, but I bust at the end of the night and I have to have 0 cashes. And you have 3.
Right.
This
Max Payne.
Kuhn's like goofiness right now reminds me of when he was having a really rough series in Jeju up until the end. Didn't he win a Triton title right at the end?
Let's take a look.
But I'm just saying he was having a really rough one, and he showed up one day, and early in the tournament when we did it, he was just being goofy.
Yeah. Two final tables toward the end in the short deck streets in the 50K and the 100K. But here he is with a pair and a flush draw, by the way. It does get knuckled around. Seth didn't want to bet middle pair after starting this party.
Well, I am excited to get back to the poker. And both of these guys do have a pair of 4s.
King Kicker playing and betting.
Yeah, I think Seth pays off this size. Probably. I mean, it's very small. Yeah.
Three on the end. After the call, pot up to 165.
Wow.
Remember that these two guys are really good friends. They probably talk poker strategy with one another far more than anyone else.
Oh, sure. Yeah, there's no doubt that happens.
And so with that meta in mind, there are more things being considered than simply the hand. Look at this. Downsized 25K.
Seth kind of has an interesting hand to think about turning into a bluff here.
Because of the 5?
Yeah. It's like sometimes you want to take some of your worst showdown hands that like barely want to call, and especially if they have any kind of good blocker. But he just calls. He's going to see the bad news.
Oof. Yeah. I'll tell you what, getting chiseled like that for that quarter on the end, you know, I don't want to make too much of it, but it really feels grimy.
Yeah.
That would be a good flop for a king 4 suited.
No. You bet small on the turn, bet small on the river. Check through flop.
Albert looking for the recap. I've always been the kind of guy, Ras, and I know you play with, have played certainly with friends throughout the years. I always encourage them to play their game, and in fact, I feel like I appreciate friends who will go a little bit harder at me in a game as opposed to softer.
Yeah, any qualms have been long since eliminated by me around this issue. It was something when I first started playing poker that was maybe tricky for me to deal with personally, and you learn over time that just playing is best. And if I ever had any little smidgen of, let's call it, kind humanity at the poker table to friends, it was completely snuffed out by my very good friend Antonio Esfandiari.
It's the guy I was thinking about when I said it, by the way.
He is a brutal competitor.
Well,
So
Kiatley competing with Ace-Jack here as he jams over the top of the Kuhn open, and Jason does fold. Not only is he a brutal competitor, in spite of how close you two were, and I assume are, but he revels in your pain. I mean, in a sick and demented sort of way. Phil Locke knows this all too well. There was a television show built on those two trying to inflict literal and proverbial pain upon one another.
No, Antonio is not acting for the show when it comes to that. He's a brutal winner.
You have 6s?
Like, I mean, it's actually almost part of his, like, gambling charm.
Yeah.
Because what he does is he's such a brutal winner that he makes people, like, just want to beat him.
Yep.
To shut him up. Let me shut this MFer
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Okay?
It's so true, man.
Yeah.
And that's a profitable kind of place to keep people.
Yes.
Because they're not actually focused on what they should be.
How long is the delay for?
I think an hour maybe, or 45 minutes with some. I think it's quite long.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait that long to wait.
Shout out, by the way, to those of you that are still streaming us on YouTube, even if you've joined us late. Also Twitch, shout out. I confess, don't really follow the Twitch chat. I don't think it's where I'm supposed to be, you know, at 46 years of age. But the YouTube chat, maybe, you know, I can still. I'm a kid at heart, though, like yourself, Rast. Age is nothing but a number. And Shalot's number is 250,000.
It ain't
all of
nothing
which
but a number.
He shoves in.
But man, it's true. I mean, the problem is if there's any kind of like, oh, I'm gonna soft play with my friend. The problem is everybody has different definitions. It changes during a hand. This, I thought we were soft.
Right.
It just creates,
play, man.
It creates a problem all the time. If you just play, the problem's avoided. You just play. We're playing poker.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
We'll get a drink after the game.
Right.
Like we're just
win, lose, or
competing
draw.
right now. Yeah.
And by the way, Kuhn and Davies absolutely have that spirit, and it was on display moments ago. As you get an updated look at the chip counts here, Kuhn still prevails. Daher in second. Onwards we march here. If you are, by the way, streaming on Twitch, give us a follow over on YouTube. Click like, click subscribe. What are we really asking you to do? Mouse over, flick a finger on the button. Help us.
Help you.
Delivering. Yeah, that was the Jerry Maguire, right?
Help me. Help you.
Oh yeah,
your decision-making process.
Hand for hand.
Not that good.
I forgot of this. Yeah.
I feel like you haven't downloaded the app
last
yet. Big mistake.
Or they
help
just, like,
me
draw-
help
they
you.
draw-
Download
no, they
the
draw,
app.
not
Smash the like and
They'll be like,
subscribe
we're gonna
button.
play
Pow
15
pow.
hands. And then you just
Do
play
your
15
part.
hands.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Fix
the whole
all the
last
stalling.
level. Yeah. So people don't like stall into the bounty portion of the tournament.
Oh.
So we'll be like.
That's smart, actually.
Why is it falls now?
They're gonna draw for the number of hands.
Number of
That's
hands.
the last level?
So what we'll do is draw like whatever 3 hands for this level, and then we'll draw like whatever 15 hands for the last level.
Oh. Yeah, and then people just play the hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack 10 suited,
So
being chewed on by the small blind of Lasowski. Small stack.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
the
They
thing-
should figure it out.
Yeah, because the thing is,
They're so good.
these high-stakes players, they always figure out
Yeah,
little
they're
ways
so
to
good.
get
I don't know if
edge,
they did
stall
it the
here,
first
this or
time,
that. The job
Like,
of the
first time they
tournaments
did a
is
mystery
to
bounty, but that would
figure
be
out
insane
just
to do,
rules
honestly. They figured that
to
out
make the
first time.
Yeah,
whole
no doubt.
experience
I think
enjoyable,
it's all-
avoid all
yeah, I
that.
think they figured it out along the way.
And this is just one of those rules. It's easy to implement,
The first time,
and
actually,
it
I
prevents
played one of
stalling.
What's the strategy, Seth?
Makes
Until I
it
do
fair
my
for
homework
everybody.
again.
2 6s and a queen, by the way, as obviously the
lazy,
players
bro.
are getting word, perhaps for the first time, about that last level protocol
is
that we're
the
going to be
least
invoking.
homeworky
And
tournament.
here we have a flush draw being checked over to the ace
homeworky
high, which does check back.
Format.
You just gotta get it in.
Just gotta like, I don't know.
Gut shot added to the equation.
Great.
I
For
mean, it's
Lasowski.
probably a fine way to go about it. I just think there's like a spectrum of approaches you can take.
True.
Goes half pot. It's going to get the job done against ace-5 off.
This mystery. The mystery format.
Those leads can feel a little bit dicier at times
I never really play them.
when you are working off that short stack.
Alright, so I'm going to give you 2 cards to choose from. You're going to help me out. First, we're going to draw for how many hands we're going to take for this level, and then we're going to directly draw for the next one, okay? So, you have this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sonny is on hand. And I guess we're going to draw for how many hands we're going to play for the remainder of this level, and then also
Do you want me to show it to you? Do
we'll
you
draw
you
for
you know it?
how many in the last level.
No, you do it.
Oh!
Oh, it's a 3 diamond again.
Why didn't you pick a deuce?
How did she do it?
Okay, so I guess 3 hands more in this level, 13 hands in the next.
So we play 16?
13.
Huh?
13. So we're gonna add 10.
What does it mean 4 and 3 and 3 and
I thought 3 and so we play 16 total, right?
You're going to play 3 for this level. You're going to raise the blinds.
And then 13.
But we're going to play them in groups, okay? So you're going to play 4 hands, stop. 3 hands,
Why are we so confused?
Complicated.
All right, actually it is. I don't understand.
I can understand a single word, but combine.
You said that we play first like 3 hands, then we pause. for
Yeah, but
whatever reason.
somehow the number 4 came out of there.
Yeah, you said then we play 4 hands and then pause.
Yeah, but where did the
I mean, I
4
understand we pause for the next blinds, but why?
That's what I said. Like, I understand every single word, but when they combine, I just don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not. They lost me. I was just.
They're loopy out there, Rast.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's getting late.
All right.
Almost 12:40 in the morning right now, local time.
What are they putting in those Perriers? They all just keep pounding them, and no one can understand anything anymore.
Okay.
So we play in 3 hands, and then we move into the last level.
You notice the only guys who can't understand anything are the ones drinking Perrier.
What do you think Perrier is somehow?
Kuhn, Davies.
It's carbonated their brains.
Art Siam, they were all trying to figure out what was going on, and they're all drinking the carbonated water.
You're a Perrier guy, by the way. You like the bubbles.
I am, man. I might have to stop after seeing this display right here.
There might be some residual jet lag working. Who knows what's afoot as you get a look at the chip counts once more by betacr.eu. And I turn to the YouTube streets, rather. Maybe this Perrier, I should put this thing down. For a question, Rast. And it did come. I want to make sure I'm crediting it properly. Where is it? Where is it? It was for you. BMX44 asks, did you get in the Hall of Fame?
Did I get in?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wanted, it was an opportunity kind of for us to celebrate your achievements. Perhaps there are some out there that don't realize you're a poker Hall of Famer, not to mention somebody well capable of being out here playing in these Tritons alongside these guys, and yet you grace us in the booth with all of the insights. I know I love it. I'm sure everybody out there who's listening, when you do get deep into breaking down these spots.
Well, that and I'm broke, you know.
Also, all right. Well, if you were, not after today. By the way, shout out everybody who was long stocks and crypto. Today was a good day. Cheers, by the way, buddy. Today was a good little day.
Green candles.
Oh, yeah.
Galore. Hello.
Sorry about it, short sellers.
Short sellers are heathens, and they deserve to be poor.
Listen, I've been pretty damn
They're
short.
betting against progress.
Stocks only go up, right? Stonks?
Oh. See, I told you, all of a sudden I'm drinking sparkling water and I'm eyeing on stream. It does something to your brain.
Well, we're going to have some gaps here in which we can actually have some fun with Rasty. If you guys have questions for this beautiful mind, throw them into the chat.
I'm not going to say today, but is that
Can we?
the other guy that's completely clueless?
Both
Yeah.
can look at the card, we can swap, right?
It's an enormous raise.
Oh no, it was the other, another dumbass.
I'm happy with the runner-up.
Different.
It's even chance. Like, we don't know. Okay, fine.
Trusting that those of you out there streaming don't think that Rast and I are simply disappearing into the ether and distracted on the occasions in which we disappear. Rather, we're just laying out to give you an opportunity to be flies on the wall and listen to the table chatter. Not every table created equal in that respect. This one, especially in this kind of last couple of levels, rates to give us some good listening entertainment.
Yeah, 100%. These guys are chatting it up, and it's always fun to hear what the men in the arenas say when they're talking to each other. Ooh, 357. That was my big boy back in the day when I played the props in Bobby's room. We're just going to leave that one where it is.
A little PTSD, perhaps. Double gutter.
I see it. I see it.
For Dar. He checks it over to middle pair. A check back from Davies. Jack on the turn. Rainbow board. This is a blind versus blind limp. $65K. That which is being considered by Seth here.
The 8 would be a terrible card for Seth.
Little does he know it. Is he obligated to take a river with the 8-5? Apparently not, as he does lay it down. And I got to tell you,
I don't think so.
You know, there's something about that felt tidy.
I mean, it's a pot-sized bet there, and I mean his kicker's not a good one, right? Like the 8's actually blocking a bunch of draws type hands such as 8-9, 8-6, etc. that might bet that. Like you'd rather have either just like 5-6 for the pair in the gutter, or just like 5-king. So you're not blocking any of your opponent's semi-bluffs. You know, when you want to continue with a 5. So he had one of the worst 5s to continue with. Maybe the worst 5.
Song and a muck from Kiat.
Like you'd actually rather have 5 deuce, turns out. Because when your opponent pots, he never has a 5. He never has like 4th pair, or 3rd pair, sorry.
Right, making the 8 more intrusive.
Yeah, so doesn't really matter what your kicker is in terms of beating your opponent. It does matter what it is in terms of what other hands it might be blocking.
Well, Davies' kicker beats this opponent, Daher, who is speaking up from the button. Min-raise open, the K9 unit. Hops in there.
Dude, Boris said like a really great idea.
7 in the window, a 9 there as well. Top pair against second pair, advantage Davies.
Ooh.
The level doesn't go up.
And Albert's hand is in jail, huh?
So you keep the average stack at a certain amount of chips, average. So like rather than, because what happens is on these bubbles, is everybody tightens up and the average stack drops down to like 13 dB or something like really, really insane. So we need to find some kind of solution.
Trip 9s on the turn now after a round of checks.
Keeping the same structures, but somehow avoiding this from happening.
Daher did not follow through. And that turn card is actually one he doesn't mind at all.
And
no.
still keep these things at 2-day tournaments.
Just makes it more likely that his opponent doesn't have a 9 and a 7's good.
Right.
Early bubble to keep
as
the
we can
stack
see.
from falling. And it can't be final table rollbacks.
Problems aplenty.
Because it incentivizes too much weird final table bubble stalling.
For Daher.
Micro stack shit.
Davies comes with
So,
2/3
like
pot.
A number of hands or number of hands might just be the way.
Yeah, I think number of hands.
How would that make that the double burst?
Albert,
So just
happy to call.
Storing everything.
Slow play.
Slow
just
play.
like
You just don't have to
And that
use
is
the
far
fast
from a
play.
tricky river card.
Everyone just fix numbers of hand already.
5-6
since the
arrives.
tournaments are small enough fields anyways, and they're so synced up. Effectively, the tournament could be hand for hand the entire time, almost like a soft hand for hand the whole way.
Okay.
Where you play just equal number of hands the whole way.
But let's say you say, okay, 20 hands, then the double doesn't burst, then what do we do?
The level goes up, right?
Blind two up.
Ah, okay.
But at
It's
least
technically same like this one.
Okay.
yeah, but what Boris was saying, which is too complicated. I only heard it for 2 minutes, but he was saying
40, I think.
you
240.
keep playing. If that average, say you decide that, you know, for the early events, the average at the bubble needs to be 25 BB, and for the main event, the bubble gets to be.
So this is one of these interesting spots where Albert was probably going to call pot or like less,
You would just stay at
but
that
this
level,
is
whatever it
a
is,
big bet.
for the, however many
240,000
and the average
into one.
average.
Like he would have called like 150 or 160, but now it's big enough that he's going to consider folding. He is beating a lot of hands. I mean,
Yeah, it's into 210. Still an overbet by about 30K.
30, and the entire tournament, the average stack is 30 blinds.
See, like however the fuck they're doing that, that might be awesome. Like whatever.
but
that
for
is,
this size, he's not beating value.
But there are plenty of bluffs.
Sure, 2 clubs, hands like Jack 10, 8-10 suited.
And that's the dilemma.
Yeah.
The presence of such a wide array of these bluffs.
Maybe even, I don't know, 5-6 suited got there. If he's playing it, he might not.
Here's the thing, Albert knows this is
forward.
speculating about 4s. He knows that this is a board where that reality that so many bluffs didn't come in isn't lost on Seth.
Yeah.
Yet here he is betting big.
He probably doesn't think that Seth has a ton of 9s. Like, he might not think Seth plays king 9 off here.
As a flat pre?
Yeah.
So we remove
It's
that
possible
sort of
he's
combo?
taking some of them out. I'm not sure. I'm just speculating on that.
Yeah, you can see Albert does not love this spot. Credit to him, by the way. Unclear whether or not he gets away. Let's see. It's effectively an all-in by Davies, and it does get paid off. And I'd say that facial expression from Albert, if it's attached to anything, it would be the possible surprise over Davies having flatted that hand in the small off of that stack.
Yeah, it does look like, looking at him, it's maybe he's thinking, if I had to talk through the facial expressions, okay, that makes sense. Maybe you played that hand, like face scrunch, you know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, maybe he's slightly surprised Seth played the hand, but
Right.
that as played it makes sense.
Yeah, once we're in there.
But that's the type
Okay.
of thing, like, okay, I wasn't giving him as many
Correct.
9s. Like,
That was the read that I had on it.
he has all these offsuit 9X combos. Maybe I should have folded. He's also probably just like, wow, chip stack much smaller, kind of sad.
A little bit of that creeps in too, sure.
We talked through the happy and sad accounting.
Yeah. Accounting that has left our on the
Here's
shorty
the
with 11 bigs. Davies.
Happy accountant,
Yep.
raising it up. That was 35,000, guys. Not a min raise.
30, right? 34? Okay.
Seth is second
Wow,
in
I've never
chips
seen
now,
that
by the way.
speech and someone actually calls. That's fucked up.
Trying to get a discount.
Speeching and defending with the ace 10 is Kiat. Neither player hits the jack 5 tray board. Davies, 25K C-bet with the check in front of him.
Cat's got that ace of clubs also. Don't leave home without it.
Club shows up. This is the kind of peel that Kiat has in mind, providing the nut flush draw, keeping him interested. Note that it does hit Davies, though. Now with second pair and a second check in front of him, he is happy to check back. And he'll also be rather happy to see a jack on the end. Similar spot to the one Albert found himself in moments ago.
I'd
but
imagine,
his hand's good.
Yeah, I'd imagine Kiat's going to be happy to check and maybe win some, and he's going to be annoyed to see Seth Davies value bet this. Don't think you can pass up value betting a 9. And we'll see whether or not he decides to call. I mean, probably won't do it, but even check raise isn't like off the table as well with the strength of the ace of clubs there.
Yeah, certainly a hand that is worthy of turning into a bluff from time to time, especially if you're not going to assign any jack X to Davies' range, giving you even more cause to be able to bully whatever kid is firing this 75,000 at you, but we defer to Kiat. The only issue, of course, is now Davies has us covered. So this is risky business, but you called it, Rasty. Kiat slaps another 300 dimes over the top of this.
Yeah, it's interesting. As played, yes, he's blocking the nut flush, of course. I don't think Seth has the nut flush very often with this line. Like, he checked back. And then on the river, when it was checked to him, he didn't bet big. 75K was like maybe half pot or something. So it's, you know, that said, it's not like you need to block him from having the nut flush in order to make this play. But just pointing that out, you know, Seth's hand shrivels up at this action. You know, he's never beating value. He's just bluff catching now. You know, how often would my opponent play a value hand like this, checking the river to check raise? How often would he just do this as like a desperation bluff with a hand that doesn't want to call anymore? If he is doing that, what hands is he turning into bluffs? Probably something with a club. You know, I think Seth probably has that kind of figured out. Yeah, maybe he's got ace high with ace of clubs some. Maybe he's got some flushes.
Well, what he's got is this pot.
Filthy animal. You filthy dog, you.
Kuhn had a feeling that was a bluff, it seems like.
Ace of clubs 3, you just put the heat on him?
Man.
Crazy.
Pocket queens?
Huh?
You have queens?
You gotta stop trolling, man. There's gonna be people like in the chat that like think you're serious.
How do you have queens?
Yeah, they're
That
gonna be like,
sucks.
what is this guy talking? Queens? Wouldn't you a 3-bet? Fucking idiot this guy is. I gotta play these things.
He's so bad.
That was fairly gangster, though, out of Kiat,
Yeah.
and maybe we're beginning to get a
this
sense
dude
of
is
why it
awesome.
is.
I love this guy.
He's found himself to 5 different heads-up confrontations
cat.
here at Triton.
What's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you.
Hey, buddy. Hello. You fly from Malaysia? I thought you went to Japan.
I was. 3 days ago, I was in Japan.
Irashe. Ichinose-san.
It's a long flight from Malaysia.
Oh, this is his first tournament here at the stop. He just got here. Koze.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Was chatting with him before coming into the booth. He'll be giving people some fits. Had himself a nice little Jeju, as I recall. Some cashes. 4 1/4. He brings to the void left behind by Andrew Leatham. Lee back into second ahead of Davies by a couple of blinds after getting the better of Seth with that ace of clubs bluff. We play 10, 20, and 20.
You're showing your card on his. That's hilarious.
3 cards on the screen.
8 of clubs.
So
I wonder how it works, you know.
that actually would be a
Yeah, I'm
great
curious.
troll.
Maybe
To
we have 3
slide
cards
your
now.
cards over someone else's RFID
yeah.
reader and then pull them back so it makes it look like the guy's playing like a complete maniac.
Swept it like that.
Davies. At it with Jack 7 suited. Shallow.
How many hours?
His diamonds have problems.
Wow. Look at Jack 7 suited.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah, 18.
65,
Bangkok, Istanbul.
34 against a hand that doesn't have a Jack or a 7. There it is.
To Istanbul. You direct from Malaysia to Istanbul? Did you go Bangkok?
No.
Queen 8-5.
Darcy went to Istanbul.
Oh.
Perilous in both camps.
2 stop for me.
Shallow defended, checking over.
For me, it's just 1, and then 4 hours layover at
Sweet.
Istanbul.
Sweet.
So not that bad. Like,
Yeah.
you never know what's right.
Yours is okay. 2. I have like 2 stop.
Yeah,
That's shit.
yeah, troublesome.
How long
Knuckles in
from
both
here to Vegas?
camps.
Is that 14 hours, you say?
Yeah, it's flying back is longer.
Ah, why?
Because of the jet stream, I guess, like the winds. It takes longer to get back, to fly west.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Shallow.
Seth
Checking
going
again.
with a delay c-bet.
There you go. Got your answer?
Oh, sorry.
He's trying to show you.
Strong fold.
You can't beat him with 3 cards.
Yeah, and I'm losing. Can you imagine?
You can't beat him with 3 cards.
Control juice. How often do you think you win the tournament with 3 cards?
Quite often.
I don't think so.
Getting first place would be hard, but you would crush.
Yeah, you would crush, but
You would crush.
I don't even think you make final table that much small.
Let's try it. Give me 3 cards. You would make it a lot more.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, you would be like such a substantial favorite and never really a big underdog. Like,
You can literally just play like almost like any 2. Not any 2, but like 3
Actually, yeah.
Not deuce to deuce.
you still
Pocket
brick a
8s here
lot.
for
Like,
Albert.
if you've ever played Pineapple, you brick 3 cards a lot.
Can you get to use 3 cards or just use 2 cards?
All
Is it
in.
like
No,
Omaha
yeah,
or
like
you
Omaha.
get to use
No,
3
you
cards?
pick
Oh,
them.
if you get to use 3 cards, it's like monster, you know.
Yeah.
Kiat, pocket 6 is asking for a count. Albert could find himself in great shape here. Unclear what the blinds are sitting on.
$185, you said?
165.
165.
So Kiat, 3-betting to 300,000, ushering the blinds.
Fuck.
A couple of walks.
To the exit.
165?
I don't fall a 6.
65.
Also providing us with an understandable
Ace, king,
expletive.
King, queen,
Fine.
Not greedy, huh? Chop. Friendly game. Okay.
Albert fades the 6. Spades would be an issue.
I didn't see how I chop.
How do you see a backdoor
How do you see how I chop?
Queen. There it is. Oh yeah.
No spade.
Queen, chop
I'm
it up.
fuck. Can you turn the 9 upside down?
Nope.
More.
River stays clean.
3 more. 160.
You did it.
Albert finds the late double.
I didn't call.
I gotta tell you, this has got to be the most
Fucking fest
relaxed
all my money.
crew I feel like I've watched
You just keep,
took all my fucking
you just
money.
keep double from me, like every single time.
at a feature in forever.
Keep having queens.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
I give you all my chips
I
and you
know,
just
I
to
know,
him.
I know. Stay alive so you keep doubling. Here is influence.
Yeah.
You keep doubling me.
I'm like his ATM.
Oops.
Say your goodbyes and then they take you around this corner.
So Daher now plays off of a stack of almost 20 big blinds. More breathability.
Looks nice. Like that.
Thank you.
Wasowski will give him a walk. Always appreciated, especially when your hand isn't top tier.
No, I've never had a drag of a cigarette in my life.
Yeah.
Never once.
Not even a
puff. But I've done all kinds of other shit. But somehow I've never taken a hit off a cigarette. I've done much worse than smoke. But I've never taken a drag off a cigarette. Isn't that funny?
What about you? You smoke?
Everything.
You name it, he smoked it.
Smoke. What kind of Jason does I does too?
Yeah. Yeah.
Basically everything. We're on stream, man.
We were young. $45.
45,000. Understandably delivered toward the middle by the stack of Jason Kuhn, which is currently the chip leader here, but well off the high water mark.
I was getting excited for some drug stories. Confessions of a sinful pipe smoker.
Queen 9 suited for Davies. Gut shot straight draw up against top pair for his buddy Jason. Checks it over. No club on board.
But I feel like they detoured.
Yeah.
They dressed it and then detoured.
Well, remember, Rasty, we're on Pluto now.
Yeah.
So we might have to rein it in a little bit. I feel like this should have been discussed with us, this decision. If perhaps suddenly there are no fly zones or some sort of off-limits areas, I mean, is it worth it, guys? I mean, we don't want to... A caged bird doesn't sing the same. You know what I'm saying?
Are we still talking about whether or not Pluto's a planet?
No, dude, it's the streaming platform, Rasty. Put the Perrier down, all right? I'm going to give you a chance to collect yourself while I talk about our official timekeepers over at Jacob & Co. Just get a look at these museum-quality pieces that they put together. They're craftsmen spending countless hours on each one of those extraordinarily artistic and also extraordinarily expensive, not for the faint of heart. Pieces that you see on your screen there, not just about the jewels, but also embodiment of the gambling spirit. For example, that Astronomia Casino piece that you saw on the left side of your screen there, the working roulette wheel, which I believe got scooped up by Kanapong Tanadata KT, as we call him, at one of our stops.
Yeah, not for the faint of heart or the light of wallet.
Are we waiting?
I'll tell you what, though, the greatest game of CCR, credit card roulette, could be played if you just whipped out your Jacob & Co. watch and everybody kind of called out a odd even number or something like that, you know, and you just spin the wheel on the watch.
Yeah, that's
a flex there.
It is a flex.
I'm here for
more than the greatest game of credit card roulette. It's the greatest flex of credit card roulette.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely games that are more fun than looking at my buddy's watch. But
what's the biggest CCR you lost, Bill?
Man, that's a good question. I've definitely lost It's some kind of 4-digit, I think. I don't think I've ever lost 5
No,
digits
I haven't
CCR.
lost a 5. I've been involved in some.
Yeah.
But I haven't lost any. Ibinger made it 40 to go. Dylan Lind, big blind 3-bet to 160K, which was called. C-bet of 120 took that one down. Yes. There are some long faces, it would seem, in the room. A long day of poker, obviously. Just the 4th day of this Montenegro festival.
I want to say I remember one that was like 5 or 6K, no specifics, but that sounds about right. Not sure if I beat that.
Yeah, I think 6 was my biggest L, and it was like New Year's Eve, and I had been winning against this crew like I hadn't paid a bill all year.
Wait.
And
I
then
will
New
say
Year's
this,
Eve, I got
bro.
torched.
I know it's like 5 or 6 or something like that for a restaurant. Is it possible I've lost more at a club? I don't know.
Yeah, I would say it
Yeah, I
is.
don't know.
6 is a
Those
light
I
night.
might not even remember because I was drunk when it happened, but yeah.
On Perrier?
You know how I roll, bro. I'm an aguaholic.
Ace-9 for Kiat Lee, 40 to skate. No takers.
Your girlfriend here again? Your girlfriend here?
Yep.
No wonder you're smoking.
If you could take back some of those nights where the big nightclub bills got paid, and just had that money now with all the interest or whatever the earning potential of having kept that cash around would have been, would you trade those nights in, Rast? Not all of them. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't trade all of them in.
No, I wouldn't, yeah.
It's still in my bag. I didn't get a chance to smoke it.
But that's, I mean, that's...
Producer James, by the way, we all know what the current economic situation is. When he snapped, told us he'd trade them all in.
Yeah, I mean, that's... That question has a lot of other, deep-seated implications in it beyond...
Yeah, I mean,
I'd
have like 6 less kids. Wait, what? I have no kids, guys.
How much did you spend? How much are you worth right now?
Sure.
Definitely factors in.
Life's been good to us, Rast.
I'm not, man. I'm broke.
Stop it.
That's why I'm in the booth watching these guys play.
Guys, don't listen to Rast right now. I don't know what's going on with him. He's on his 9th Perrier, and it's really affecting his honesty. King 10 has affected Albert to the tune of a 40K open from the cutoff here. Ichinose Ace-9, thought about it. Out of there. Jack 8 suited, defendable in the big. Jason plays all parts so well. Books a trip to the flop, which is Queen, Queen 7. Queen checks it over.
No one has anything, but everyone has 2 overs to the 7. This is starting to get like, is this hand enough to continue with as Jason? And if so, how? We calling, we raising? I think it is actually, maybe with the sizing. I mean, this is under 20% pot. He's getting 6.5 to 1. He's going to be real tempted. Yeah, and he's going to come with a raise. Nope, call.
Are you surprised to see Daher go with that sizing, which really fails to clear out much of anything for the likes of a Jason Kuhn, who certainly is comfortable floating and seeing what's what on the turn, which does provide him with a flush draw, checking over once more.
Not necessarily surprised. It's a lot of times these paired unconnected no draw boards do end up getting a small size. It was especially small. Maybe a little smaller than I would have expected, but okay, here we go.
Check back from Daher on the river.
Feel like if you're Kuhn here with Jack high.
I was going to say on the river 9, not Daher's checking back on the river. The action is on Jason. Sorry for the interruption.
It's hard for Kuhn to have much of a worse hand than this. Like the 9, wow, he's checking. Interesting. I think Daher's got to check back king high here. It is good once in a while.
What would you do if you didn't hit the king?
I didn't hit the king.
Last every.
Oh, Daher's thinking about turning it into a bluff.
I wasn't sure.
Interesting.
I was thinking maybe I win sometime.
Jason does fold to that 85K river bet with what was the best hand, unbeknownst to Daher, of course. You know, sometimes we open a can of worms with those cheeky little river bets where we're turning a hand into a bluff, and all of a sudden,
I don't know.
that check raise comes in.
I don't think you fold a 6 enough.
Not sure if that was the board for it, but
I don't think Daher would have hated getting check raised there because he didn't really have value in his mind. He was bluffing.
Yeah, yeah.
But it is interesting. Maybe Jason just decided there on the river, you know, I'm just not going to bluff every time I have 0 showdown here because I was getting such a good price on the flop to call.
Really close.
But definitely could have bluffed with Jack High. It's a hand that really probably might never win in check-check. I mean, if somehow Albert couldn't beat Jack High, he would have almost certainly bluffed. I mean, he bluffed King High, which was probably too much. He would certainly bluff worse than Jack High, right? So Jason's never winning any check-checks, but sometimes you just give up the pot. It's like, it's okay. I only, you know, I called on the flop getting 6.5 to 1, so just move on.
Kuhn, on the heels of folding the Jack 8 instead of bluffing it on the river, gets after Kiat Lee's big blind. Queen 10 not going to go anywhere. Table for 2.
Well, somebody on the table's tired. It's quite the yawn.
And quite the flop. If your name's Jason Kuhn, kings and 7s.
Got the big little special.
Queen of hearts working for Kiat.
So how does Kuhn want to proceed here? Blind versus blind, the 3x.
40.
That's probably small enough. Like, wouldn't be surprised to see Kiat float here, right? We got the Queen of Hearts. 2 kind of biggish cards. Yeah.
40 into 140. There is the aforementioned float, which does produce the gut shot straight draw on the turn. Not sure how valuable Kiat will consider that in the face of another barrel, which isn't a given, by the way, from the King 3, I assume, Rast?
No. Jason can definitely go both ways here. He can either kind of check, give some rope. Yeah, not surprised to see that. Totally fine to mix in some strong hands here, the bet check line. You know, your opponent's going to have a lot of floats that might have a tough time calling a bet, and normally when you bet here, you want to size up. So King 3 doesn't even really love betting big. It doesn't need much protection.
Well, that is a very arid river. After both parties check the turn. You surprised the Kiat would check back, having picked up the equity and not maybe just try to take it right there with a little cheeky bet?
Mildly, but you know, maybe Kiat thinks he's going to find like Jack highs and 10 highs and other more pure draws, and he wants to check the Queen high because of modicum of showdown value.
Okay.
Not really sure. But yeah, mildly surprised.
Well, how surprised is he going to be about facing a bet here as played? Remember, pre-flop raise to 60.
Not
40K
that
barrel on the
surprised.
flop, check on the turn, and then 130 on the end.
Not that surprised. Kiat Lee has been playing poker long enough to have seen the bet check bet line.
Yeah,
you know
sure.
what I mean?
I can guess what Kiat had.
Oh.
I know what you had. Huh? I know what you had. Could have been King Jack suited.
Could have been 7.
Sevens or King Jack suited. Either way, I smashed it.
King Jack suited is value betting.
It's really bad?
It's value betting against me.
Yeah.
What do you say, Seth?
Said I know what you had.
How you know?
A couple ladies.
That's true.
Seth just always puts someone on queens, apparently.
Next 3? How many have we done? That was 7?
That's 7 so far. Yep, we have 6 left to go.
All right.
Seth's trying to pull off the bumpkin.
The bumpkin rest?
Yeah, the bumpkin.
Feigning as though he's...
Feigning absolute poker idiocy.
Yeah, good luck with that.
He's calling off totally unreasonable hands that his opponent can never have.
Right.
As a troll.
This guy has cashed in all 3 of his first events here in Montenegro, and he had himself a real nice little Jeju.
I mean, queens. I could play in this. Well, get me in there. This guy thinks he had folded queens on the river.
Rast, Seth had 8 cashes in Jeju. That's remarkable. I want to say that's the high water mark.
He's just a cash machine.
Ace King suited tends to print cash.
That's
Or tournament trips,
maybe his
especially
new
with
nickname-
diamond coverage as we see the open. Defense from Shalot, 10-7-3. Unpaired are both holdings. Talk to me, Russ.
Seth doesn't have a nickname, does he?
Shark
Seth
Darvis.
just kind of no. The bumpkin thing, that's just messing around. This little he's cashes a lot. It's a cash machine. There is a name for cash machines. It's ATM.
Okay, but the problem is ATMs dispense. They don't extract.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We call the whales ATMs. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. You're right. It's kind of a diminutive name. That's not what I meant, actually.
No. I get where your head was at.
Because cash machine's a really lame name, but like ATM, you got the letters popping out. But you're right. No. Well, I'm going to move on.
Well, let's see if Jason Kuhn would like to move on to the river. Your answer is yes, and he binks the ace, by the way. After 2 streets of disinterest in front of him, here comes the 3rd from the Frenchman. Value pursuits quite clearly available.
Queen 6. 1-1.
Measuring it out is Jason.
Imagine I call queen high and I win here. It would be sick.
It would be strong.
The what?
Would not have been the result.
300 dimes.
Yeah, you bluffed that.
Way too much
Pretty good hand to call. I mean,
for Shalot.
And my suits were also.
Just
I thought you
queen
wouldn't
high.
flat like that.
yeah, I don't think I would.
King 9 out. You flat king.
Big small blind.
Really?
Small blind's really big.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think I would ever fold the king 7 off. You just have ace high so much.
Yeah, I know you put me on ace high, but it's kind of the same at that point.
King 9 suited here for Dyer.
Raised to 40,000.
Shows affinity with a min raise. Nothing further. Pocket 8s for Shalot. In we go. 150 total.
How much is it?
Albert asking for a count, by the way. Not a negligible 110 extra if you want to book a ticket to the flop here late day 1 with only 430 back. Flicks it in nevertheless, though, and having 2 overs. Yeah. Is good news indeed.
6s, come on. I wish there were.
How you feeling about King 9 suited open and then the call off as well, Rast, in turn?
Yeah, he was I mean, he had to call 110 with 230 in the pot, so he's getting over 2 to 1.
Well, he's getting the nut flush draw. And if ever this set of 8s was vulnerable, it's here. And how on earth? The 3 of spades giving Shalot 8s full. The 1 spade that does not bother him.
There he is. He's chilling.
Hey, buddy. I didn't know he was here.
Nailed
Still in?
A sniper.
Even Albert has to appreciate
Are you buddies with him? He seems like a cool
the
guy.
wildness of that particular pot.
Cool, yeah. You can only communicate so much, but he's always happy, always having a good time.
Yeah, he didn't say much.
Great energy.
I think I'm okay with the call. As I was saying, he's getting just a hair over 2 to 1.
And the open?
Yeah, after he opens.
And how do we feel about the open?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the open's correct.
Okay.
King 9 suited, yeah.
Personality
Well, they're playing 7-handed, right? Yeah.
I count on you for these answers.
I'm pretty confident King 9 suited is open in any position.
Under the gun, yeah.
7-handed, yeah.
And then we're done for the day.
How many? You're welcome. Merci. Right before the...
By the way, if you're wondering what that noise was, it was Rast with the celebratory pop.
Benjamin Shalot with a pop of his own.
Yeah.
Shipping the QJ. It's not going to get through ace-9 suited here.
This is a freshly minted 340 going to work. Lasauskas has been very quiet in more ways than one, and now we see his chips in motion.
Very hot.
Same hand. Oof. Oof, oof, oof.
Benjamin.
Oh, no.
Happy to be the covering stack, of
Leave
course,
after the flop.
given that
Queen Jack is 100%. Yeah, focus on the dama.
I think it's
he is covered
Wait.
by a majority of the players at the table.
You got Queen Jack.
To the flop we go. 8-6 tray.
Can I cash out?
Yeah, let's buy it.
I think it's going to be a chop.
Queen Jack.
Come on. Dama.
The cards that Lasowski is willing away from this board.
Oh.
And he does so successfully. All smiles as he'll haul in the double. Transitive chips
on our ledger.
for Shalot,
Say, hey, send 1,000 out of my account to Jason.
Just give me your address to
who
scan.
enjoyed a short stint with them.
I don't have any scanning, but I'll get your phone number and text you my address.
Perfect.
Or we'll just gamble more.
Send you some Sun City.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a. Well, I guess we have maybe one flop left.
One flop, you want red or black?
For 2,000.
For 2,000, so you stick me for 1,000?
Yeah. No, and also doubles and triples. So it's
Doubles?
like if I pick red and it's like two
reds
all
is
red,
2,000.
No, all red. 2 reds is 2,000. 3 reds is
10,000.
4. No, it's 4.
Okay.
And if it's all same suit, it's 6.
If it's 5 same.
No, just the flop.
Oh, okay. 6
So if
is
it's
the
like
same
three-
suit, but 4
three
if
hearts,
it's red. I got black. On the next flop.
You got black.
2,000.
Okay.
2,000, 4,000.
Totally the right thing to give him the 2K because he willingly made a bad bet where Albert obviously knew he had the worst of it.
But now this is a very even proposition.
Now this is even, but you're just letting him win now.
Well, why not maybe you take the worst of it if you really want to find the equalizer?
No.
Oh,
But letting
look at
him
Rasty
gamble bigger.
looking for
Let him
edge.
gamble bigger. No, there's no. The guy already gave you edge, but now he wants to gamble big enough to win. So you got to let him do that.
2
You
red
have to give him
cards for
edge.
Shalot, 2 black ones into the bin behind. Now another 2 red ones, and obviously Dar hates this. As he has red.
This I got to make sure. How much is it?
175.
175.
You know what's the last level when we're more focused on the impending prop bet between Albert and Jason for 2K?
And Jason wants black. All black even better, and then all the suit is the big dog.
Now, note, by the way, with no
Oh.
callers, Dahar doesn't have to see the flop. He asked whether or not they should deal it in spite of the fact that he had 2 reds.
Got 5 more hands on the level.
Oh, we go 5 more hands?
No, last
The whole night.
The whole night, bro.
The whole
It's
night.
The bubbles, 2 more hands. Yeah.
Where have I been?
Oh, 5 hands. 5 hands and we're done.
We're done for the day.
You might not get it.
I must have blacked out.
But the Perrier's down,
Swear to
sir.
God, I thought we had a whole nother set of 3.
When the hand finishes and the flop, if the flop doesn't open, can you open one?
I played this line twice already.
You know what's wild, Ras? These aren't even Perriers. They've got the same green bottle vibe.
Yeah.
But these are actually Rada Gazirana Prirodna Mineralna Voda.
And I've never heard of this before, but it's clearly messing people
I
up.
mean, shocker.
Why am I
It's probably like 80% magnesium or something. I don't know.
9-3 off.
9-3 off?
2 black cards. Should Albert limp here just to get the flop out?
AJ.
Oh yeah, true. You bluffed me with that one.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Forgot that.
You did initials, bro.
Jams it instead.
JK.
Odd choice given the prop bet, by the way.
Because he wants
You know you should
red cards.
Red card, though.
With 2 reds.
Maybe he wants to chip up more.
What about one of each?
Or with 2 blinds.
Maybe it's a weird hedge.
You should jam with 2 black.
No, it's the opposite.
Ichinose chewing on
He
ace-4
has
here.
the black.
Time bank deployed.
He's seeing Jam get him to fold, so he wins. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense too.
I mean, he's actually less incentivized to jump like borderline red cards. That's funny.
What's the maximum? Like 6K?
I wanted to see a flop.
Yeah, me too. I had black ones.
You had black ones? Way to protect yourself. That's really strong. Last hand.
Protecting you.
Oh yeah. You're looking out for
Protecting
me.
you.
You shouldn't jam the black one. You should open.
He's looking out for me.
Yes, you're
Or maybe limb.
Olympia.
Yeah, limb.
Yeah, but I
Even
found
better
that like
limb,
if I jam and get called, bonus. I want the flop to be black since I have a suited hand.
Yeah.
And if it's red, I bust and
You get a little free roll.
yeah,
Little
I get
spice
a
back.
6,000 rebate.
Oh, this is like an insurance. Double insurance.
Yeah, exactly. Oops, sorry.
Damn it.
Oh.
Don't do it.
Gamblers are a funny
Yeah, seriously.
breed.
Oh, I mean, the tricks you can play on your own mind
Yeah.
to help rationalize decisions whilst in the casino.
Oh, now you gotta jam this.
Queen Jack
Red.
of diamonds. Look at him.
We got four black cards over there or what?
We just jammed a black one.
Oh my god, here we go. He's gonna scoop. He's gonna fucking scoop me.
Did you just limb?
Albert limps it.
Oh, wow.
This is wild. You would think he would be more incentivized to prevent the flop from coming out when he has 2 reds. Could be a leveling game, though. And look at Kuhn. He's got 2 black cards.
Oh,
He
maybe.
doesn't want to see this flop.
That 6 of spades really did me dirty, bro. No, that's sick. You got him in here limping with 3-4 of spades or something to get me.
Finally, this prop bet will be settled. Black in the window and a black behind it.
You guys are dirtbags.
So Jason wins 2K.
And by the way, he's got a king-high flush draw up
Yeah.
against 2 overs and a gut shot.
Yeah, they both got a little hand here.
Albert fires 40.
Albert's not that deep either. Like, he's shallow enough that Kuhn definitely might just check raise this on the flop. So let's play for stacks. He says no, though. He's just going to call.
Seven rolls off on the turn. Jason does pick up the dummy end. How's the gut shot?
I think Albert probably finds a double barrel here. 260. He can bet like 80, and then he has like 180. So it's like
Are you
that's
gambling
kind
on
of
the
a
river card?
geometric
Can't say
60%.
anything. Gives away information.
check. No, I'm obviously checking, but wait.
I'm not saying anything.
Ace on the end as Albert was trying to get the dealer to pause before delivering the river so they could gamble on it. Last level hijinks here in the 40K mystery bounty. But no funny business out of Jason Kuhn here with King High. Feels like he's got maybe a showdown available.
But will Albert show down the Queen High? I mean, he bet King High in another spot. I think this is a...
Remember, he open limped this hand,
True.
so it's not like he has some range
Most annoying
advantage.
hand ever, dude.
Queen 10. Yes.
Rebate. Yeah.
Couldn't play that hand worst ever.
Well, at least you got me for $2,000.
I
had
kind of agree, Albert.
I was playing at reverse psychology. I had Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Oh, yeah.
So Albert had black. I was
reverse
under the
psychology.
impression
Yeah.
he had red.
No, Jason had black.
Ah, okay. So he actually limps,
Yeah.
and then it makes it harder to put him on 2 red cards. He said reverse psychology, right?
Oh, no, it's okay. No worries.
I had it backwards.
Influence action.
Can we play one more? What were you going to do if I open?
If you opened?
I guess we'll never find out.
It would appear that way. So one last look there at the chip counts as the day is in the books. Rasty, 1 million for Jason Kuhn. That's what he's going to be bagging. Shalom, the shorty there. And hello, we're back at the desk. Ali and Rasty here to just put a bow on things. Wildly entertaining last couple of levels. I am actually quite pleased that I had a chance to sit along with those of you at home and kind of just enjoy a very relaxed atmosphere, perhaps the most affable, jovial crew I've borne witness to since arriving at the Triton Super High Roller Series. So a little bit of a treat. Obviously, this due in parts of the fact that it is the mystery bounty. Tomorrow's when the bounties are going to be issued, and maybe for whatever reason, the right ingredients.
Oh, yeah, the boys were gambling, having a good time, telling some stories, cracking some jokes.
Sure.
Betting on cards and red and black and all kinds of good stuff. It was a fun level.
Yeah, no question about it. But it is the last level, so we will be returning tomorrow. It's going to be 2 o'clock local time when the stream gets underway here in Montenegro. It will be day 2 of this mystery bounty. And, of course, we're going to find out what kind of distribution we have in terms of half the prize pool getting stuffed into envelopes and then those short stacks getting targets painted on their backs. So with that, we say goodnight. Obviously, a pleasure as always to have you with us. And, yeah, until tomorrow, guys. Hasta la vista.
Yeah, thank you.